Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
I've been on a bit of a binge of bad inventions. Wacky, silly, stinky inventions. Just garbage that Jimmy Neutron would have thrown in the dumpster. I've just been glued to it, down this rabbit hole of finding the wildest products ever, and wondering why. And today I want to share a pretty special one with you, and I want to start by asking you a question personally on a level that, maybe people don't talk to you normally. You lonely? You ever wanted to kiss someone, but they're too far away? Man, do I have the solution for you.
Pucker up. When your love is far away, you can still get a smooch with this new invention.
Welcome to the future, asshole. We're dragging you kicking and screaming into the 21st century. This puppy's about to revolutionize dating in RuneScape. Your RuneScape girlfriend and you can just purchase these bad boys and you can be making out all night long. And man, what a utopia. So it's an attachment for your phone. It's called Long Lost Touch. And you can transmit kisses back and forth, and the lips, the silicone lips, you can kiss, and it'll be like kissing your partner. In fact, it might even be better. Anything human lips can do, these can do better. And that sound you were hearing, that sounded like a fucking birthday party kazoo going off, that's just another one of the handy-dandy features of the Long Lost Touch where it can play kissing sounds back to you in the lowest quality you've ever heard. I swear to God, the kissing sound quality is straight out of like the late 1990s on like a fucking floppy disk kind of shit. Like, I don't know what went wrong there. It actually sounds like a frog being strangled when it's playing kissing sounds back to you. But before going deeper on this product, I want to tell you something that I think deserves kisses, and that's Opera GX. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring today's video. Opera GX is by far the best browser available right now. I know you've heard me talk about them a lot over the last year or so, and that's because I fully made the switch from Chrome to Opera GX and I have never looked back. One of the main reasons I did that is because Google Chrome is an unbelievable resource hog, whereas Opera GX is not. And even beyond that, they have so many beautiful features that I really appreciate, like just fun customizable things as well, like custom wallpapers. There's also a new wallpaper, the Where's Charlie one, which is a goofy, fun little one that's available on Opera GX as well. They even have something like the GX Corner. A great thing about the GX Corner is it has my latest 12 uploads on it, which is fantastic. You can have your messengers on the side, so that way you just have everything in a nice, convenient, easy, just really intuitive way of using all of your common programs while browsing the internet. It, of course, is also a seamless transition from whatever browser you're currently using to Opera GX with your add-ons and extensions and everything like that. Everything about Opera GX is just by far the best in the industry. I could be here all day just complimenting Opera GX, and I've only briefly touched on some of the features. Like, I haven't even talked about the one that I use the most of, which is Forced Dark Mode, and also just Hot Tabs Killer. There's just a lot of great things Opera GX offers, so I highly recommend it. If you want to get started on Opera GX, you can click the link in the description below. It's of course free, so click the link in the description below if you want to give Opera GX a whirl.
The device, which has a name that translates to Long Lost Touch in English, was created by Chinese college students. They were inspired by the stories of sadness and isolation that came out of pandemic lockdowns.
I've got to be honest with you, I feel like this would only add to the loneliness and then couple it with a side order of shame. Just this true combo meal of, man, I feel awful being away from my partner, and man, I feel even worse because I'm now making out with these fake fucking lips off of a mannequin. I really just think it'd be a lot less lonely to just do a FaceTime at that point. You don't need, like, the physical silicone rubber on your lips. I feel like that just makes everything much worse. And it's even worse because you can't even put your dick in it. You can clearly see that it's not deep enough unless you have a micro penis, and that's just not gonna get the job done by any means for most people. So it's just one of those things that doesn't even serve like the most basic purpose of it, where it could have been used as like a sex device. It can't even accomplish that functionality, and you can't even put your tongue in it. It's not even deep enough for that, and it doesn't have a tongue of its own to be sticking in your mouth and wiggling around.
This is what can happen when video calls simply aren't enough. Each long-lost touch is paired with another device. Users have their kissing style recorded and then transmitted to the other set of lips.
But every time they show the kissing, it all seems the same, like just generic puckering and pecking. It doesn't seem like it's recording kissing style, because it's not getting in there in like a, like a fucking feral animal type kissing. It's just like really by the books vanilla type pecking. So I don't think it's actually recording your kissing style. That just seems like marketing mumbo jumbo here that they're not actually fulfilling, because they're not showcasing those capabilities at all. It's not morphing and distorting and getting really deep in there with any kind of kissing styles. All it does is just continue to push the lips out a little bit and then retract. Looks like a fucking fish blowing bubbles underwater.
It even makes kissing noises. For a more realistic feel, the silicone lips warm up as the lover sends their kisses.
So that's what I was briefly mentioning a moment ago about how you can send the kissing sounds, but they clearly didn't put a whole lot of tender love and care and passion behind that functionality, because it sounds fucking horrible. It sounds like a snuff film. Those kissing noises there, I would have mistaken for some kind of wounded animal, like trapped under a car tire. Like, that is frightening, if that's the kind of audio quality you can expect when using this device. If it's spitting that kind of shit at me, I'm gonna think it's some kind of cursed demon object, as opposed to like a sensual lover's kiss lips type deal. However, we can't downplay the importance of the lips having self-heating capabilities. I think that's huge. So, at the very least, let's say you don't have a significant other and you're completely alone, this still may be worth picking up as like a little finger warmer. Like if the tips of your fingers get cold, you could put it in that mouth right there and heat them up for a little bit, kind of cook them there. So, that might be useful.
Whether you think this idea is crazy or genius, these lips are in demand. The company sold over 3,000 kissing machines and received about 20,000 orders in just 2 weeks after opening. Send your long-distance kisses, but keep it classy. No tongue, okay? This is Inside Edition Digital.
What the fuck do I know? Clearly, this has become a smash hit, top-selling item. I bet you didn't expect that plot twist, because I know I didn't. My fucking jaw was on the floor when I heard those numbers, those sales. You wouldn't have been able to replicate my fucking kissing with how fucking unhinged my jaw became when those numbers were revealed. I couldn't believe it. Absolutely shocking, but congratulations to the team for financially crushing it. I can't help but feel this invention is very odd, very weird, and I don't think it really successfully helps with couples that miss each other and just want to kiss each other again. I think this would only make that problem worse. I don't see it really being successful there. Maybe I could see use for this in a couple that wants to like go out to dinner, but they're too far away and it's long distance, so they start feeding spaghetti to the lips here and they pretend like they're eating it on the other side of the phone. But overall, I just don't understand why you wouldn't just do a FaceTime, like, by itself. Like, you don't need the lip attachment. You could just do a normal FaceTime and just have that be that. I mean, you could even still take the same concept if you want something physical. You could just pick up, like, any household item and be like, these are your lips, babe. You don't need the lip attachment. And I don't know what it retails for normally. Though I can't imagine it's super cheap. This seems like technology that they're probably going to be upcharging quite a bit on, so they are probably absolutely going hog wild with the financial profits off this. I just find it very silly. The whole idea of it I find very silly. And I just wanted to share it. That's really about it. So yeah.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Dead Island 2. Man, what a weird experience this was. I'm just going to be honest and upfront right away. I'm just going to go ahead and pull down my pants and give you everything I've got right off rip. There is only two things in this game I think are good. One is the combat, and the combat's good, not great. Like, it's very safe. The combat itself isn't anything unique or anything that you're gonna be, like, losing your mind over, fucking falling out of your chair because you're so blown away by the quality of the combat, but it is good and it's serviceable. But what is actually very impressive is the gore mechanics here. It feels like this is where all 10 years of development went, is the gore here. If you just start punching a zombie, different pieces of them are going to fly off. You'll just keep chopping up different parts of their meat. Intestines will leak out, and they're also physics-based intestines, so if they're standing up, they'll just fall down and like pool on the floor. If you start punching their stomach when they're already dead, they'll kind of like loosely leak out. It's all super impressive. The gore mechanics in this game are probably some of the best I've ever seen in gaming. Like, up there with like Left 4 Dead. It is so good. They put so much care into that. So maiming zombies, which is a core mechanic of the gameplay, is always satisfying because it's always different. It kept the gameplay fresh, and it really felt like there was just millions of ways of chewing up and spitting out zombies, just fucking eviscerating them, and you'd never see the same death animation or death gore twice. It was very, very, very impressive. But aside from those two things, everything else in this game is just not good. I know that Dead Island 2 was trapped in development hell for about a decade, and it fucking feels like it. This actually feels like someone unearthed the game back from 2013. All of it fits right at home back then. It's the most generic, average zombie game I think has ever released. And for some people, that's a totally fine thing because it's a comfort food. You know exactly what you're getting when you order the Dead Island dish. You're getting a generic zombie experience, but it has that extra seasoning of some very, very beautiful gore. But everything else is just, you know, the calories you're expecting to consume with a zombie game. But that's not a sin, that's not a crime, but you know what is a crime? How fucking awful the writing is. The writing in this game is actually worse than Saints Row. I'm just going to say it. It is worse than the new Saints Row. I played as Danny because I liked the perks she comes with. Her intrinsic abilities I thought were fun and I could make a fun build around them, but it was not worth the headache of having to listen to her speak. Every single line she had was miserable. At no point does Danny or any of the other characters in this cast stop ripping the worst one-liners you've ever heard. Unironically dropping references that were dated even in 2013 with "get to the choppa," which they use like 9 fucking times. It doesn't stop. It is unrelenting, unapologetic cringe, and it's not even charming in a goofy way. It's just grating and annoying. The writing is unbearable, and the story is so fucking bad. There is one absolutely unforgivable atrocity this game commits that not even the Lord could forgive, and that's the ending. I'm not going to get into spoilers, but I'm going to tell you it just ends abruptly. When the game rolled credits, I was stunned. I sat there on stream for an additional 30 seconds just trying to actually process that it ended, that it wasn't just some kind of fake out thing. The credits started rolling and I thought it was going to be like another stupid joke, but it wasn't. The game just ends. It felt like we were just at the halfway point. Like, it actually felt like we had just reached the halfway point of the game. There was still so much to do, and it's not even a cliffhanger. The game just ends with, like, one thing saying, "Oh, so you're doing this?" And she's like, "Yep, I'm doing that." And then it just ends. It's so mind-bogglingly awful. And I think what happened is, it became very clear to me that they really just wanted to get this game out. Come hell or high water, it didn't matter. Quality be damned, fuck it, I don't care if there's no ending, they wanted to ship it. They needed to get this off of their books, they needed to get this, zit cleared off their face, they had to ship Dead Island 2, and it didn't matter if they didn't have an ending. So that's exactly what they did. Everything just fucking full stop ends. It's not a cliffhanger, it's not suspenseful, it is just awful. They close the curtains while things are still happening and nothing gets resolved. Pretty much everything you do in this game is worthless because there's no ending. It's just terrible. The story and the writing are by far the worst parts of this game. And it's even worse because the characters don't shut the fuck up ever. So you're constantly inundated with the worst lines you'll ever hear. But let me get to the things that I like. Like I said, the combat. I do like the combat. It's nothing to write home about, but it is fun. There's a decent variety of weapons, and there's a lot of fun mods that you can play around with. So you're doing all the standard generic zombie shit, where you're collecting a lot of materials in the open world to bring back to a workbench to upgrade your weapons. There's a lot of variety to them, and I do think you could probably make some pretty interesting builds out of it. I thought it was all pretty standard stuff, though there were some standouts, especially when it came to like force mods. I ended up really liking a giant fucking sledgehammer and just blasting things with a shockwave, because Danny, when she's using a heavy attack, gets a shockwave. And so I started to play into that, whereas initially I was running with faster weapons to try and like dismember enemies, but it wasn't doing a lot of damage. I was mainly just going up there and fucking tickling them, blowing a raspberry on their tummies, because a lot of the enemies are very spongy in this game, so making a fast attack build to try and maim and crit wasn't working for me, so I eventually switched to more of just huge impact stuff. But the point is, there's a lot of build paths you can choose, and there's also another system in here with perk cards. So there's these cards that you collect in the world, they give you perks, and you can outfit your character with different perks. They come with abilities such as like a drop kick, a flying kick, a shockwave slam, and then there's perks that'll augment those in certain ways to play into how you want to run it. Of course, drop kicking is very fucking strong, so for a while I was doing a drop kick focus build. Also, all of the skills do significantly more damage than any of the weapons, really. The guns were highly underwhelming. Even some of the best guns I was getting kind of sucked asshole, but that doesn't matter because the guns aren't the focal point. It also wasn't very satisfying when you were ADSing. For some reason, the ADSing was very slow and clunky, but again, the guns aren't where the emphasis is for the gameplay. I do think the melee was fun, albeit pretty slow at times. One thing I think that was a huge hindrance to melee combat is they had this insistence on always using slow-mo. There is more slow-mo in this game than in a 9-year-old's Windows Movie Maker project that they uploaded to YouTube 15 years ago. There is slow-mo anytime you're in a fight. Anytime you kill an enemy, there's going to be like fucking 4 seconds of slow-mo. It is excessive and unnecessary. Now, one other cool thing about the combat that I do appreciate is they had some really cool mechanics with fuel cans as well as water cans. So you can pour fuel around, and it's all physics-based as well. Like, the attention to detail on things like fluid mechanics and gore blows everything else in this game out of the water. Everything else is like really rudimentary standard stuff, but then when it comes to fluid mechanics and gore, they went hog wild. Like, they pulled no punches. So there's fluid mechanics here, so when you're pouring water, you can like wash away blood if you want, you can wash away fire, and it's all really interesting, but you can also play around with it in terms of combat by covering an enemy in water and then throwing like a curveball shuriken electrified at them. Curveballs are basically like your consumables, like a Molotov cocktail or, like I mentioned, an electrified shuriken. And since they're covered in water, they'll blow up into an electric explosion, which will start stunning them as well as other enemies around them. And the fuel can, you imagine what you can do with that. You can pour fuel on the ground, light it on fire, catch people on fire, blow shit up. That was cool. I really appreciated that. That added another layer of depth to everything, and they really have that throughout all combat arenas, so you can always be using it. It's not, scarce or anything. But yeah, overall, gameplay is exactly what you're expecting with some nice flavor to it. It's fun. I did have a good time with it, and I did get kind of into trying to find the optimal build for a sledgehammer and try and make that really pop for me. So I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the gore, and pretty much nothing else. I also think the setting fucking sucks. In here, it is the most cookie cutter settings ever. You go to sewers, you're on these streets of Beverly Hills, everything looks exactly the same, there's no character to any of the locations at all, it all just fucking blends together and it's not interesting. There's also no enemy variety, so the final boss is actually just a normal enemy that you've encountered 50 times throughout the game. Like, they don't have anything interesting with their enemies, not even their boss fights, of which there's only a few. It's literally just the same enemies you've fought a million times before, but with a name this time. It's so underwhelming. But what makes it even more underwhelming is how dead everything feels in the game. There is absolutely no zombies in it. There is no zombies in the zombie game. When you're going from point A to point B and wandering around the world, you don't encounter zombies at all. Maybe you'll encounter like a pack of 3 or 4, but that's it. It is completely fucking barren. So you don't even get the fun of a sandbox to go around and just chop zombies to pieces. You just don't. You're literally walking around a fucking ghost town. Another thing that was weird, and maybe this one's just me, but the hit detection on the zombies seems super janky. Not like landing hits on them, but them landing hits on you. It completely lacked any oomph or like any impact at all, so I would never even know if I was getting hit. It felt like they almost forgot to program like you getting hit by zombies. I would just notice my health was going down and my screen was getting red, but other than that, I had no fucking indication that I was even getting attacked. And sometimes the zombies' attacks didn't even look like they came close to hitting me, yet I'd notice my health would go down from it. But it's not that big of an issue because in this game, death doesn't even really have much of a penalty, so taking a death isn't the worst thing in the world. And especially if you're just going crazy with it and just trying out stupid builds and stupid ideas with weapons. Now, it is worth mentioning the game is co-op. I played it solo, but I know this game is much better co-op. Every game is better co-op. So, I'm sure if you're playing with a friend, you'll probably have more fun with it than I did. But yeah, overall, just not a very good game. Plugging Dead Island 2 into the moist meter, I'm going to give it a 55%. I didn't hate my time with it, but it really did feel dated, and it's a shame. 10 years in development and delivering a very lukewarm dish is always rough. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. So yep, as most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Welcome to the future. Things are getting pretty intense when it comes to gaming in the current generation, and next generation as well. I'm sure all of you have been seeing a lot of these projects that are popping up now using Unreal Engine 5 that look pretty lifelike. Like, if you're just looking at some of these games, you're probably under the assumption that you're watching just a video in the real world. It is incredible how far the technology has come for video game graphics. Now, Mudahar just made a video going over some of the projects. I'd like to show you just a clip of that.
Now, if you're looking at this and wondering, is that really gameplay? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is gameplay of a body cam footage project. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, it obviously is real actual gameplay, simply because you can, if you look closely at the lighting, the shadowing, the ambient occlusion, the way that any animation works, it's obviously not real footage. But you'd be hard-pressed, obviously, at first glance, if you watch this, you might expect to see the Live Leak logo sitting somewhere.
He's absolutely right. If you just showed me that video as I was scrolling through Twitter, I'd 100% think I was on Live Leak. It really does look like you're just watching real footage of someone getting into a gunfight. But it's not. It is a game. And there's been quite a few projects like this that are kind of popping up all over the place and blowing people's mind. The most recent one is something called Unrecord, which is another body cam FPS game that's getting a lot of hype. And of course, since it's the internet, everything's controversial, so it's led to a bit of a debate. It's kind of unearthed an ancient debate, kind of like opening a sarcophagus and looking at an old mummy. The debate of video games being too realistic. This is something that existed back when the first Doom came out. And looking back on Doom, you're like, how could anyone ever think that this looked real? But back then, people were concerned because the graphics were innovative for their time. They were saying the game is so realistic that it's going to lead to people being violent. It's going to confuse the young, spongy mind of children that might play the game and distort their view on reality. And that whole debate kind of got sidelined over the last 10 or so years. It was kind of something that still got talked about occasionally, but usually by just out-of-touch archaic fossils that don't play games in the first place. But now with this new wave of graphics that are dragging us kicking and screaming into the fucking deep future of tech here, it's kind of lit a fire under the ass of that whole talking point again, because the games look so real. Unreal Engine 5 is mind-blowing, the capabilities of it. The lighting in particular is on a whole nother level that I didn't think would be possible for another fucking 100 years. This is a Power Rangers Time Force level technology we're dealing with, the year 3000. So since these games are looking so real, people that aren't just out of touch old people, geriatric, senile people, are talking about it. People that actually engage in the medium. Real gamers are talking about concern over these games looking as real as they do for younger players and maybe being bad for their brains because it looks so real. So it's been kind of a hot topic recently, and I was going over it a bit on stream, as well as talking about some of the other implementations we might see in these titles, such as like AI integration, which is something games have been doing a lot of recently, and just kind of going over what gaming could look like over the next 10 or so years, and it's fucking crazy. But real quick, I'll go ahead and boil down the main talking points so that way there's no confusion on the subject. There are people arguing that since these games look almost indistinguishable from real life footage, that it's going to lead to players being desensitized to real violence and shit like that. It's going to lead to them not being able to really separate reality from the fiction that they're playing when it comes to games that look this realistic. So the concern is over these games being so lifelike, and since you're killing people in the games and shit, when these same players see that kind of violence in the real world, they might not care as much, or it might kind of bastardize their perception of like actual real world horrors. So that's kind of the argument in a nutshell. There's a lot more nuance to it, but just trying to give you like the bullet points of it. Right now the discussion is mainly focused on these shooters that are utilizing this technology, but I'm sure as it continues to evolve and expand, it'll also branch into other genres as well that will lead to similar debates about the technology and the effect it might have on younger players and shit like that. Did you already see the unrecord trailer? Yes, I've already seen the unrecord trailer. It was very cool, and now there's also a horror game that got announced. It all looks very nice. I am also impressed, just like everybody else. What horror game? I don't remember what it's called, but there's another one just like this. Instead of being a shooter, it's a horror game. Reminds me of the old Jurassic Park game with the insane physics. Jurassic Park Trespasser. There's a video showing it's not fake by generating in random spots and blasting everywhere. Yeah, I saw that. Who wants to play a shooter this realistic it just becomes uncomfortable? I've seen that take from a few people, and I actually completely understand where that's coming from. Because this looks like actual footage. And the people you're shooting look like real people. It looks like a fucking snuff film. So I do get it. I don't know if I fully agree with it, but I understand the perspective. Reminds me of Hardcore Henry. A little bit. Didn't people say the same shit 20 years ago? Yeah. And they'll continue to say it as things continue to evolve. But this one, it's not like 20 years ago. 20 years ago, it's like, these graphics are too realistic, and there's like fucking 3 polygons for Lara Croft's tits or whatever. This is indistinguishable from real life for most people. I mean, maybe not this shot in particular, because of things like this kind of giving it away. But on the whole, if you just saw this footage, you'd think you're watching either a movie like Hardcore Henry or real footage. How long until the hatred devs make something fucked up with this type of gameplay? That's something that could absolutely happen. Media outlets are definitely going to come after this game saying it makes killers. Well, they come after that for actually every game and everything ever. It's just this one is going to be a little more controversial because it looks so realistic. You think it should be rated AO? Is that some perspective people are tossing around? Because that's something I was considering as well. Like, when I read Train's take in particular, I was like, it's not a bad point. Like, I do understand the point he's making. So I was thinking, like, would it be something that would be an adults-only game? I was like, maybe. I just don't know. Because I feel like you can't shelter people from art. The second you do that, it makes things much worse. And if someone is going to play this game and then translate it to real-world violence, that person had a predisposition to that kind of shit anyway and needed more parental guidance. And I wouldn't really put that on the game's shoulders, really. Same way if they made a game that's super realistic and it was all about driving, I wouldn't then expect a kid to go out there and start doing like ramps off a tow truck or anything in the real world. But it is just so realistic that for a kid in particular, it will be indistinguishable from real life to them. So I wonder what kind of effect that would have on their perspective on everything in the world. Why would a kid play an M-game? Rather, why even... You already know the answer to that question. You played M-games when you were a kid too, I bet. Once you reach like 12 years old, your parents will just get you any game or whatever. Fucking 6-year-olds are the main demographic for Call of Duty these days. That's him. I don't know what the difference is between a movie like Friday the 13th and a realistic-looking video game. You're not controlling the movie, is the difference. But, I mean, there's probably arguments you could make for a movie that crosses a line or something as well. I'm sure that could extend there. I haven't really seen that before, but I'm sure you could probably make a compelling argument in that territory. Not Friday the 13th, though. You need something more realistic than that. I don't think it'll be a big topic until these games get gory. Well, you're just wrong. It's already a big topic now, and the games aren't even existing yet. You're a little off the mark on that timeline. Your mind calendar needs some calibration. Wait till we get those realistic AI acting NPCs. Oh my god. Yeah, you remember that story we read about how they're using AI to do like really well-written side characters in big games in order to take the load off the writers? The grunt throwaway work, they're having AI just write the lines. Imagine in a game like this, you have like the bad guys, you know, like pleading with you, giving like really compelling stories. Like, please, oh my god, the gang boss Bill, he made all these promises and my family just really needed the money. Please spare me. Like really fucking... heartstring tugging shit. You just blast them with the Glock and it just all looks so real. Oh, that'll be a wild combo. Wait till they also know all your data so they can customize their pleas based on your personality. Oh, we're getting so deep. Yeah, so imagine same scenario. You shoot the gun out of the terrorist's hands. He's like, oh god, he tries to beg for mercy. Oh, please. Leader Cliff made all these promises. And then the game's already, you know, gone through your entire Twitter page and sees where you lie on a lot of, like, hot topics. He's like, my wife she was considering an abortion and we couldn't pay for it. And gang boss Cliff came in and, I mean, come on, man. You have to understand, like, really fine-tuning it to you, the player. Fucking crazy. That'd be some Black Mirror shit. Yeah, I wouldn't even, at that point, I'd start getting confused. I'm out here playing shit, I don't even, rough, tough McShooty, and all of a sudden, one of the guys I'm about to put down like a rabid animal starts pleading with me and is like really agreeable on things I like. He's like, oh man, I love Courage the Cowardly Dog. Do you like that show? Charles, I know it's you behind the controller. Please, spare me, brother. No, God. I also love, chicken Alfredo. Please, Charlie, God. Then I'd start crying. I'd be going through a PTSD episode about to put this man down for the sake of the mission. I just subbed to you, Charlie, please. No, don't do this. Not after Moist Esports just got a huge W with Moki winning. Charlie, no. Don't soil it. Let me live. Imagine if they insert our loved ones into the games. That is top tier shit right there. But they put them in like the worst positions ever. Like the people you're hunting are your loved ones, so you get to the final boss fight and it's your fucking sister or something. Grandma comes scooting in on the wheelchair. And it's like a really emotional cutscene. I've been called many things in my life, but no one's ever called me a coward. I'm just kidding. That's like the main thing I get called, that and short. I'm afraid of flying, cockroaches, one-day-old expired food, high fructose corn syrup, my own shadow. We could go on for hours here going through my list of fears. But you know one thing I've never been afraid of? Making history. And that's exactly what's happening right now. I'm going to give you a little State of the Moist address here, which is honestly more important than the State of the Union, I would argue. I just want to go over everything that's currently happening with Moist Esports because a lot is going on right now. I'm sure all of you have seen some of the biggest organizations in esports are all struggling financially. A lot of them are pulling out of big games. Other massive orgs are firing the majority of their employees, letting go of teams. Entire organizations dissolving almost overnight. It's just been this absolute septic tank explosion of shit where all at once all of these major organizations are realizing that esports is a terrible business for making money, and they can't sustain themselves any longer. But you know what this means to me? It means it's time to push even harder into esports. While everyone's running away from the volcanic eruption, I'm running towards it, baby, with a spear in my hand and fire in my soul. So that's why I'm happy to announce, and you may have already seen this on Twitter, Moist Esports is officially entering into the Valorant scene. Ludwig is a co-owner of Moist Esports. I already talked about that. We made a really fucking amazing announcement for that. And the first big move we're doing together is combining Mogul Moves with Moist Esports and created Moist Moguls, which is our Valorant team. I'll go ahead and play you our hype video for it.
Stupid.
Our first game is actually today, so Ludwig will be watch partying it on YouTube, I'll be watch partying it on Twitch. It starts about 5 hours from the time this video goes live, so definitely tune in. Now, this is something we're extremely excited about. It's something that we've been cooking up for quite some time. And man, the timing of this announcement is amazing. With so many orgs making these grand departures and these huge financial statements about how nothing in esports is profitable, all of which is true, we're still here pumping our fist, celebrating. We're sitting at the table with our party poppers, our party hats, and a birthday cake, and we're just happy to be here. Obviously, we haven't cracked the code either. We're losing tons and tons of money a month. And god damn it, I'm excited to say that number is only going to continue to climb now that we have a Valorant roster, one of the most expensive esports to be in. But together with Ludwig's power and his willingness to also just burn money forever, we've got a strong roster. Our team is the former Breakthrough roster, and I think we've got a shot to be the best in the world. I'm just going to fucking say it, baby, with my whole chest. I really believe in these boys, and I'm super excited to watch party all of their matches. And I just really wanted to get all of this out here in a YouTube video as opposed to just on Twitter, and then talk a bit deeper about more things Moist Esports related moving forward, because this isn't the only big thing that's been going on. We do have one more announcement that we're keeping a secret for at least another week or so that I think is going to be just as hype. So stay tuned to the Moist Esports Twitter to get that information, that hot drop the second it's off the press. That shit's going to be fucking amazing. And for those that didn't know, I'd also like to share that Moist Esports has already won our first major of the year. Our very own Light just came in first place at Level Up Expo for Smash Ultimate in a triumphant fashion. I'll go ahead and show you the highlights from the grand finals in just a moment. He had to win 6 games to do it instead of 3 because he went to loser's bracket right before. So then he made it a little more climactic for the storyline, which I appreciate, made the content pop off even harder. Doing these watch parties for our teams have just been incredible. It's some of the most fun I have streaming, just going absolutely hog wild, cheering for the squads, and just seeing them succeed is amazing. And I can't wait to watch the Moist Mogul Valorant squad pop off. Yeah, I'm just super excited about all of it. Hope all of you are as well. I'll go ahead and pull up the grand finals highlights with Light vs. Tweak from Level Up Expo. All right, come on, Light. Let's go, baby. Let's make a crazy W here. 6 wins, first place. Sounds great to me. Just keep fucking him.
I'm loving like the games he was playing.
Nice. That didn't kill?
I'm surprised he lived, but very surprised. I want to say I doubt he'll bring it back, but what do I know? These two are so insane. And then back here for insurance.
Oh, okay. I don't exactly understand how all of that hocus pocus took place, but I'm happy with the result anyway. 5 more W's, please.
Him just jumping by the ledge like that.
Come on, Light. Come on, Light. Come on, baby.
Oh!
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
4 more W's, please. Let's go, Light.
Oh my lord.
Oh, baby. Good.
on that.
Let's go, let's go. All right, let's get this
even
last
reset.
stock out. Come on, Light.
Timing,
my-
too, on
Let's
the
put that
first
last stock
activation
away
was
here.
Actually crazy.
Light just understands. He just understands.
Absolutely.
Wait.
Nice.
Insane gameplay right here from Light, who would up throw. Add on a little extra damage here and darken him a bit.
Good parry. All right,
Get him.
bracket
Right
reset.
there. Parry up.
Now
smash.
3
You
more,
gotta
Light.
be-
3
gotta
more
be a little afraid
W's.
of Light's parries, man. His defense is on deck.
Beautifully done. He's
8 now.
Huge. Let's get huge.
Scary, man. This
Come on, Light. Come on, Light.
If
Nice.
Banana hits near the edge,
Nice.
definitely a quick F smash.
Nice.
Oh,
The up
wait.
tilt.
Oh,
God.
Wow.
Excellent. 2 more W's, please.
The awareness you need to have to know he's gonna go for that.
2 more
exact
W's. Let's go, Light.
mix it up with the
Beautiful.
flash.
No. Oh, good up tilt.
Oh,
Yo, Tweak.
Oh, he did a tech roll
Nice.
towards the ledge that time, but still
Come
the
on now,
backer
come on now,
coming
let's go,
in
Light.
from Light.
Okay.
screw on the top right there. And
Nice.
that
Shield
chin.
poke. Yeah.
1 more W. 1 more W, Light. Let's get it, please. Oh, just 1 more W, Light.
2-1 and level
1
up
more W. Let's go, Light.
his hand.
Light off the ledge.
Come on, let's go. His shield's low. He can't hold shield now. Good jabs.
Some damage.
Oh! Oh!
No way!
What in the?
Let's go, Light. 1 more stock. 1 more stock. 1 more stock. 1 more stock. Come on, Light.
Did that?
GG.
Please, Light. 1 more stock. That was so fucking pretty.
Perfect angle to knock him off the barrel. Are you
Come on, Light.
kidding me?
1 more stock. 1 more stock. 1 more stock. Get this last stock out. Come on, Light.
Trade, but my God, full rage.
Come on, Light.
Stocks, and that might be it, guys.
He's
Ah!
surviving
Come on.
surprisingly. I mean, good DI for sure. I thought full
Nice.
Box was going to send that.
Oh.
Okay, Monkey. I thought he got
Okay.
the back air there, but the Monkey Flips is on the
Come on,
way.
Light, come on.
Still fighting for his life here.
If-
Finds his back
All right,
air.
please,
Okay.
Light. Just last stock here. It's the last stock. Just get this last stock out. Just 1 more stock here, Light.
It's
Good
so
grab.
difficult now. Light knows he's one good back air, one good up smash read away from closing out
Please,
this
Light.
whole tournament.
Oh my
but
goodness,
Tweaks
no way!
combos
No,
when-
oh, he wanted to go for a down.
Nice,
potential
good illusion.
too. I know Charlie's sitting on the edge of his seat right now.
She's right. I am. Please, Light.
Have to listen.
You oh my!
Oh!
But he ain't
Let's go!
recovered.
Let's
Your
fucking
level
go.
champion, Light.
Huge.
Yes, man. Yeah,
Holy shit. What the fuck?
Had to get to a game.
That was pure flow state.
Finals, won the second set.
Woo! Got him with the old backdoor reach around through losers bracket.
Here at the tournament.
That is a nice dubski.
The sigh of relief, the pop off.
Let me see that trophy. That's going on the
To
shelf.
highlight his speed tier at level.
What's that made out of? Diamonds? Hey, 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 be careful slapping
Hold it
that.
up for the world to see.
Fucking huge.
First
Woo!
major win of the year for him.
Who is the biggest joke in all of sports? Some people might argue the Washington Generals, which is the team that the Harlem Globetrotters always play against. They travel together and the Harlem Globetrotters always win against them, because the Generals are just there to have fun with the Globetrotters in order to make a spectacle out of the whole thing. They're kind of designed to lose. But they're not the biggest joke in sports. That honor belongs to one man in particular. His name is Dylan Dennis. This goofball is someone you might have heard of because he's that coward that started a lot of shit with KSI, and then the second that it reached the fuck around and find out moment, like a week before they were actually supposed to fight, Dylan Dennis backs out and weasels his way out of it, coming up with all kinds of pathetic little excuses, and then still tries to act tough. He's a washed up fighter who all he does now is just shit talk and then promotes scams on Twitter. People have more respect for the flies that hover around public porta potties at a fucking music festival than they do this man and his career. And yet somehow he finds a way to sink even lower. He was recently the primary clown in CoffeeZilla's newest video, where he got used like a fleshlight by CoffeeZilla in order to prove a point that Dylan Dennis will promote absolutely anything at all as long as you pay him. And it turns out you don't even really have to pay him that much, all things considered. Just giving him a pack of cigarettes will get you like a 24-hour tweet promoting whatever vile scam you want. Like, it's actually pretty wild. So, CoffeeZilla's video exposes at least 20 scams that he's done in his past, as well as convincing him to do yet another one. You know, hop back in the saddle, get ready for the rodeo, and engage in another scam tweet that CoffeeZilla cooked up with a completely fake crypto project. And he wanted to see, how much does Dylan charge, and does he do any amount of research at all into the things that he proudly posts on his Twitter? I know Dylan Dennis can't even spell research, so the answer isn't shocking. It's a no. He didn't bother looking into what CoffeeZilla was paying him to promote at all, because if he did, if he spent even 3 seconds, or even just like an iota of a thought given to the project, he would have immediately realized that it's not real and it is a scam that he's about to post proudly on his Twitter. Because CoffeeZilla laid it all out in front of him. And it's not even like it was hidden in plain sight or anything. He literally spelled it out, word for word. In a contract he sent to Dylan Dennis, it even says that it's not real and you're going to be the butt of a joke. It was literally, it was just there in the contract. And it wasn't even a long contract like buried in fine print. It was like a core piece of the contract that just says, this is basically a fucking scam. And Dylan still signed it. It's baffling. So I'm getting ahead of myself here. I'm just trying to give a general breakdown of the situation. Of course, the full CoffeeZilla video is going to be linked in the description. It's fucking beautiful per usual. I'm just going to show you some clips from it. But one other thing I want to point out is the reason CoffeeZilla went after Dylan Dennis is because Dylan made a whole song and dance, a big hoopla about how bad he feels for everyone that got scammed by Logan Paul's CryptoZoo. And that's what tipped everyone off to how many scams he himself has done, which led to this investigation in this video by CoffeeZilla, Oompaville, and ZachXBT. And it's a fucking amazing ride. It really is.
Dylan Dennis is an MMA fighter famous for 2 things: cage fighting and not fighting KSI.
True.
But on December 23rd, he decided to be famous.
Also, apparently, I didn't know this until recently. He's not even famous for actually fighting. He's famous for just being a guy that, like, kind of rides Conor McGregor's dick. What's his actual fighting record? Because I said the same thing. I'm like, yeah, he actually fights. But his actual MMA record is 2-0. He has fought 2 times. Once in 2018 and once in 2019. Look at this shit. So he's not really a fighter. he's fought twice. Like, his whole claim to fame is, yeah, I'm a fucking stupid asshole. And that's it. And he won't even fight a YouTuber. 100% win rate, that is true. He is undefeated. But then again, so am I in MMA, to be fair. I am also undefeated. It's kind of meaningless when you don't have a whole lot of fights under your belt.
Calling out the scammers. He writes in a tweet, "Damn, Logan Paul is a scumbag. Feel bad for everyone he scammed." Now,
Thanks,
of course,
Dylan.
No one's gonna really disagree with this, so the likes rolled in. But what Dylan doesn't
What a
tell you
saint.
is he also
What a
has a
saint.
history of scamming people on Twitter. And what Dylan didn't know is that there was a detective watching him. That detective was not me, actually. I wish it was me. It was my buddy ZachXBT on Twitter who
Whoa!
said, "Damn, Dylan Dennis is a scumbag. Feel."
Hey, this is all coming full circle. You might remember Zach from the BitBoy Crypto thing. He was the guy that, like, tracked all of his moonshots and, like, called out a whole bunch of shit there.
So I reached back out to Zach and I said, "Hey, good tweet, but I want to find out how many scams exactly this guy has promoted." So Zach started digging through the garbage bin of deleted tweets, and we found out pretty quick there were a lot more.
What the fuck is it? Baby Dinger? What the fuck? Baby Dinger token is the next Shiba Inu. Oh man, if anyone has any baby dingers, you should immediately just lose the right to earn money in your life. You don't deserve it anymore. Ring Dinger. Hey, let's not besmirch the good name of the Ring Dinger. That's as far from Web3 crypto as you get. That is literally an old man who snaps your head off.
I wanted to trick Dylan into giving me the amount. The rough idea was to approach
Smart.
Dylan and say, "Hey, I created this dumb NFT project that's completely fake. How much would it cost for you to promote it?" He gives me an answer and I have my price. Who, like, looked like he would be serious about selling you an NFT collection. And that's when I thought of my buddy Oompaville.
Yes.
This is a guy who's actually really sweet in real life.
I did know Oompaville played a big role in this here. So that is exciting. Very smart. CoffeeZilla recognized that Dylan would certainly say no, knowing for sure that it's a honeypot if it was CoffeeZilla that reached out. So he used Oompaville, whom, I mean, that looks like a well-adjusted man to me. Like, that's a trustworthy face right there. So he used him as the proxy. That's genius.
We can provide all the marketing copy. Please let me know, as we're trying to launch relatively soon. That website is not a real crypto NFT platform. Nothing in this video is a crypto or real NFT, so
Yeah,
you cannot buy
obviously,
crypto. I want to
for
be
sure.
super clear, because Dylan immediately responds with, "Want to do a tweet?" And then I love this next part. "What is it?" I like the order of that, you know, like, let's promote it. And then underneath it, what am I promoting? And it's at this point I realized that
it's secondary.
This is not only my chance to find out how much Dylan gets paid for all these scam promotions, it's also my chance to test Dylan Dennis. In fact, to do this, I basically copied almost word for word CryptoZoo's white paper, saying the following.
Baby.
Sour.gg may appear to solely function as an NFT collection, but it's much, much more. Sour allows users to earn sweet tokens that are openly traded via a yield that is based on the rarity of a given candy NFT.
I'm going to tell you right now, Coffee, I love the attention to detail here. I think that is super smart. I'm not convinced Dylan Dennis can read. I think he might be illiterate. So he just saw words on the page and he's like, man, this is legit. All these words, they have meaning, I have no doubt. I'm in. I am confident he had no fucking clue what anything in that white paper said. But I appreciate you went the extra mile and set it up that way for it.
Look out, adventurer. Now this is a sentence which means nothing unless you lay it out by the first letter of every word. And then it spells CoffeeZilla.
Oh!
So, don't say I didn't warn him. And obviously...
That's
even
way
if
too
I
smart
hadn't
for
warned him,
Dylan.
Dylan Dennis surely wouldn't promote a CryptoZoo project, right? Because he's, you know, he feels too bad for the victim. And then ETH? Question mark? And at this point, I'm just a little surprised by how easy this all is. Zero due diligence is
I'm not
being
surprised
done
at all.
here. We have created the weakest facade possible for an NFT scam, and he's just immediately on board. After we settled on that, he sent me payment information.
I am shocked he can even get 5K for a tweet. His Twitter isn't exactly what you'd call booming. The only time he gets engagement is when people are laughing at him. Like here, let me go to his Twitter real quick. Let's see, what's his most recent tweet? Because he deleted this one, I remember that. His most recent one is, if Alexander Volkanovsky beats... okay, it's a fight. I'll give one person who likes this tweet $1,500 and must be following to win. So he's actually having to do fucking... He has to farm. He has to do giveaway farming. But before that, it's literally nothing. And he got 8K likes on the farm. So even by those standards, that's pretty low. So I'm shocked that he's actually asking 5K. Though I doubt many people are actually giving it to him.
Dylan gave us a brand new crypto wallet just for this transaction.
Whoa!
Which seems to imply that he probably makes new wallets for every new deal he does, which is
definitely not
true.
his own idea.
And at this point, I realized I had a choice to make.
Someone told him to do that.
Take what I learned, present it to you guys, and stop this little charade I had with Dylan and make my video. And Dylan would just keep doing this because his fans wouldn't know.
Wait,
Or
what was that
I
last
could-
one? Was that Face Riders? What the fuck? Did I read that correctly? Right before Baby Dinger.
And Dylan would just keep doing this.
Oh, I'm writing with Faceless. Gotcha. I thought that said Face Riders. I was like, damn, another fucking wild one.
Because his fans wouldn't know. Which is actually pay Dylan to post a link to our fake NFT project. But the twist would be, as soon as he posts that link, it will become a website dedicated to every scam tweet Dylan Dennis has ever done. And remember that this website would be linked by Dylan Dennis himself to all of his fans until he kept the tweet for certain periods of time. And to my surprise, he agreed to the terms. And
that's smart. That's super smart. Yeah, so space it out so that way you can get the most juice for the squeeze here off the tweet staying live. I can also promise you, Dylan Dennis has no idea what any of these words he's using here mean. He's used too much punctuation. There's 2 periods in there. That's far more than his reading level permits. He's got percentage sign in there, some underlines, parentheses. Dylan Dennis tapped out once he saw payment structure. He's like, all right, payment. I know that one. Okay, whatever else.
Website, which is just a website with all his previous transgressions. Now, I did talk to some
I want to read that one. What was that? I'm bullish on what? These all have the worst names. I'm bullish on Rock Smart Chain. Rocket Raccoon. Hype.
from ZachXBT. He found over 20 projects that Dylan promoted and then tried deleting, where many of them were rug pulls and scams. It was at this point
I drew up a contract for Dylan to sign before this whole thing goes live.
He didn't read it.
And in it, I lay the whole thing out. And this is what I meant by headwinds. This is where he probably will catch us. Because in black and white, I lay out our whole scheme right in front of him. So it literally says, like, you're going to be the butt of the joke. It says people aren't doing due diligence.
Oh,
it says that we're going to be switching the website to show his prior promotions. So we lay out the whole thing there.
Oh,
and
no.
what we're really banking on is he's not going to read any of this. He's just going to see money and just sign it, which is the whole
100%.
point of this entire
He
thing.
can't
So
read
I
it.
think it fits.
Sending it. All right. And then I'm sending the drive link.
I mean, we've sent the contract now. We're just waiting. We're literally waiting.
He's going to instantly respond with the sign. It's going to be less than 2 minutes.
Oh, I agree, bro. I agree.
It was 3 minutes. I was so fucking close. I was so close.
Idiot.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He agreed.
I was so
and
close.
You might notice that we weren't actually able to use DocuSign and get his signature because it was experiencing outages at the moment, the actual website. But we were able to just have him do a written agreement in DMs that he agreed to our terms. And although
That is real, by the way. If you get in writing something like that, that is actually an enforceable thing. It's not as strong as like a full signature, but that is like actually enforceable. So, what a fucking moron. Holy shit.
go ahead and tweet.
Just refreshing now, I guess. See what he says.
Run
There's
it.
been so much work that goes into this. You guys didn't see this off camera. Dylan starts talking about where's your community. So we have to whip up this community from nowhere.
Oh,
Our
fuck.
community doesn't exist. We had to create a Twitter profile. We had to buy a bunch of botted followers.
An hour ago, it didn't exist.
I don't think I've ever been so excited about something in my life.
Nice.
Dude.
What was the total spend on this, I imagine?
He tweeted it.
Huge.
I can't believe he did it.
He actually did it. He just tweeted it.
What an idiot. What? I can't believe it. What can I say?
So I knew this tidbit of information real quick before he points it out. The actual tweet just has the word scam in it. Sour NFT candies are moonbound. Scam.
Believe
It's
it.
so adorable.
What can I say? He
They couldn't have
promoted
made it
a
any more
tweet
clear.
which literally spells out in first letters the word scam.
Yep.
I hope this is
Oh man, Dylan. Now he's ducking CoffeeZilla and Oompaville's attempt to communicate just like he ducked KSI's fight. God damn. It's all he knows. Yeah, he'll never mention this, unfortunately. That's his modus operandi. He just is a fucking perpetual loser, I guess. Oh, I did see that. There was a lot of brain rot takes about how what CoffeeZilla did is actual entrapment. And I'm pretty sure those people are just as CTE riddled as Dylan Dennis to think that what CoffeeZilla did is anything even remotely associated with entrapment. It's not even close. CoffeeZilla did everything possible to let Dylan know what was going on. He even put in the fucking contract he agreed to that it is literally him just being a joke. It's not real. He laid out everything, and he still agreed to it. That couldn't be further from entrapment. The guy got 1K. He did get 1K. He did get $1,000 out of it, so that's a Dylan W, baby. Fucking big one from Dylan! But also lost rep. He had none to begin with. I legitimately don't think Dylan Dennis has a single fan. Like, actually not a single one. People just laugh at him. In fact, if you go to his goddamn giveaway tweet right now, people aren't even participating in the actual giveaway. They're just spamming the clown emoji. Jesus Christ. He can't even, like, actively farm children on Twitter. He doesn't have fans. Today I want to show you something that will undoubtedly scare you, have you trembling in fear, wetting your britches. And no, it's not a picture of me without a beard, but it is something equally as terrifying. AI! AI technology is advancing at a rapid rate, and it's reaching levels only thought possible in science fiction. That experience you just had of your heart sinking from my masterclass in jump scares is the natural reaction to AI. It's showcased that the flesh is cringe in machines of the future. Pretty much anything humans can do, technology can do better. AI can do better, rather. And that includes entertainment. I have been glued to AI and the entire industry that's bloomed from it for years now. I have been like a moth to a flame following each and every development and new AI product that's come out because it is fascinating and at the same time a bit startling. Now, I think it's naive for people to write off all AI as evil and saying we should ban AI outright and never pursue it. I think that is such a dogshit way of looking at the technology. As with every new innovation, there is good and bad that comes with it. It's some certified goofy goober goofball shit to just write off all of the good things AI can do for humanity and focus instead on only the bad things they can do. I'm not here to get into the nitty-gritty of like the pros and cons of AI. I feel like you should be able to immediately recognize some of the incredible things AI can offer, especially in the medical field. But again, that's not what today's topic is. Today I want to show you and talk about a viral clip on Twitter that's going around that has to deal with AI in the music industry.
You might notice that I sound like Kanye West. No, Yeezy didn't record a voiceover for me for this video. I didn't learn how to do impressions. This is AI.
So let me come back to my original voice for a second because this is crazy.
The caption of this video says that it'll change the music industry forever, and that's 100% accurate. This technology will forever change the entire landscape of the music industry. It's important to realize that AI technology, especially when it comes to voice models like this, are still very new. And they're already advancing to a point where they're starting to get pretty goddamn convincing. And right now the main usage is just shit posts like having Joe Biden and Donald Trump playing Overwatch together and experiencing gamer rage and shit, or making goofy AI generated tracks. But this technology has huge implications for the whole industry going forward when it comes to music. And it's already advancing very quickly. I made a brief mention of my own AI voice that's been getting used on YouTube pretty often about like 3 months ago, where they had me singing Rap God. And I was like, damn, that sounds pretty good, but you can easily tell that it's AI at some points because words get all mumbled and jumbled. It sounds like I'm overdosing on Xanax sometimes. Like, it's clear that it's not perfect, but it can and most likely will be in a relatively short period of time. So in this example with his Yay voice filter, you can tell that something's a bit awry there. It doesn't really sound 100% accurate. It sounds a bit glitchy, like something's wrong there. So you can tell it's not actually Ye speaking. And he also goes 10 seconds without mentioning Jewish people, so you know for sure it's not actually Ye. But if you're just hearing that, you'd be raising an eyebrow. Like, you would have to second guess, like, oh, whoa, was that actually Ye?
Now all you have to do is record reference vocals and replace it with a trained model of any musician you like, which is exactly what I did. I found this Kanye style beat on YouTube. I wrote 8 bars and I'm gonna record them now, and then I'm gonna have AI Kanye replace me.
So before showing you the results of that, I would like to mention that he did covers of popular songs with this Kanye voice model, and they sound very convincing. Even knowing it's AI, it is pretty fucking convincing. Now, how this affects the music industry should be obvious, and he explains it there. You don't really need the artists to come in and do full songs anymore, and they don't even have to write the music themselves or perform it. They can just give you reference vocals, and right now, there's services where if you just have a minute of uninterrupted audio from anyone, it can make and train a pretty decent AI model on it that sounds pretty good. Now, imagine that extended to a professional level where, holy shit, it's going to sound very close to the real artist. That's alarming. You'll never know if the music you're hearing was actually created by humans or just AI. AI is actually extremely good at creating songs themselves. There's entire channels dedicated to just AI-generated music, and it can do pretty much every genre. And that even includes, like, metal. There's actually some pretty fucking hardcore AI-generated metal tracks out there right now. So, for the music industry, you could have AI make all of the songs and only rely on reference vocals. So you wouldn't even need to, like, pay an artist to perform or make an album. You would just pay an artist to come into the studio one time, or maybe even a handful of times if you really want, like, a perfect model, to record these reference audio samples, and then they would just use that forever to make full albums based on that. And that artist would never actually make the songs themselves. They'd just kind of be the face of it. Meanwhile, AI is doing all of it. And not to sound like a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, but I really do think this will end up being the reality of the music industry in the future, because it'll just end up being cheaper, like more financially viable for these major labels. Instead of hiring like bands or artists to make the music and perform it. They'll just save money by having AI do all of it and then just using the voice models they've trained. Because as this technology continues to develop, it's going to be easier to use and cheaper as well. So that's just my bold prediction here.
I got a fantasy that's beautiful, that's dark and twisted, but I attacked the whole religion all because of my ignorance. What was I thinking? That was some bitch shit. I lost Adidas, but I'm still Yeezy. Back in the kitchen, man, I'm a genius. Boys in the hood, just like I'm easy. Kanye, Wheezy, Southside of Chicago, life ain't easy. All praise be to Lord Jesus, Donda, please rest easy.
I got a fantasy that's beautiful, that's dark and twisted, but I attacked the whole religion all because of my ignorance. What was I thinking? That was some bitch shit. I lost Adidas, but I'm still Yeezy. Back in the kitchen, man, I'm a genius. Boys in the hood, just like I'm easy. Kanye, Wheezy, Southside of Chicago, life ain't easy. All praise be to Lord Jesus, Donda, please rest easy. Alright, let me cut it there.
Pretty spooky stuff, and I think it's understandable. A lot of people on Twitter were pretty unsettled by it. And I also agree with quite a few people on Twitter that pointed out that it's pretty diabolical to put a bar about Ye's deceased mother in here and then have AI Ye rap it for you. I think that's pretty weird. But it does lead me to something else I'd like to briefly mention, even though it's not directly related to the AI in the music industry per se. It is just AI voice models in general. I've talked about this a lot, but going forward, as these continue to become better and better, you can have these AI models say anything. So pretty soon, when you hear like audio recordings that are leaked of politicians or movie stars or something, you're gonna have to take all of that with a grain of salt, because pretty soon all of that's going to be very easily faked. I actually made a video showcasing some AI voice models for Obi-Wan Kenobi, for example, where he was talking about Ahsoka's orange pussy and how she was one of the finest meat Jedis, meat saber wielder Jedis in the entire temple and stuff like that. Like, it'd be very easy to just have these AI models say anything to try and get people in trouble or try and start shit online. Like, it could go easily beyond shit posting, where it's just like jokes, to a point where, you can really kind of fuck someone with it.
And keep in mind, this is the worst that AI will ever be. In just a few years, basically every popular musician will have multiple trained models of them. And also the UI, the front end of this, is all gonna get a lot simpler.
Again, he's 100% right. We are currently in the worst stage AI will ever be. It's only going to get better, and significantly better. It's already getting huge steps forward every couple of months. It just gets more and more mind-blowing what AI is capable of.
You're going to be listening to songs by your favorite artists that are completely indistinguishable. You're not going to know whether it's them or not. And I'm just starting to think of all the good, all the bad that's going to come out of this. I want to hear your thoughts in the comments, so drop those below.
Oh, I'll let you know what I think, all right. I'll give you a piece of my mind, and it won't be a comment. It's a whole video. I think there's not a lot of good that comes from the AI voice models in the music industry in particular. I don't see many positives. Now, I know there's people that will probably try and spin an argument that it's great because now you can have deceased artists still releasing new tracks thanks to the AI technology. So, for example, Michael Jackson already has a few AI voice models that are pretty good. So you could release new Michael Jackson tracks. But I would argue that's not a good thing. Like, that to me is kind of fucked up. He's dead. He can't consent to having new tracks come out post-mortem here. It just feels so creepy and disgusting, like fucking his corpse like a necrophiliac for the sake of making money off of new tracks from his name. It doesn't feel right. The artist is gone, and the music they made should rest with them. That's the music they poured their heart and soul in. They made that with their own blood, sweat, and tears. And to dig them up with these voice models and have them releasing tracks that they had no part in making is just, I think, wrong. I don't think that's a good thing. To me, I just really feel like that ruins and belittles all of the hard work they put into their career before they died. It just kind of dismantles the whole legacy, because then there's new tracks coming out that they didn't make and they might be shit. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of that. Let me give you another example, one that pertains very personal to me. Linkin Park. I love Hybrid Theory and I love Meteora. Chester Bennington has passed away, unfortunately, and I would be extremely upset if they started to use AI voice models in order to have Chester Bennington deliver vocals on new Linkin Park tracks that start coming out. They have recently released 2 new tracks, but those are tracks that were actually recorded by Chester himself. So those tracks still have the very human element to it that I can appreciate. So if they, 5 years from now start releasing new Linkin Park tracks with Chester Bennington doing the vocals, I wouldn't like that. I really would feel like that'd spit in the face of all of the incredible work that he had done throughout his career. So I don't see that as a benefit, and that's like the only argument I could see people making for a good thing that can come from the AI voice models in the music industry. Everything else I think is just negatives. You'll have significantly less people entering the industry because they have to compete with all of these mega corporations that are just churning out these massive mainstream hits that are all generated through these AI voice models, from the most popular artists of all time. It'd be very difficult to compete, and most people aren't going to get signed to a label because it'd just be cheaper to use AI in the first place. So I just don't see a whole lot of benefits to the music industry for this kind of AI implementation. Now, that's not to say that I think it should be banned. I'm never really on the side of banning things, especially when it comes to stifling potential innovations. Maybe I'm just a little short-sighted in potential benefits that this technology could have. Like maybe if the artist themselves wants to start using the AI voice models to help complement their work, or even, weave it in with their own, personality inserted into it, I could see that maybe working. But again, I just don't exactly know. But overall, I don't think it should be banned, but I also don't think it offers anything super beneficial to the music industry as a listener of the music. I only see the financial benefits to the companies, which I don't really give a fuck about the companies. My heart's not breaking for Universal Music, who has billions of dollars to spend and now just can cut corners using AI technology to fuck their artists even harder. I just don't see a lot of great things with it, but I do want to highlight the technology itself because holy shit, I cannot believe how quickly all of it is advancing. This AI technology is unreal, and I can't even imagine where it's going to be in the next couple of years. So just wanted to talk about it a little bit again, and that's really about it. See ya.
I'm about to hit you with some cold water and give you some shocking news here. If you're standing up, this is gonna blow you over like the big bad wolf on one of the little piggies' houses, so I hope you're sitting down. It's recently come to my attention that a lot of brands and big corporations run by soulless suits that haven't had a human thought run through their brain in 50 years have deemed me a brand risk. I'm not what they consider advertiser friendly. I'm as surprised as you are. When I got this information, I did what most men would do. I ate an entire can of spinach and I said, "Why I oughta." I was ready to teach him a lesson. It made me upset. I was personally offended and, I scoffed. I caught off guard. I understand the majority of my content isn't family friendly by normal standards. I recognize that there's very few families that are going to gather around the dinner table and throw on my latest upload where I'm talking about sucking my own dick or talking about that police officer who kept getting farts sucked out of her ass at the department headquarters and then got fired for it. I get that that's not like a traditional family style content, but I also don't view it as a brand risk. The reason I'm talking about this is we had cooked up a really fun collaboration with a big brand that I'm personally a huge fan of. Obviously, I can't say their name. I'll have to treat it like Voldemort here, though I would like to and just shoot some spitballs at them because they hurt my feelings, but I can't. But anyway, we had a really fun collaboration with this brand, and then we got word that they have no desire to ever work with us again because I posted our latest music video from The Gentlemen, which is Troy and I's music project. We've made music for years now, and our latest one is called Filthy. And I posted this music video only about a week before we had this collaboration set to go live. And pretty much 2 days after we posted this video, they sent us a panicked message letting us know they can't touch us anymore. Filthy was too far. This music video went so fucking hard that they canceled any relationship with us going forward. Now there's a lot to unpack here, but before getting into the meat of it and starting to digest it all and give you all the info, I would like to let you know that even though this brand may have fallen through, there's one brand that never will, and that's our brand, Moist Global. We have a new line that just now released today. Yeah, I know you can't help but appreciate this fashion statement right now, and I bet you're wondering, Charlie, where can I find a beautiful tank top like that?
Well, don't worry, your prayers have been answered. This is part of the Moist Global gym line, which is available now at moistglobal.com. It's got this beautiful tank top as one of the pieces there, which instantly just make you big and strong like me. We also have other selections available. It's a very wide, very great line, such as this beautiful sweatshirt here, which is extremely comfortable. That feels like being hugged by your grandmother if she was cloned 15 times and hugging you all at the same time. Then also these sweat shorts, which are extremely nice and very comfy. And this great workout shirt. If you're not into tank tops, there's this nice t-shirt here that you can wear instead. And then a pair of slides. I am a huge fan of slides, and I think these are fucking amazing. In addition to all the new gym wear, we did also restock the Happy Coat due to popular demand, so that's available there as well. So that's moistglobal.com. Get everything you've ever wanted. Now, this was the first time any of my videos has been named and shamed by a brand that we had planned on working with. A brand that reached out to us to do something big together. So it really was kind of, weird. Especially because I don't even see why it's that big of a deal. The song goes hard. The song is very clearly pretty extreme. It's graphic. It's silly. I'll go ahead and give you like the lore of the song. I've been really into listening to that kind of music, like Corpse Style. Also, Do Not Resurrect is another artist I've been heavily into. And I just kept spitballing the worst lyrics ever in that style for some reason. So I hit up Troy and asked if he thought it'd be fun to do, and he was super into the idea. So I started tossing him like the most alarmingly gross lyrics of all time, which eventually led to the name being Filthy. We were on the fence between Filthy and Disgusting, and I just think Filthy sounds better as a track, so that's why I went with that. And I do fully recognize that the lyrics come at you full throttle without holding anything back. They don't pull any punches. The opening line to the song is, "The shit I spit is grimy, I make her pussy slimy." Like, I get that when you're fucking 60 years old running one of these major Fortune 500 companies, you hear that and you're like, oh god, gee willikers, fuck, oh my goodness, oh my god. Yeah, I get that'll catch you off guard, but I still just don't even think that's a brand risk. Like, this is so far removed from what we were doing, I don't think it should matter, but, I'm already getting carried away. And maybe one day I'll even release the director's cut, because Troy had to, reel me in. He had to, simmer me down. Because I was a cauldron of grossness that was bubbling over. I was sending him lines to the point where Troy was like, we need to tone it down a bit, Charlie. I'll go ahead and give you a couple that I still remember off the top of my head. I'll go ahead and give you a sneak peek here of the Snyder cut of this song in the original form. One of them was, "Pee and poop is stinky, she's tugging on my winky, spitting in my face 'cause I like it when she's kinky." Another one, which is I still think straight fire, I think this series of lines go hard, was "Curtains of beef, vaginal queef, labia looking like a Christmas wreath." I think the one that broke the straw that broke the camel's back was one of them I sent to Troy had to do with squirting. And I had a couple different lines with squirting, and I can't remember which ones I was sending his way because it was just such a fucking flurry of lines I kept tossing his way. I think the one where he was like, wow, this is way too much, was the one that went something like, "We're fucking till it hurts, I'm thrusting till she squirts, she's sucking on my dick like it's a tube of Go-Gurt," or something like that. It was somewhere in that ballpark. This shit was unhinged. I do think Troy made the correct call, the executive decision to, take it down to a more acceptable level. Because nobody wants to hear that kind of shit, I don't think. Just imagine if we released the pre-alpha of that song and this brand heard that. Oh my god, the suits at that company would have actually just fucking died. They would have had a heart attack listening to those lyrics. They were truly going Insano style. I fully admit that. But I'm very proud of that song. And you know what? I fucking stand behind it 100%. I don't care if it lost this brand or 1,000 brands in the future. That song slaps. Filthy goes so hard. Troy killed it on that track, and I think we made something special in the best way. Yes, it's foul. It is ferocious, even violent points, and that's what art is all about, god damn it. So I'm super proud of the track Troy and I made. The Gentlemen are taking over in 2023, and Filthy is just the start. That's just a little appetizer to the incoming main course. Now, I would like to say, I just don't ever really understand this rationale of, because this person, gets a little explicit and vulgar in some videos, they're all of a sudden a brand risk. I don't do anything that I think is like risky for brands to associate with me. I'm not going out there setting fucking churches on fire or anything. I'm just a goofball sitting in his room and I'll talk about some silly topics or make a silly song about sex and shit. Like, I don't see why all of a sudden that somehow besmirches any companies that might want to work with me in the future. That just doesn't compute. Like, let's say this company wanted to make a song with Troy and I, then I'd understand it because now the song catalog is, you know, filthy, and then this collaboration. That would make sense to me. It's like, okay, I see why they really wouldn't want that because our last song is all about sex, and now we're doing a song with them, and I see why there'd be a, you know, maybe a conflict there. But what we were doing had nothing to do with the music that they had a huge issue with. And I don't think anyone would have associated their brand with the filthy song. It's just, I really feel like it's so disconnected from reality. And I also just hate this whole push for everything to be so fucking sterile and squeaky clean. Like YouTube releasing new Weenie Hut Jr. guidelines to profanity, and all of these advertisers wanting just the most uninteresting, inoffensive garbage for every possible avenue, instead of just making something that's entertaining, which I think should always be the focus for a brand first and foremost, because that's what people remember. If you're just going to release a fucking nothing burger, why even do it in the first place? You're not going to get anyone interested. At least just make it memorable or entertaining, at the very least. It's just a kind of frustrating thing that I've been noticing more and more now. And this one was really something special where they just point blank told us they don't want to work with us ever because we released a dirty song, which is baffling. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it to be an interesting and silly subject to talk about. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. This week I saw something so baffling that it's really genuinely making me question if the human brain is devolving, becoming smoother, less wrinkles. It's the case of the TikTok giant. For those that don't know, there was a TikTok creator who filmed a giant, mysterious figure on top of a mountain. Was it Sasquatch? Was it the Loch Ness Monster? Perhaps Goatman? No, he claimed that he had seen a giant. And TikTok absolutely ate that up. They devoured it like it was a full course of spaghetti and meatballs. Not only TikTok though, it then expanded to Twitter, where even more people started to believe that they had just seen irrefutable proof of a giant, because there was something on top of a mountain that was big. This whole thing is like a child believing the tooth fairy's real because when they put their tooth under their pillow, there's a quarter there. It is easily debunked and has been multiple times now, but then they just throw away the truth that's facing them because they prefer to live in the magic of there being giants walking amongst us here. It's a beautiful delusion, albeit very sad too, because people are also convinced that not only was this proof of a giant, it's proof that the CIA murdered the guy for filming the giant. I think people are at this point where they are legitimately believing everything as if we're back in the like actual early ages of humans. I saw on TikTok and Twitter, this blew up, the TikTok giant. God, what was the guy's name though? There was a guy on TikTok who took a video of a mountain and there was a big figure on top of the mountain. It's like, oh shit, it's a giant. And then people believed it. They're like, we've seen the proof, the giants are real. And now the person behind the account's not posting. The person's gone missing. So they're like, the government must have got him and killed him for exposing the truth. It's so fucking crazy how, like, I actually think there have been irreparable damage done to the human brain because of TikTok. These are people, adults, actual adults. Why don't I just pull up the Twitter account that was talking about it? Talking about how it's the truth, there was really a giant there, we've known all along, and now that this guy blew the lid on it, the CIA got him and killed him. And then the guy leaned into it, he made this video about how it's all fake and it looked like a hostage video, and they're like, oh my god, irrefutable proof, you can see that the CIA is making him say these things. Where's the original post? Here's the video in question though. Andrew Dawson, thank you. Oh, it's a giant!
Person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
I knew they were here. I've known all along the giants existed. They called me a fool. Also, it's dangerous to scroll in the comments, but I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm not even gonna bother with the Council of Cock being down there as a possibility. Someone went on like Google Earth. They went over that mountain and it turns out it's just a tower. It's just legitimately just a tower. But that didn't dissuade the believers. So, what they're saying is they must have built the tower after this video came out in order to hide the truth that there was a giant there. I shit you not. That was their explanation for it being a tower over there. They said that they made it. They put that tower in place in order to obfuscate. But this is what's on the other side. I think the top comment on this is still, the government put that there in order to hide the truth. I'm gambling, but I think I'm right with this. Okay, not the one. You another person that's trying to keep information no one cares about hidden. Everyone knows it was a giant, everyone still doesn't care. We care about the man being murdered for discovering it though. We don't trust you. Isn't that crazy? They think the government killed this guy because he caught a video of a giant. That is the human brain in 2023. He did exactly what I told you guys I wanted to do with this whole gullible TikTok brain rot. Remember when I was telling you guys my plan of doing like haunted videos around the warehouse where like chairs move on their own? He did that with this. So after he got that video, he made this video, where he leaned into it, exactly what I said I would do, in order to farm.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They were just fake. They were just strictly for it.
So, he leaned into it. He made this video like, it's all fake, you know, this and that, and he made it look like he was under duress. So people are like, clearly the CIA got to him. They're making him say these things. He did every single thing I said I would do with my farming of these fucking idiots. And they believe him fully. They believe he found a giant up here. And then the government killed him. It's so good. We live in an age where everyone has access to a video recording device at all times. Pretty much every nook and cranny of the world's been explored. And a fucking giant would be one of the hardest things to miss. And somehow, this is a confirmed giant, and it's just a coincidence that there happens to be a tower on the other side of this. Wholeheartedly believe it. This isn't even the biggest Twitter thread about it. There was a thread by this lady who's in her early 30s talking about how the government can't be trusted because they're killing us for finding the truth of things they don't want us to know about, citing this video as an example of the giant. And I believe the same woman also started talking about how they're killing people who are finding gnomes. But I may be getting her confused with someone else that was talking about it. People legitimately are believing in fairy tales again. We're going so far backwards. Charlie working for the government. I'm trying to keep you guys from the truth. You're not ready for giants. Those fucking bastards. Filthy monsters they are. I'm doing you a favor. You're not ready to... You can't handle it. Now, looking into it, there was an obituary posted for this individual from a local news source. So it is possible that he did pass away in early 2022, but people are attributing that death to a mysterious circumstance, and it being the CIA that took him out, like it was fucking Jack Bauer on a vendetta to kill this man because he had seen a giant. Why? Well, I don't know. That's not a question that ever gets asked in these situations. Just going through any natural thought process here and breaking it down, what would the government have to gain from hiding giants? Unless they have some kind of secret alliance with the giant tribe, there's just absolutely no reason they'd want to shut this shit down, put the kibosh on it. Or unless if you look at a giant in the eyes, it gives you eternal life or something, and the government's hoarding that to themselves, or their urine acts like the fountain of youth. Just nothing adds up here when you start connecting the dots. This isn't like a Men in Black situation where they're hiding aliens by going around and neuralizing everyone who sees alien activity, where the excuse there is they don't want people to panic. When it comes to giants, that'd be the hardest thing in the world to keep the lid on. Like the cat would get out of the bag so quickly. because it's a fucking giant. They're huge. They're enormous. This one, assuming Patient Zero here was truly a giant, this one was spotted on top of a mountain fucking 40 miles away. So you'd have a real tough time. You'd have your work cut out for you to keep that under wraps. It just, like, and even if there were giants, the existence of them probably wouldn't cause a panic on the same level as, like, aliens or anything. There's absolutely no reason for the government to be hiding the existence of giants. And I can't believe I even have to say that. I feel like I'm having a conversation with, like, the D&D club at a middle school.
I think that's that same vehicle from... Hey!
Now let's break down this little humdinger here. People use this video as proof that the CIA was hunting him down and stalking him because he made this video. He's very clearly leaning into it, if you ask me. But let's do a basic thought experiment here. How likely is it that this is staged? Very. It got millions of views, so there's real incentive to play on it. How easy would it be to fake? Extremely. All you need is your friend to sit in a car outside and then drive away when you come out and yell at them. Like, just look at the video. There's just a random car out there with their lights on. So if they're stalking, they're doing a terrible job. They're just sitting right in plain view outside of his house with their lights on. That'd be the worst tale ever. They would be fired from the CIA immediately because they're fucking terrible at their job. Like, at that point, the CIA might as well have a sign out there saying, "We're watching you. Honk if you like government surveillance." Like, this would be genuinely the worst stalking ever from the CIA. And then the guy comes outside and scares the car away like a flock of pigeons on the beach. It's an extremely easy thing to stage. Where's the proof that that is some kind of unmarked CIA vehicle and an operative in there stalking him? The video just starts where he looks out the blinds and the car's already just sitting there in front of his house with his lights on. I think this is so clearly staged in order to play off of the success of the giant video, because it got a lot of attention and a lot of engagement. Now, he hasn't posted on TikTok since 2022, and like I said, there is an obituary posted in a local news source, so it is very possible he did pass away, but I will tell you right now, I highly, highly, highly doubt the government had anything to do with that. Because, again, there's no such thing as fucking giants out there. Sorry to ruin Christmas, but it's the truth. It's a tough pill to swallow, but one you've got to grow up and take right now. I would love if there were giants out there. No one would be happier than me. I would absolutely be ecstatic to learn that giants really are out there and they're coming back. You know, and then they start their own sports league or something. It'd be amazing. I'd be super excited about that. I'd also love if there was a such thing as psychics and telekinetic abilities, as well as being able to form a Kamehameha ball in the palm of my hands if I focus real hard. I would love all of that kind of fantasy shit to be real. But it's not. So there's just nothing the government would do here about a man filming a video claiming he saw a giant, because giants aren't real. So they're not gonna fucking care. It's not like he actually exposed a government secret. They'd have no reason to go silence him. This is just a wild case of people believing anything and everything they see, for no reason other than they have fun believing it. And then they fight tooth and nail for it, even when they are faced with the absolute truth of what the situation is. It's wild. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Hey, I just wanted to say thank you all for joining us here today at the funeral service for FaZe Clan. They had a great run, one of the biggest orgs in all of esports, gaming in general, really. And now they're buried 6 feet under. I'm sure you may have taken a look at the FaZe stock price over the last couple days just to have a good, hearty belly laugh. This puppy is crashing harder than D.B. Cooper when he jumped out of that airplane. It's down to 42 cents and it's at risk of being delisted from the stock market itself. A 95.8% decrease. It is disastrous, and it only continues to get worse. A lot of FaZe Clan veterans have come forward with their horror stories about being in the org and everything awful going on behind the scenes, and it's honestly heartbreaking. Like, it is rough. It seems completely miserable, and just this sinking ship, this festering wound that continues to ooze pus. And it's all very public because now it's publicly traded, so more people can see it, and more members are coming forward. It's just a catastrophe. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit today because, I mean, all of you know, I own an esports organization, Moist Esports. I promise you there's no orgs doing it like we're doing it. We're the best goddamn org in the world. and we're also losing tons and tons of money. But the difference between us and FaZe is we know that. We're in it losing money with a smile on our goddamn face because the content is legendary.
Joel? Smell what the rock is cooking. It's the people's elbows. And Tombstone Pizza. Shut up, bitch.
It seems very, very unlikely. Couldn't
I'm
even
tired of digging holes, Grandpa.
Well, that's too damn
awful.
bad.
At least one of those kills. Nobody taken down and
I just chose 2 random clips from some watch parties we did recently. One of them's like a Rocket League regional, and then that one's actually from our most recent watch party for the Moist Moguls Valorant squad, our Valorant team, when we beat Shopify Rebellion last week. So, just quick moments that were on top of my brain. It's so much fucking fun. Yes, we lose a ton of money, but we're not at risk of closing anytime soon. In fact, we're only going more hog wild in the industry. But FaZe Clan is what we're here to talk about today, because it is just looking terrible for them. FaZe Tico recently put out a video putting them on blast, going over some things, and I kind of dove in detail on some of the stuff that I've learned in the industry and exactly what's going on over there. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. I would wager a guess that all of the original FaZe members are at the mercy of all of the suits that have been brought in and took control of FaZe.
How are you going to be the biggest organization in the world? Leaders in this scene, pushing this scene forward, pushing this industry forward, leading by example, and you can't even take care of your members that's been in for 12 fucking years. I've never claimed to be...
Well, it's because that's the whole space. It got infested with Silicon Valley types. They assumed aggressive control of these organizations, probably by flashing tons of money in the face of young men that established them, like in this FaZe example. You had these young kids, Call of Duty kids, see these like really established businessmen coming in, waving fat fucking stacks, and they give up too much control of the company, and before they realize what that actually means, they end up in a position like this where these suits have no fucking idea on what exactly the company even produces, what the product is. They don't care about the people in it. It's all supposed to generate money, and they don't know how to do that. So now you have FaZe being public, worth less than a stick of gum. They have no way of righting that ship. They continue to spend money on brand recognition plays, which don't equal money in the bank, so it continues to spiral out of control. We have seen it with so many fucking esports orgs now. 100%. It's a goddamn shame. Investors ruin everything, it seems. Well, it's not just investors. So a lot of these suits come in and try and like... I don't want to say like sell people on a delusion, because FaZe is the most well-known gaming brand. Like it's a normie brand. It's breached the normie market. Kids know it even like in school, right? So it does have brand play, and you would think that translates to money, but in this space it's unique where it almost never does. So they're losing so much money because they bought so many creators all at once and still had no idea what to do with them. Like, they spend tons of money on content. You remember, like, the millions they poured into, like, Be the Next FaZe member contest? And, like, no one watched it. They had, like, 200 peak viewers on that whole thing. It was, like, this live stream series that only got, like, an average of 50 viewers. Most of you don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Case in point. They spend so much money on things because they don't know what the product is. They tried to corporatize it, but outside of, like, the FaZe members, it was just suits trying to make number decisions that don't actually work. Like, it's so misguided. They have people at the helm that don't know the space. They don't know what they're doing. And then they shit on people that have been there since the beginning. All of that's been publicized. It sucks. I feel bad for them. They were young kids that got taken advantage of by the suits. Just greed always will be. Well, it's more than greed because it's super misplaced. For example, buying Snoop Dogg. What the fuck has Snoop Dogg done for FaZe, besides take one picture where he had a FaZe necklace? Has he even been in a single piece of content? That's a genuine question. I don't know if he has. Let me see. Fairly confident he hasn't been in a piece of content since the announcement. It looks like March 7th, when he signed, is the last thing he's been in for them. Like, that is a worthless spend. Completely fucking worthless. And I guarantee it was an equity play. I guarantee not only did they pay him, they gave him stock in FaZe. That's fucking worthless. He doesn't do anything for them. But they think because it's Snoop Dogg with a name like that, somehow him being on board is going to translate to money in the bank to start getting more in the green. Somehow, magically, but it never does. And then all of their esports teams are a huge expense. Even when they're good, they still don't make money off them because the salaries are so expensive, travel is so expensive, and unless they're getting first place and they're taking like 30% of the prize money, it doesn't offset the cost of what they're spending. So they're tossing even more money into the fire pit, and then they have like 90 creators and like a crazy large content team that produces shit that no one's watching. Like they have no way of making money. They're so fucking trapped.
The only contract I've ever had with FaZe, guess what contract that is? The only contract I ever had.
80-20. 80-20.
The Tfue contract. It's the only
80-20.
contract I ever had with FaZe.
Yep.
As I was publicly defending FaZe on Twitter, everywhere, about that whole situation, I was in the same contract myself.
The Tfue contract was a big drama, if you guys don't remember. Tfue publicized his FaZe contract. It was extremely predatory. FaZe would keep 80% of everything he'd ever make. He only gets 20. At least, I think it was 80. Might have even been more. It was 80 or more of everything Tfue does or whatever. They get 80+% or whatever, and he only gets 20. That was the contract. Somewhere in that ballpark. I'm pretty sure it was 80-20. 80 to FaZe.
For free, by the way, while you sell the drop for millions and millions and millions of dollars. You can't even pay me.
I've talked about that before. This isn't actually an exclusive FaZe problem with what he just said there. A lot of big orgs will force the creators that they sign in the org to do their ads for them, and they get nothing. So, I'm not going to say any names, it's not worth it. A lot of orgs, when you sign a creator, they now become your marketing vessel. So if you have a Chipotle deal for your esports org, that deal will now extend to all of your creators, but they don't get that money. So they'll do the ad for you, and you take that money. It's part of them being a part of your company. That's the benefit to the company. So they'll do an ad for Chipotle for free, and the org's the one that actually takes in the money. It's a huge problem. That's something I've talked about before as well. I think that shit sucks. I think that shit is trash. The fuck is up with all these high-end orgs? Like I said, they don't know how to make money in the space. They don't. Nobody does. It is an industry that bleeds money, and these suits came in because they saw this crazy fucking like 15x multiple in the industry for some fucking reason because all the numbers were so inflated. They came in, you know, dollar signs in their eyes and thought they could make so much cash off it and quickly realized they can't, and they don't know how. So they desperately started making very greedy, predatory decisions, which leads us to today, and they're still losing tons and tons and tons of money.
I just owe you something because it's such a fucking privilege to be in FaZe, right? I've been in this fucking gray zone where
that's how the orgs get you.
Because like, no, obviously I'm not nearly as important as these guys, but I'm also not getting paid for anything I'm doing. I'm just in the middle. Hey, you're a valuable.
For what it's worth, though, Tico, they're also not getting paid. So like the other members he mentioned, like the other co-owners, when Tico's doing those free ads for them, they're doing the free ads too. And FaZe itself, the org gets the money, but it doesn't offset the cost, so it's still just zero. They still aren't getting shit from it. It's a complete fucking wash. Does FaZe have Bronny? I'm pretty sure FaZe has Bronny. LeBron's son? Yeah, they do have Bronny. I thought so. All of those people are probably not only on payroll, but also own shares in FaZe, like he mentioned. And significant ones, too, I imagine. Which is fucking worthless. Worthless! The actual idea of getting a celebrity involved in an esports org is cool, but only if that celebrity is actually going to be active in the org. Like, I have no doubt, in particular, Lil Yachty could have been huge for FaZe. And actually, I think he did do quite a bit with FaZe for a little while. I don't know if he still does. But, like, that can work. You bridge the gap between normies and your org. And if that normie lightning rod, like Lil Yachty, is enthusiastic about the org, a lot of good can come from that. So it's not a bad play, but they're choosing the wrong partners and giving way too much for it.
And the first way in for me is me having to invest $50,000 of my own money. And even in that whole process, they fuck me over. So I'm asking you, this is not a video where I'm gonna...
Damn, that's unlucky too. That 50K would go a long way right now with FaZe public stock and the absolute shitter. Unlucky. That 50K, I bet, didn't even buy him a full percent. Probably not even close to a full percent. FaZe used to be valued at $1 billion. Yep, FaZe used to be valued at $1 billion before going public. I think it was actually right before going public. And now it is valued at, I believe, 30 mil. Let me double check. So I exaggerated. It was worth just shy of $1 billion in October 28th of 2021. So not that long ago, a roughly $1 billion valuation. Oh my god, that's another thing that I've talked about a lot. So since all of these orgs have been taken over by these corporate zombies, they do not give a fuck about any of the teams at all. Even when they take first place, you'll be lucky to get a tweet out of them. You'd be so privileged to get like a tweet out of it. Because it doesn't matter. They don't make fucking money off of it. And they're realizing that now. Even when they take first in a major, they don't make anything off of it, and it pisses them off, and they can't figure out how to monetize it. Show them. What the fuck do you mean? I don't make any money off of it. But Ludwig and I know that. Like, Lud signed up, no, he knew our financials. He knew how much we were losing. And it's a lot. But the difference is, we know. But the thing is, it's fun. The content is unreal. That's why you see creator-led orgs are kind of working. Like, it's not just Moist. You have KC. Carmine Corp is killing it. I think Carmine Corp is actually almost profitable, which is unheard of in the space. Carmine Corp is led by French streamers. Well, mainly a French streamer, Kometo. And they fucking kill it. They're doing amazing. And now you have Disguised Toast with Disguised in Valorant. I think even XQC's toying around with the idea of getting in the space. Like, the creator-led orgs are really like the only viable way right now. Because, like, it's content. The product is content. TSM is still doing well, yeah. TSM still remains profitable even with the FTX collapse. 100 Thieves remains profitable because of their merch and their acquisitions on the business side. TSM is like a unicorn in the space, though, for sure. TSM is like absolutely somehow able to do it really well. 100 Thieves is really smart with their business acquisitions. That's another big thing I've talked about. A lot of these, I think people have kind of got privy to it, so I don't think they do it as much anymore. But when we were first getting into space, it wasn't uncommon to see these contracts extend to anything involving their talent. So, we'd even seen a contract that took Twitch sub revenue. Totally unrelated to the org. Like, if you were a streamer that joined the org, they were entitled to some of your Twitch sub revenue. Which blew my fucking mind. Blew my mind. Like, it's totally unrelated to everything involving the org you're signing with. It was so shady. It was so fucked. But that just shows how desperate they were to somehow try and get green. There was no links they wouldn't sync to. Yep, none of that is surprising. I think all of that's... I think Rain also talked about that a few months ago. All of that's pretty much exactly what everyone already kind of knew was happening at FaZe. Not surprising at all. Sad to hear, though. Oh yeah, you know what time it is. It's time to roll on out of bed, get a good stretch, get some cereal in your system, sit down and see the latest in the Logan Paul CryptoZoo scam situation. I don't think there's any need for a Dragon Ball Z recap of what's happened up till this point. I think we all know, but I'll give you the briefest rundown. YouTuber CoffeeZilla exposed Logan Paul for a massive crypto scam he was running, telling the story of many victims who lost tons and tons of money on it. A lot of information came out about exactly how horrible this situation was. Logan Paul hiring literal criminals to run it with him, who stole $7.7 million. And after CoffeeZilla released this series of investigative videos, Logan Paul responded with threats against CoffeeZilla, talking about taking him to court. He then made a podcast episode doubling down on everything he was saying. He never defended himself. He didn't attack any of the claims. He didn't provide any evidence to prove that he's innocent. He just kind of kicked in the door, walked up like the Undertaker. He's like, CoffeeZilla, he's a sham. He's a little man. And just like a little man does, he does little man things. And I'm a big boy, I'm Logan Paul. So fuck that guy. And that's it. Like, that's his whole thing. He just kept attacking CoffeeZilla's character without ever even addressing the evidence that he provided. So obviously the first two responses didn't go over well with anyone at all. Not a single soul on this planet. So after that happened, he released a third apology video where the attitude was very different. He was singing a completely different tune. He backpedaled on everything he said about CoffeeZilla, even thanked him for the investigation, said he's dropping the lawsuit, which is probably the smartest thing he's ever decided to do because his face would have been used as toilet paper to wipe everyone's ass in court if he actually went through with that defamation case idea. But anyway, after the apology video was posted by Logan, CoffeeZilla responded to it last night, going over some of the things that he talked about that are good, that are actually helping some victims that were affected by the scam, but also some things that really fell flat. So I think it's a very interesting breakdown, and I think it's a very fitting conclusion, and I still hope that more is done to help the victims of his massive scam, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. The gift that just keeps on giving. So this is the follow-up to everything. Logan Paul made his big statement talking about like that $1.3 million. Well, you know what? I'm sure CoffeeZilla will cover all of it here.
Well, it's finally over. Logan Paul apologized.
CoffeeZilla, you're slimy.
And we all forgave
He is
him.
a lopsided journalist with an...
Turns out it's actually on his secondary channel. That's why I couldn't find it. It's entitled, Thank You, CoffeeZilla. It's the third response from Logan Paul.
I love this intro. CoffeeZilla's coming out here with the fangs out. He's got his claws drawn. Yeah, I mean, third time's the charm, though, for Logan. He really nailed it on this one. He's a saint again, back in our good graces. I bought 5 bottles of Prime just to celebrate. He's a new man.
CoffeeZilla is not a criminal.
Oh, that's a relief. I thought Logan was going to hire me. But in all seriousness, this video does have some major admissions in it I want to go through. For
Banger.
one, Logan
Actual
apologizes
banger.
to me.
I called him. I apologized. My initial response to his series was that of fire and ego.
Not only that, Logan also pledges a $1.3 million refund plan for people who bought his NFTs. In addition to that, he also promises to finish CryptoZoo, which was left abandoned.
And then
He should just hire that YouTuber that did it in 4 hours. Call it a day, just... I paid this YouTuber an exposure to finish my crypto scam for me so I can continue to make more money off of this.
For example, I think if you are an outsider who is not affected by this scam and you wanted a reason to
That's what I
love
said.
Logan Paul again, I think this nails it. I mean...
That was one of the main things I said when he posted that. If you weren't affected by the scam, you don't know anyone that was affected by the scam, him posting this makes it very easy for you to be a fan again, kind of guilt-free. Like, oh... Okay, so some people got scammed, but look at how well he handled himself in this third apology video. So we can just move on past this. I'm not offended anymore, so I don't care if you guys are. I've forgiven him for you guys, so we're good.
Flat, because he doesn't adequately address the real victims of CryptoZoo, which I think they're rightfully angry about. And I wanted to spend some time talking about that because, again, they've been the heartbeat of this whole story, and they feel very differently about this response than Logan's core audience does.
Yeah,
they don't feel
that
like
sounds
nothing.
about right.
And I want to talk about why. Starting with the $1.3 million repayment plan. It doesn't even apply to the holder of Zoo coins at all. You get nothing if you bought this in-game currency. This refund only applies to current egg holders. So they can cash out that NFT for the initial mint price in crypto, which matters sort of because crypto has crashed a lot. So even though people...
Just to slide on in between your butt cheeks here, I'd like to further clarify on the repayment plan. It is good that there is something that victims can tap into to get some money back, but it's not all of it. It's not every victim, and it's actually only in specific cases for people that were affected by this. So with this $1.3 million repayment plan, it covers some losses for some people, but not all of it. And since crypto has crashed, the value of all of it's very different now. So people aren't going to be made whole, but at least it's something going back to some of the victims, which rarely happens in cases like this where a giant scam comes crumbling down. 9 times out of 10, it just results in the scammer being like, you entered the poop zone, you should have expected to get a little shitty. You know, and they just move on and just never talk about it again. So at least there is something coming back, but of course, it's not all of it.
The Zoo coins were most of this scam. I mean, that's where most of the money was spent. It wasn't just on the NFTs. It was on this in-game currency, which Logan seems to have no intention of refunding. And his response for why is pretty bad. He responds to somebody who lost $80,000 who told
Oh.
him, I hope this isn't just doing what you have to do technically to not get sued.
Oh, goodness gracious. Jinkies. 80K in zoo shitties? Oh, Ruben. Oh, that is painful. Oh, goodness.
Logan replies with a screenshot of his white paper and later explains to
Wait, hold on. Let me read that. Replying with just a picture from your terms of service or whatever is always just such a douchey thing. Because Zoo was created to support CryptoZoo and was not intended to be an investment vehicle, the contract doesn't include incentives for liquidity providing, although the largest... and then cuts off. Okay, so it's just, eat shit, loser. Should have read.
Paper, and later explains to another member of the Discord, I believe there has been a misconception here. As outlined in the white paper, Zoo was created to support CryptoZoo and was not intended to be an investment vehicle. When you sold or bought is not my decision. And look, to be fair to him, there was a misconception that Zoo was an investment vehicle, but it's a misconception that he created.
And he's also not wrong. You shouldn't have bought in the first place. Like, I don't know what drew you to it to begin with. You must really love a picture of eggs and a picture of some animals. Like, he is not wrong. He wasn't the one that forced you to buy in and waste 80,000 doubloons on it. But very douchey, considering you were the one that scammed him and got him to bite into it.
Based strictly on the value of said investment vehicle. Quote, rules for selling. No
market
selling
manipulation.
Until a $200 million market cap. So I think it's fair to say if Logan's own team were buying Zoo coins early, waiting for them to go up in value to a certain level and then selling them, that sounds like an investment vehicle, albeit a very stupid one. Be, quote, abandoned. Will everyone who minted be able to get that refund or just the current owners? Now, in reply to this, someone in the Discord said, if you sell, you lose common investing knowledge.
Or if you invest in CryptoZoo, you lose common sense knowledge. But I mean, again, that is a cold, hard fact that he just dropped onto the table. He slapped his meat down and said, if you bought into this, you sold, you lost. He is correct. But it is still, once again, Logan's fault because he peddled a non-functional scam that was abandoned for a fucking year and a half.
And Logan replies, seeming to agree with this idea. In another Discord exchange, Logan says, please do not put any more money into CryptoZoo, which, by the way, is quite reasonable to say.
Yeah,
but then somebody follows up and says, guys, can someone explain what he said with not investing? But rather than replying, oh, guys, I just meant like I don't want anyone else losing money, or, you know, I don't want anyone else recklessly gambling. Logan replies instead, quote, I will no longer be the scapegoat for anyone's financial decision.
Woe is me. Oh, man. I'm so tired of being the scapegoat for my scam. Damn. The Matrix is out to get me here, and I'm tired of it. No more of this. It's your fault that you fell for my scam. Idiots.
He doesn't seem to see anything wrong with advertising a game that will make you money, it never delivering, millions of dollars being stolen by criminals he hired. And then when all of those people want their money back, he feels like he's the scapegoat. Like, oh, these guys shouldn't have believed me when I advertised to them a fun game that will make you money.
True.
It just doesn't make any sense.
How could these fools have played into my trap when it was so obvious that it was a fake garbage scam to begin with? Why should I feel empathy for these plebeians? I hired 3 criminals to run this and they stole from me. I'm the victim, not these pores that put money into my shit. So why should I be bothered to help them? Fuck you guys.
I mean, Logan had a simple job to do. All he had to do was just come out, apologize, get as much money back for the victims as possible. But he himself can't help but play the victim here. In fact, I have a third example of how Logan might really feel, because Logan tweeted right before his response. He says, quote,
shit was
the
awesome.
Matrix is real. Pray you never become its target. Now, I guess he's trying to channel Andrew Tate here unsuccessfully, basically saying like,
Andrew Tate even fucking
I'm
dunked on him
attacked,
for it.
not because I did anything wrong or scammed anyone. I'm just too much of a truth teller. I'm just an enemy of the system. That's why I must
he revealed too much.
But if that's the case, we then have to wonder, who's the Matrix though, Logan? Like, is it your fans who got robbed? who are the agents coming after you? I know it's not me.
So I'll explain it. Logan, with his back against the wall, does what he does best. He tries to parrot literally anyone else's belief. All he did was grift into something that he thought might be able to earn him some points to get out of it, so he went with the Matrix angle because it's such a hot button thing with Tate and all that. What he failed to realize is that literally no one is on his side, so that became even more of a goofy, delusional attempt at saving face. The guy scammed, point blank, hired 3 criminals, which he himself admits, and he still had the gall, the chutzpah, to try the Matrix angle, which even summoned the Matrix man himself, Andrew Tate, to shit on him for it publicly, further burying Logan's head in his ass. It's such a poetic disaster of PR. He couldn't make a good move. I actually still do believe Logan Paul doesn't have any thoughts of his own. I don't actually think he believes anything in his own mind. He just tries to pander. And he chooses any position that is the easiest and most potentially safe position to take.
I didn't want to release it at the time because I thought there was a better chance at getting a good ending for the victims here if I was a bit more diplomatic with Logan at this critical juncture when he was deciding whether he was going to give money back or not.
At the end of the day, the whole purpose behind this entire thing was telling the victim's story, so anything that could result in them getting their money back is the optimal outcome. That'd be a mission accomplished.
Which, by the way, I think some of them are. In fact, I just saw a lawyer on YouTube, Attorney Tom. He's going to start the legal process going after Logan using stuff like the arbitration clause in their terms of service. So I just wanted to say, if you're a victim of CryptoZoo, it's your support that made all the difference and got the victims at least something. So that wraps it up. Thank you for watching.
Imagine Logan comes out and just like, you know what, fuck you guys. You didn't suck my dick hard enough for my benevolent actions here. I am going to sue CoffeeZilla. Fuck you. I feel like it'll happen. It won't. He knows there's no shot he can do that. He would lose even more should he decide to, for some reason, reignite the lawsuit. Just a bullying tactic he never intended to sue. Well, the tactic isn't the threat of a lawsuit. The bullying tactic is when people like that have a lot of money, they can take it to the next step and cost you money to defend yourself. That's the bullying. It's financial bullying through the lawsuit. So him just saying, I'm going to sue you, well, it doesn't really do anything. Now you just look like a weak bitch. You didn't. The tactic that's been used by other YouTubers like BritBoy is, I'm suing you, and then you take it to the next level where you actually do start putting in the paperwork. So then it adds not only a financial burden with getting a lawyer to represent you, which costs money, it then takes a mental toll because of the stress of having to defend yourself legally against someone like that. So that's where the actual bullying is. Or BitBoy Crypto. Sorry, not BritBoy. my bad. That's where that comes in. Oh, Carl. Carl is another great example. Billy Mitchell going after Carl. That's another example of that same tactic that's being used. Yeah, Billy Mitchell is notorious for using that. I'm sure you've all heard the expression, fake it till you make it. But today I want to take a look at what happens when all you do is fake it without ever making it. You end up like this loser we're about to take a look at today. A guy who has become a complete parody of self-confidence, but without any level of self-awareness. He portrays himself as an extremely successful, extremely rich guy that would have no problem at all stealing your wife right out from under your nose. It's beautiful stuff that he talks about.
Take you, for example, and me, and we both pull up, and we go to your girl. Odds are, I'm gonna take that bitch. If you compared me to you, you're not gonna win that battle.
Bro's out here rocking that man-dark body type and acting like he, for some reason, be able to take your girl just because he rolled up in a rented McLaren. This guy's entire personality is money. He's like a real-life Mr. Krabs, but with even skinnier arms. So he believes because he has money that he's entitled to women and women find him irresistible. You can tell by looking at him this was no jock in high school. This wasn't exactly the prom king. Yet he pretends that he is now. He talks about how successful his businesses are now. He has a 9-figure business. He has all of this money. Though I don't necessarily take him at his word, because I just don't believe a fucking word this guy says.
So the next time you think that your girl's on lock, I got the keys to the castle, motherfucker.
I have no doubt he spent hours trying to cook up that finishing line right there. The keys to the castle. Now, why I don't believe him about the success of his business is because the only thing he shows that's worth money is his car, the McLaren. He's made like 1,000 shorts about how much money he spends filling up a McLaren's tank, or how often he drives his McLaren, and that is the only thing worth a lot of money that he's ever shown, at least that I've seen. So that leads me to believe that it is 100% rented, or he really dumped all of his money into that one vehicle in order to portray himself as a successful businessman. He did a little house tour, and it's very humble living. It's a nice place, but it's not exactly like a super mega mansion you would expect someone with a 9-figure business to own. And he's not wearing a ton of ice or anything like that, and he's clearly a guy who loves to flex because he's always talking about his wealth and his success, yet the only thing you can ever see from that is that McLaren. Now this may be like a tinfoil hat conspiracy, but I truly just think he either rents it for these videos, or even more depressingly, drained all of his finances to make that big purchase with that belief that this car would be enough to convince people that he has a lot of money. Like, he specced all of his points into delusion here and is just letting it rip. Like, this McLaren means I'm successful. I gotta fake it till I make it. This is how I do it.
Ah! Here's why the gym does not matter. I'm tired of guys that are like, oh, you know, I'm going to the gym, I'm trying to get fit. I feel like I have a pretty decent tone.
Did douchebag Slenderman get you with that jump scare in the beginning? So this is his rant about why going to the gym makes you a fucking idiot. Because he's skinny and insecure. So you going to the gym is offensive to him. It's pretty pathetic. You don't want to go to the gym, that's fine. Buddy's out here built like 2 french fries duct taped to an uncooked spaghetti noodle. And if you're happy with your body there, that's absolutely fine. But why shit on people that are going to the gym? He makes a whole rant about why it's stupid to do it, which is laughable.
I don't need to go to the gym, because you pull up to the gym making less than 10K a month, pulling up in your bullshit fucking Corolla, and I pull up in my McLaren. It's not even a contest, dude. No one gives a fuck about your muscles. Most of the guys that go to the gym, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're fucking stupid. All that pre-workout that you're taking is making you more stupider.
So unless you're making over 10K a month, you don't have the right to go to the gym? Like, he's not even making a point. Like, he's not even saying, like, the time you spend in the gym, you could be spent learning how to drop ship things from Alibaba. Like, he's not even, like, trying to make some kind of point. He's just like, you're stupid for going to the gym because you're making less than 10K a month. He actually sounds like he's about to cry. You're stupid with your dumb muscles, dumb muscle man. Like, what in the crazy insecurity are you going through right now to think that this was a good idea?
Here's why you gotta break up with your girlfriend if you're not making 6 figures a year. Brutal honest truth is that girls need a man who can protect and provide for them. If you're not making at least 10K a month, how the fuck are you gonna protect and provide for your girl?
Man's out here boofing crazy pills. You don't need to be making 10K a month in order to protect your girlfriend. You have absolutely no meat on your bones whatsoever. The only foe you're equipped to handle is if the gingerbread men from Shrek tried to attack your girl, then maybe you could fend them off. But everyone above the age of 18 and weighing more than 100 pounds, it's going to be a tough tussle. And making more than 10K a month doesn't enable you to magically protect her better. If someone's making a ruckus and you're trying to stop whatever's going on, the amount of money you have isn't going to do anything for you. You can't just be like throwing money at it like, get away from her, you scallywag. She's with me and I make more than 10K a month. Here's money. Like throwing it all over the place to get them away. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's just pure delusion. Now, I guess, like, he's not wrong. If you make more money, you can provide more, I suppose. But what the fuck does that have to do with anything? So if you don't make 100K at least a year, break up with your girl.
It's cool that she's sticking with you right now because you're trying to build yourself. But at the same time, if some guy like me comes up and gets in the way, she's going to choose me over you because I can provide more. In this feast or famine world, women will always pick the best case scenario because they don't want to get hurt. And you being broke as fuck definitely hurts.
What hurts more than being broke is being broke but pretending you're not, like this guy. It's so... I don't know if he actually believes the shit he's selling or if it's only to try and get people to, like, sign up to courses or anything like that. I'm really not sure if he actually, like, loves the smell of his own farts or if it all is an act. I couldn't tell you. Either way, it's to further the goal of making money off the back of desperate people who see this and think that this guy is actually super successful and is trying to give them the secrets to success. It's all just another guru scam, but... I find him particularly entertaining because he's doing the bare minimum. He didn't even bother to invest in his own body to look the part, so he's not in good shape. He didn't bother to even really pretend to have a lot of money aside from that McLaren that he shows from time to time. And he's just saying things that other gurus say. And I don't know if he's actually found real success. I know he has quite a bit of botted engagement that I've seen online, at least as of everything I've been able to research from it. But other than that, I don't know if anyone even believes his act. I would be surprised if they did, because he's very bad at it. Also, just to explain why there's driving underneath his video, it's because it's a TikTok thing where everyone needs perpetual stimulation, constant jingling keys, so for any video where it's talking, they play like Subway Surfers or anything engaging a game underneath to keep viewers' attention. It's pathetic. TikTok has absolutely rotted brains where people need like absolute activity at every single moment. They can't just listen to talking on there.
So if you always wondered what dating an entrepreneur looks like, this is what the fuck it looks like. I don't cook, I don't clean, I got whiteboards all over the place. My setup's there, this is like my sanctuary. No one fucks with me here. As far as a fridge, it's pretty fucking awful. So I got beer, Happy Dads, Gatorade, oh dude, Bel Air bottle, champagne. I got these Dunkin' Donut iced coffees, and then for dinner I'll go to the pier and like have dinner. I will never fucking cook. This will never be used. I don't even know why I have a fucking mitt.
And here's the look at the house I mentioned. It's clearly a cozy spot. It's a nice house. It's not a super elaborate house. This is not a mega mansion or anything like that. So if he's a super successful 9-figure guy who loves to flex everything, why would he be living in a house like this? It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't really track. I also love the whole whiteboard thing. He probably watched one video on like, it's important to write down your goals or whatever as an entrepreneur. So he bought like 9 whiteboards and hung them all up and filled them with gibberish nonsense. I tried zooming in on the frame where it focuses on a whiteboard, but I couldn't make it out because his handwriting looks like he wrote it while he was getting hit by an earthquake. So it's completely illegible for the most part. But I'm pretty sure one of them was agility. And he had a check mark next to it, meaning he must have done like agility drills, I suppose. I could be reading it incorrectly, but I'm almost positive it said just agility on one of them. Maybe it's like RuneScape goals and he's like skilling right now, so he's working on agility and he checked it off once he got like a certain amount of XP. I don't know. Very goofy regardless though.
Here's just a couple of signs that your girlfriend might be cheating. Number one is she's not texting you as readily as you've used to.
Easiest way to tell if your girl is cheating is, did she ever find that you bought this guy's course? If she did, she's absolutely cheating. No doubt. And you deserve it. Why the fuck would you buy a course from a guy like this? It's so embarrassing. Like he actually just went to like WikiHow and just started copying articles on like how to tell if your girl is cheating, 7 life hacks for that, and then he just starts regurgitating them here. But anyway, I could go on and on. There's so many embarrassing shorts he's made, but there's no reason to just keep going over it. I just wanted to showcase some of his better ones here and talk about it a little bit. That's about it. See ya. It's finally here. A response more hyped up than the Avatar sequel. Logan Paul is addressing the massive 3-part investigation conducted by CoffeeZilla, exposing CryptoZoo as a potential scam. Logan Paul was not too happy about that nomenclature, so he made a video pretty much doubling down on everything about CryptoZoo never being a scam, while admitting to hiring criminals for the team and trying to poke holes in CoffeeZilla's credibility, but without ever providing evidence for why CoffeeZilla's no longer credible. It's not the best response, but it was enough to win over a lot of people's trust somehow, even though Logan Paul never actually addresses any of Coffee's claims with the evidence Coffee provides. Instead, he fixates on a couple of small things, none of which actually contribute to disproving anything from CoffeeZilla's video series or his year-long investigation, and instead just kind of serves to assassinate CoffeeZilla's character, and then throws the condom on the floor and says he's taken CoffeeZilla to court. I'll see you in court, bub. He makes it clear that he will be pursuing legal action against Coffee for this investigation, so overall, very curious to see how this all plays out from here. I'm going to show you his response video as well as me going over it, because like I said, he never actually addresses any of the evidence-backed claims that CoffeeZilla provides from his investigation. He doesn't do anything to prove his innocence. All he does is talk about CryptoZoo's coming. I'll make sure of it. What's he gonna give us? Well, so far it looks like he's given us just barely enough nutrients to survive. Like, I'm still hungry. CoffeeZilla released a 3-part series on an investigation that spanned the course of a year. Logan Paul gave us a 7-minute appetizer that he's trying to serve us as the entree. Like, come on, there's no meat on these bones here. Let's ride.
CoffeeZilla. I watched your 3-part series called Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam, and like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money. While you're
I immediately already hate that start. CoffeeZilla's entire brand is all about exposing scams in the space. You yourself commended him for his work ethic and his, like, actual great content. And you have immediately wiped your ass with that phony statement. What an awful start. We are 7 seconds into this and it's already a terrible start. You've already exposed yourself for one lie already. You called yourself a fan and how Steven always gets it right. Until now. And now all of a sudden it's all about views because of your name. Yucky.
For views and money. While your work used to be impartial, your addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment and you've made very real errors with very real repercussions. Coffee,
Ooh,
you took a
like
shot
what?
at my reputation. So in this video today, I'm going to be defending myself with facts, something that you have gotten in the habit of twisting as you continue to morph from an investigator to a gossip channel. You see?
Interesting. Because he gets like the whole story even from the people he's exposing. He directly talked to, like, Amio Talio for Paradox Metaverse and stuff. I am curious which ones he's referring to. That's a bold statement. Do you have anything to back that up, Logan? Is that in here somewhere? Spoiler alert, no. This is just a plot thread with no closure here. He says that he's been making very real errors as he's morphed into more of a gossip channel, yet provides nothing to substantiate that claim. No evidence. He just says, he's getting things wrong now. Source? I made it the fuck up. Trust me, bro. That's the source. Like, that is laughable. You can't state that, you can't make that claim and have nothing to back it up. Besides this situation, which you're claiming is wrong, what else? You're saying that now, as he's gotten more popular, he's no longer impartial, he's more of a gossip channel that's completely fine with getting facts wrong. Can you show me something that proves that statement from you? You didn't. Do you have anything, or are you just pulling it out of your asshole?
You see, CoffeeZilla tried to work with law enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than the Keemstar of crypto and finance. But as opposed to just telling you, I'm going to show you some of the core discrepancies that I caught.
Oh, that's such a big claim. Whoa, the legendary double fist into the butthole of wild claims with no evidence, huh, Logan? A bold maneuver. Now he says that he tried to work with law enforcement but was often deemed not anchored in truth or the work was speculative. Do you have anything to back that up anywhere? You making that statement piqued my interest, and I feel like I did more investigative work on me just being curious than you did for your whole response video, because I reached out to CoffeeZilla and talked about some of the claims here. And CoffeeZilla was as confused as everyone else when you talked about this one, about wanting to work with law enforcement. According to CoffeeZilla, he's never wanted to work with law enforcement, never has tried to, and in fact the only time he's ever had any communication with law enforcement is when they approached him to hand over some of his evidence on a case. So I don't know where the fuck this is coming from.
Code fled to Switzerland and held it hostage for $1 million. Well, his name is Zach Kelling. Surely, as the internet detective that you proclaim to be, you would know that he spent time in prison for multiple felonies, one for aggravated robbery, armed robbery at a liquor store, and the other for
Sounds like a good member of the Crypto Zoo
obstructing the
team.
legal process. I can see why you kept him anonymous.
Who we'll be calling Z here.
I guess, among many things, had not only an agenda, but a fondness for orange jumpsuits.
Why is he on your team? In fact, him omitting that detail makes you look a little more competent. Now that I know you hired a fucking criminal to work on the project, I have even less faith in you to make good choices. This doesn't discredit anything. At all, actually. This just makes you look worse.
Or did you just hear what you wanted to hear and moved on? Because even if you're lying to yourself, Steven, you still have to believe it. And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual?
That
like
is what I was
Zach
thinking.
Kelling? I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process, who has turned out to be a professional con man that I have since learned fooled billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees, and...
Hey, who'd you learn that from, Logan? Which source did you learn that information from? Surely it wasn't Steven, since you're talking about how untruthful and how often speculative and wrong it is, so surely you didn't learn that information from Steven, right, Logan?
invest in a cryptocurrency, was allegedly responsible for 2 rug pulls before you interviewed him. So either you missed that or you knew it and failed to let the public know. Why? Because it was a clear sign that he was also untrustworthy. You seemed 1 second of research would prove that to be false, as you can definitely hatch eggs and even breed your animals.
Click on that. Oh, we got a duck.
And as you pointed out in your fine print, cross-hatching was available on ETH at one point, but you perpetuated the opposite as truth with your chest out.
Basically, nothing worked.
And by the way, Guy, almost all NFTs are just pictures.
Oh, it's just a picture.
And Shirley is...
So the project sucks. So it's nothing new like you proposed. It is just, again, JPEG on JPEG, and that's it. It's not a game. You're right, NFTs are all worthless pictures, but you were proposing a game. In fact, your friend was like, oh, you're not even talking about this like a project. This is like a game. And your exact words was, it's a game. It's a really, really fun game. But now you're just here saying, it's just pictures. Which is the point everyone was making. It's not a game. It's more just NFT JPEGs that are just stock images. You're contradicting your own sales pitch. So I don't know about this guy. This guy could very well be super untrustworthy. I'll take Logan's word for it here. These were interviews with alleged victims of the rug pull. Now, even if this guy, and I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here, even if this guy is a very shady character, he could have still been scammed. It's not mutually exclusive, because he's not the only one. So among the thousands upon thousands of people you scammed, one of them happens to be a douchebag scammer as well. That doesn't discredit the whole point, though. There was like 12 other people he interviewed as well, but even the non-interviewed people, there were tons of victims. Coffee used him as a spokesperson. No, he had like 12 other people there, and he just had his testimonial as part of it.
Right? So why have you allowed the illegal recording of Jeff's phone call without his permission? And then more like an internet criminal, post it online.
And it was interesting, it was like,
Crypto King Jake stole $6 million. True or not, we had already removed him from the team when we realized Conman Eddie, lead developer, stole $1.7 million. True or not, when we learned he was a bad actor as well, while myself and Jeff sold nothing and made nothing as verified through investigation and the blockchain.
Jeff, Logan's manager, to my knowledge, never sold. Neither did Logan Paul.
I repeat, and illegal. I suggest you use the money you got from pumping your Patreon to hire a good lawyer. You're gonna need it. And maybe we could have...
Ooh, he's throwing it down! I guess to piggyback off that, why didn't you update the community on the project? Why didn't you talk to the community that brought all of this to light, who felt scammed for the last year and has lost tons and tons and tons of money on it? Why have you only ever sent 3 Discord messages, one of them right before posting this video? This is very easy to continue going back and forth with the finger pointing. If it's not a scam and you really are working on it, why the complete radio silence with your community? And even if he was, you can still say, hey, we're going through legal trouble, but we're still working on the game. We're not a scam. We're working on it. And what about the handmade asset, or the handmade art, which was proven to be stock photos? Is he going to address that? This is just too short to address all of the actual evidence that CoffeeZilla submitted.
Talked about this. If you had reached out to me personally, not my manager Jeff, who is not me, Steven, but the first time you did was on Christmas Eve after you released your series, so you could rely on false statements and unreliable people used recklessly. That's fine. You've denied my invitation multiple times. You're still invited. It can be a one-on-one. If not, we're going to handle this ourselves while we continue to build CryptoZoo, and I'll see you in court.
Amen. Damn, that was big. 7 minutes of fury, but not a whole lot of evidence on specific claims, just more broader things. So you hired 2 criminals because you didn't do any amount of background research. Why is there faith in CryptoZoo? Why should there be going forward? How about here? It's coming. How? Have you replaced the 2 criminals? But yeah, he did just he posted in the Discord for the first time in a year right before releasing that. So he has 3 messages in the Discord. One of them was yo, and then the other one was I'm sober right now. So he hasn't really been keeping the community up to date with what's going on, which is why for a year now everyone's felt like they've been scammed. 0 apologies, 0 addressing victims, and 0 accountability. Logan accuses me of not reaching out to him directly until December 24th, but doesn't mention I reached out over a year ago prior on Instagram. Not the optimal platform to get a response. But I also don't know how you're supposed to get in touch with someone like Logan Paul either if it's not through his manager. There's no direct means of communication that I know of. It was only after a year of not getting a response that he began calling his manager for answers about Crypto0 and got comically stupid responses. So now you're admitting like you just didn't see it. Which, I mean, it's through Instagram. It's not optimal, but like, it's not hard to believe that he wouldn't know how to get in contact directly with you if it's not through your manager. That's the whole point of a manager. He could have used Twitter. He's blocked on Twitter. Logan blocked him. Plus, Logan Paul's DMs are closed. I can't DM Logan Paul. No, I don't expect you to see every DM, which is why I reached out to your manager and explicitly said I was trying to reach you because I hadn't gotten a response. I mean, them's the receipts. I mean, yeah, Jeff read it. So, oof. What kind of people is Logan Paul hiring? Literal criminals. He admits to it. He hired a fucking criminal. Well, 2 of them, actually. Well, 3 if you count Crypto King. 3 criminals. He had Eddie, the professional con man, who is just a blatant con man. I don't know how anyone on Logan Paul's team could hear this guy's story and think for a second he's real. He claimed to have won the fucking 2018 Super Bowl at the Philadelphia Eagles and claimed to be like a hacker responsible for AOL hacking. And also a CIA operative. And also works closely with billionaires and shit. Like, it takes minutes to deduce that this guy's probably not the real deal. And then, I don't know why he ever teamed up with Jake the Crypto King. That guy is just an actual serial scammer. I hope that he does talk more on Impulsive because, like I said, he didn't tackle specific claims with evidence such as all of the text messages and all of the actual statements from the group meetings that I believe Jake the Crypto King provided, where it showcased his, like, the whole team's motives behind the project as well as market manipulation and then everything falling apart behind the scenes. He doesn't tackle the handmade art assets being just blatantly false and provably wrong. Apparently, I didn't do the research myself, but from all the evidence seems pretty cut and dry. He didn't tackle the actual specific claims on the project. He's going more big picture with it, but he focused in on some really small ones, I think. Again, this guy being a scammer and also getting scammed by Crypto0 doesn't really prove a point other than this one guy is a piece of shit who also got scammed by my project. He lost money on it just like everyone else. You shouldn't have been in your video. And that's fair. Definitely not a good spokesperson giving testimonials if he's also not a good person. But it also doesn't discredit all of the true victims that are there. But he doesn't prove his innocence here either. This is still a project that should have no backers. He hired 3 fucking criminals to run it with him. There's no amount of background checking, there's no communication, everyone did lose money on it. There is no reason that this should continue to exist. What he should do is apologize to everyone that lost money and just fucking refund their investments. Just eat shit on it and move on, if you want to continue to try and have a good reputation. Even if it wasn't designed to be a scam, which, again, all of those group chat messages as well as everything provided from Jake, I believe, seems like from the beginning it was designed to just be a money-making exploit. But even if that wasn't the point, everyone did lose money on it. It is still in a non-functional state overall for the majority of your users. Do you think there is anything Logan can actually take legal action on? I don't think so. I don't see how he could, if I'm being honest. I don't really think there was anything necessarily defamatory about CoffeeZilla's video, and I don't think that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the unethical I think it is actually illegal to record a private phone call conversation. He's going to go for that angle, talking about an illegally recorded phone call with his manager. So if he is going for something legal, I think that's the angle he'll take because he does have a leg there. But as for defamatory, I don't think so, since it was part of just like an actual open investigation that was publicized. Plus, I don't really think you're going to win as a crypto company that actually did have tons and tons and tons of victims that lost money on it. Not in Texas. It's not illegal in Texas. Is that right? I didn't know that. CoffeeZilla's in Texas. Well, yeah, that's why that would be relevant to this. No, it's probably not about winning. It's probably just about strong-arming because Logan has significantly more money to hire a legal team and bully for a long, long time. You're definitely biased, though? I would have been super open to Logan Paul somehow figuring out, like, how to prove all of that wrong. It's just the evidence was like pretty tight. It wasn't just like circumstantial nonsense. It was like very thorough investigation, man. That's not bias. That's looking at evidence and seeing this is, you know, not a lot of wiggle room, but I'm open to hearing. And I heard a couple of decent points. Granted, I don't think they're that strong overall. Like, CoffeeZilla omitted that one of my core developers is actually a criminal. Like, okay, he didn't say that. You are right. CoffeeZilla probably knew this guy was a criminal and didn't bother mentioning it. Though I don't think mentioning it makes you look better. In fact, I think it really makes you look worse. You hired him. You did no amount of information gathering or background checking. But you're right. CoffeeZilla didn't mention that. That was omitted. Or CoffeeZilla not doing his research enough on this guy being a scammer. Fair enough. That is correct. He is not someone that should have been in the testimonials as one of the victims, though, even though he probably did lose money on it. It's a scammer who got scammed. It doesn't discount the rest of the people who gave testimonials that did lose money, but you focused on one who is a bad person, apparently. That's fair enough. Yeah, CoffeeZilla probably shouldn't have had him in the testimonials. And then the egg hatching thing. I believe there was evidence about the egg hatching not being functional fully when the game launched. And I think in CoffeeZilla's video, he did say, like, they did eventually try and get that working, but it's still not in a fully functional state. But those are, like, the only points. And then this call being illegally recorded, which apparently is not illegal in Texas. And then he confirms what CoffeeZilla confirmed about Jake stealing, Eddie stealing, and Jeff and Logan never selling. He confirmed that. So CoffeeZilla was right. I think that was it, right? There wasn't anything else. Yeah. And then it was just about him, like, saying, we're working our ass off, it's gonna come out, it's not a scam, without providing any information on what exactly they're gonna do differently. You're gonna hire more criminals? It's just scammers scamming scammers. Yeah. That's exactly what it was internally. Again, another thing he didn't address was all of the group chats that are now public. He didn't deny them either, he just legitimately didn't even bother talking about it. Or any of their internal memos about market manipulation. It's enough for his fans who didn't watch the coffee video, though. Yeah, it is going to be enough for the fans, and it's going to be enough for the CryptoZoo backers who are still holding on to that, like, false hope, but... Here, just going through Twitter takes real quick. This seems kind of representative of most of the hive mind on it, so I'm just going to read it. Though this is just one person's opinion, kind of echoed in different ways. Logan and his team need to be held accountable for picking horrible partners, but to say he scammed when he didn't sell is insane. Just because he didn't sell doesn't mean that it wasn't a scam. Tons and tons of people lost money, and his internal partners did sell, making millions. Who's to say Logan Paul wouldn't have sold if it kept going? Plus, all of the group chat that is now public seems to have confirmed that this whole thing was just all about making as much money as possible and as quickly as possible on a bad idea. Still a scam. Just because it didn't sell doesn't mean it's not a scam. You 100% was going to sell if it didn't happen. Yeah, but that's just speculation. I don't know. I don't know if he would have sold. I will say the reason, one thing that definitely contributed to not selling is after Jake sold and made $6 million, the price, right in the shitter. So obviously he wasn't going to sell too. And then Eddie sold $1.7 million and then deeper into the shitter. So clearly he wasn't going to be selling regardless. I don't know if his intention was to sell, but it seems like the intention with the project, based on all of the group chats, was to make as much money off the audience as he could for the whole team. Didn't he make money from the egg sales? That I still don't really know. Even in CoffeeZilla, I was scratching my head because I don't know. I don't think you can say for sure whether or not he himself pocketed money off of the egg sales. That, I think, is still just kind of tough to say for certain. Watch the CoffeeZilla video now. It's a lot different with this context. What the fuck? He didn't context? What are you talking about? I guess in this one part where this guy giving his testimonial is untrustworthy. But other than that, it doesn't change the lens. The evidence is still there. He didn't tackle any of the evidence other than saying that one of them was unethically and illegally gathered through that recorded phone call. And that's really about it. Or that Z that he was talking to was actually a criminal that Logan hired. Like, it doesn't change the lens. How the fuck is Logan still sticking with Jeff? That I don't know. Jeff just sounds like an actually observable stupid man. Like an actual stupid idiot. I don't know why he keeps Jeff around. I don't. I really don't. I actually think Logan had no idea who was being hired. It was all Jeff, but Logan's gonna still take the fall for it because he just let Jeff run rampant like a dog off the leash. Hired 2 criminals, and then those criminals hired a criminal. So then eventually they hired all 3 fucking criminals. Like, I don't know why he keeps him around. He didn't say how it was a scam. I actually think a lot of children have too much easy access to the internet. What do you mean, explain how it was a scam? Like, what do you mean? The method of scamming was gathering as much money from people, talking about how fun this game is and how you can play to earn money on this game. And then the game comes out. The game isn't in a functional state for a while. Maybe it is now, perhaps. Logan seems to insinuate that it is functional. But regardless, it is worth nothing, meaning you did not play for a while. And now when you do play, you don't earn. So you just lose money. However, his team made, in total, $7.7 million off of selling. It's called Pump and Dump. Now, Logan and Jeff didn't sell. That is true. That didn't happen. But just because they didn't sell doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. There is a group chat where they were talking about money-making ways through the crypto space and copying a certain project that was very lucrative, and the entire conversation was always about making money off of Logan's audience. They then even get into market manipulation tactics, talking about what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day to not influence price too much. It's a scam. That is a scam. I don't know why I needed to break it down into the Cliff Notes for you. I don't see why that was necessary. But I hope we're all on the same page now. Now, Logan Paul is denying that this was ever the case. So he's not like apologizing to all of the people that lost money or anything. He's saying that with this guy stealing the code, it was a huge setback, and there's just been so much going on behind the scenes, and then Jake tanking it, and then Eddie tanking it. It's just been hard to rebuild, but he's been working super hard to bring it back. But he still is missing the big problem. Nothing was communicated to the buyers. They have been left in the dark for over a year. Logan Paul has made 2 Discord messages in a year. One of them was, yo, and the other was, I'm sober, shake my head. He made a 3rd Discord message 2 days ago, right before posting this video. There's nothing being conveyed to all of those people that lost a ton of money. So even if it's not, even if Logan Paul never thought it was a scam, there were very real victims that lost very real money on this project, all because of him. Do you think Logan will actually follow through with his court thing? Yes. I think 100% Logan Paul will follow through with the court thing. He has significantly more money than CoffeeZilla. He doesn't even need to win in court. He just needs to bully him. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. 100%. Why do you think Coffee declined Logan's invite to the podcast? Because he got invited right before Christmas. And then again, right before New Year's. Who's going to want to fucking fly to LA for that on his podcast? Of course he's not doing that. CoffeeZilla also reached out saying, hey, let's just do it over a video call. Why did Logan decline a video call, which is significantly easier and more convenient? So he could try and intimidate him. There's plenty of reasons not to go on Logan's podcast to talk about it. I think the obvious one, Logan completely controls what actually makes it into the final cut. Like, there's nothing to be gained there. Why not just do it over a video call on a stream? Literally anything. CoffeeZilla offered just a full video voice call so they can talk about it, which is very convenient for both parties. Logan Paul didn't even mention Dink Doink. Like, yes, I know. We all know Logan Paul has had some very shady shit. But this was focused on CryptoZoo, and he didn't address the evidence-backed, all of the evidence-backed claims from CoffeeZilla. He focused on just a couple of nitpicks, really. And then the broader picture of, I didn't sell, and CryptoZoo's not supposed to be a scam, and I'm committed to making it real and work and fixing it. He just posted the CryptoZoo's Twitter for the first time in a year. Yeah, the timing is really weird. That is so odd that now all of a sudden he's all in on CryptoZoo despite radio silence for a year. Just a coincidence, I'm sure.
You seem pretty biased. I'm so tired of that word losing all meaning. One side had evidence, the other side didn't. It's just that simple. I was very open to hearing how Logan Paul would attack the evidence, like maybe there was holes in it, maybe things are misconstrued or misrepresented, but he didn't. He didn't even address the things with actual substantial evidence. That's the whole thing. The word bias has lost all meaning right now. He discredited a witness, and that doesn't discredit him from being a victim of the scam, by the way. How many times do I have to say it? This guy, Emilio, can be a scammer himself, have a shady past, and still have been one of the many victims of CryptoZoo. It's not mutually exclusive. But yes, I agree. He should not have been in the testimonials for the victims. In fact, if he wasn't, Logan Paul would only have a single point in this video. Which is, you recorded my manager being a fucking idiot without his permission, and it's illegal somewhere. There would be absolutely no grounds at all for defamation. Plus, as he even mentions, he never made any money off CryptoZoo, allegedly. And he even says he never plans to make any money off CryptoZoo. When it comes to a defamation case, you have to prove damages. What was damaged? A reputational damage, I guess? Kind of a stretch, though, because the reputational damage is from the project failing, not so much CoffeeZilla's video. You would easily be able to argue that the actual reputational hit came from delivering or never delivering a product. I just feel like that's going to be tough. I like how he calls CoffeeZilla's videos an oversimplification when it's 3 parts of a year-long investigation and you release 7 minutes and don't debunk any of his claims. Yeah, he was the one that oversimplified the situation. Before being done with the topic, there is one more thing I'd like to say, and it's right here.
I can help understand. For years of personal reform, going through trials and tribulations, and busting my ass to evolve into a person that I can say I'm actually proud of, you led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience.
So, even before CoffeeZilla made this video, every single one of the investors of CryptoZoo felt like they had been scammed by a fraud named Logan Paul. CoffeeZilla told their story. They are real victims, lost real money on your project, and CoffeeZilla told their story and tried to give an explanation for what happened. This was not CoffeeZilla that started this. Even if one of those victims is shady himself, that doesn't discredit all of the other very real, normal audience members that lost money on your shit. Jake did nothing wrong, he was screwed over. There is no such thing as a Crypto King meat writer. There's no way I just read that. That has got to be a bot, no shot. That man is a serial scammer. Do I feel bad for Logan Paul and his team getting used by Jake? No, it's scammers scamming scammers. But Jake, the Crypto King, is legitimately one of the slimiest men the internet's ever had. He bounces from Pokemon scams right into NFT scams, CryptoZoo, like, the guy sucks. But at least in this case, he scammed scammers for the most part, but that also did have the impact on normal, real people who also lost money. So fuck him. He's not some Robin Hood who stole from the rich and gave to the poor. He stole from the rich and the poor and kept it for himself. Admittedly, I'm not a huge book reader, which I'm sure doesn't come as a surprise to anyone watching this, because if you just look at me, you probably assume that I'm some inbred, illiterate Florida man. But I can read, I just really choose not to read novels. I used to love reading the Magic Treehouse books, which I think still counts, but I think the last book that I read cover to cover was The Outsiders in 6th grade as part of a reading assignment, and that book slapped. But afterwards, I kind of just fell out of love with reading books. Maybe The Outsiders was so good that I knew nothing would ever live up to it. I couldn't really tell you, but from that point forward, I only ever read the Cliff Notes to books that we were assigned in school in order to pass the tests. Yeah, that's right. Can't put the genie back in the bottle now. I cheated my way through every single English class and assignment I ever received. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Throw me in jail? Statute of limitations, bitch. It's been like fucking 10, 15 years now since I've been in high school, which is such a sad thing to think about. I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, I don't read a lot of books, but over the last 2 years, I have been reading a lot of comics and manga. Mainly manga, to be fair. And I've gotten really into that medium. So much so that, as most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap.
Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. But the point of this video isn't just to toot our own horn about how amazing Godslap is. The purpose of today's video is to show you a wild comic series that I started reading, because it's a very long-running one. I think it's been going for almost 24 years now. It's called Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose, and it's got a lot of nudity in it. In fact, I would argue the focal point of this series is huge titties. And I didn't know that going into it. I started my comic research just looking for like long-running comics in order to like really dive in deep and follow a story along for a while. So I've read 54 issues of Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose, and I'll be honest, I probably couldn't tell you a single narrative plot point that happens across any of them because the focus is mainly on like pornographic material. However, there is one that I'd really like to focus on today because it's so wild that I just felt the urge to share it, because I don't know how popular the series is and I haven't seen anyone really talk about it, and I think this is just such a banger. Issue 53. I'll tell you right now, issue 53 is a fucking diamond. It's a masterpiece of art. It tells the emotional story of a ghost nurse haunting some woman's vagina and trying to get it back, to steal her pussy. So I'm not going to show you every page here, but I'll give you the crucial ones. So here's our 2 main characters. It's Crypt Chick and Skeleton Man. So their backstory is Crypt Chick died in a car accident, Skeleton Man feels guilty, and he was blessed with the ability to still see her, and now they work together for the sake of justice. And this crackshot team takes on a new case with these 5 clients, some ghost nurses. You'll notice they're bleeding, and they're bleeding in spots where body parts were taken from them. So while they were alive, they were organ donors, and, well, their organs got donated, and then they decided to change their mind, and they want those body parts back. So you can tell by my censoring, one of them got her vagina donated. This information startles Skeleton Man and Crypt Chick, and being the good guys, they can't let it slide. They plan on stopping them from stealing those body parts because it's no longer theirs. They donated it. You can't change your mind. It's in the contract. So they try and prevent them from killing the people that now have the body parts in order to get them back. Unfortunately, they're too late for the first victim. The first nurse pops in like the boogeyman here and rips the lips right off of this innocent woman's face, saying, "You're too late. I have already retrieved what I came for," as she dangles those lips like they're a fucking piece of Mr. Potato Head. He says, "You took her lips," to which she clarifies and corrects him, "My collagen. She used my collagen to inject into her lips. They are now mine again." Also, there's big tits on the page. The woman's lips were ripped off, but her titties are laid bare. So, I don't even understand what the real point of that is. That's not even like a sexy thing. This is a woman who's now dead because her lips got ripped off, I guess, which instantly killed her. You know, I'm no doctor and I'm not an expert on anatomy or anything, but I feel like if you get your lips ripped off, it's not just going to be like this instant death switch on the human body. It'll probably just be one of those things you'll be like, oh, fuck, ouch, my lips, ooh, geez, God, goodness, Jiminy Christmas, that hurt. I don't think it just like instantly kill her. But regardless, she has passed away now, rest in peace. Anyway, moving on, Skeleton Man is traumatized knowing that this is a real menace. He has to stop these undead nurses from taking body parts from the innocent women that received them. So, he tracks down the next victim, which is the woman who's received a vaginal transplant. And he knows this is going to be a race against the clock. So this fucking madman busts through her window like it's the DEA raiding a meth lab in order to warn her. So he shouts, "Samantha Brown, you have to get out of here. Your vagina is haunted." which is an absolutely iconic line. The fact that this isn't more well known is criminal. Now, not to be the Grinch that stole the vagina and took the magic away here, you know, I'm not trying to be like Scrooge and ruin the season, but let's take a deeper look at this statement. Get out of here, your vagina is haunted. Well, how the fuck is she supposed to get away from it? It's on her body. She pees from there. Like, it's always going to be haunted, even if she does take Skeleton Man's advice and gets out of there. Her vagina will continue to be haunted no matter what, so she's just fucked. Samantha clearly has a hard time believing him, so he tries to explain. You recently had an operation done on your vagina to make it look more jovial. Now a bunch of zombie ghost nurses are coming to take it. You have to leave now. To which Samantha says, get out of here, you're crazy. But then the zombie ghost nurses show up to confirm what he's just said. No, he's not. And Samantha Brown says, oh my god. Now the story has reached its climax, and so have the readers, because in the following page, the zombie ghost nurse rips her panties off, and it's just, you know, full pussy action, tits, the whole nine, and then she cuts her vagina out. So, that's pretty much where the story ends. Crypt Chick gets jumped by the other zombie ghost nurses who strangle her, which kills her again, which is a wild concept. Like, a ghost strangling a ghost kills that ghost that got strangled. I feel like that's an interesting idea of how ghost combat would work. But anyway, Crypt Chick doesn't stay dead for long because Skeleton Man arrives at the scene, drop kicks one of the zombie ghost nurses, and then hugs Crypt Chick back to life. And through the warm embrace of the hug, the energy was enough to revive her back into being dead. But like not super dead like she just was. So like there's like two levels of death. There's death in the form of like spiritual zombie ghost like Crypt Chick, and then super death where it's even more dead than that. So he brings her back to that lesser death layer, thanks to the good bear hug. And then the other three nurses, they have like their heart, lungs, and something else that they need to go get from other victims. That's not important because by far the star of the show was the pussy nurse. Having to reclaim the vaginal transplant was a compelling story that I've never really seen tackled before, which surprises me because when you really stop to think about it and break it down, it's a story about be careful what you wish for. In this case, Samantha Brown wanted a more jovial pussy, but never really stopped to think about the price of such an operation. And I'm not talking about the financial price, I'm talking about the iron price that she would have to pay down the line. Because that jovial vagina had to come from somewhere, and unfortunately in this case it was a vengeful zombie ghost nurse spirit. You can see why I have such a deep appreciation for this issue. It's very interesting. I don't usually read like hentai or porn comics or anything, but Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose is still an interesting adventure nonetheless. And I just wanted to share this one because it's criminal that it's not more well known about how hard issue 53 goes. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. Godslap issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. Be sure to pick up a copy. I'm sure you're going to absolutely love it. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. There are a handful of YouTubers that are currently being sued for $1 billion in a class action lawsuit right now due to them promoting FTX. I don't need to read you the bedtime story of the FTX collapse and disaster. In a very quick and dirty nutshell, it was a very, very large cryptocurrency exchange. You may have even seen the commercial with Larry David where it was, don't be like Larry. Crypto's coming and you don't want to miss it, so hop on board, choo-choo, this shit's going right to the moon, that kind of thing. It was this big hype train that seemed to have no end until it ended. The whole thing went tits up, completely collapsed, and was worth less than the gum stuck under your school desk. It was revealed to be fundamentally just a giant scam, and the person behind it, Sam Bankman-Fried, this weaselly goblin homunculus, was basically just a big fraudster, the puppet master behind this whole thing. And so the train derailed, and instead of spilling vinyl chloride, it spilt dust, because there was no money in there at all. So many people lost so much, it was a complete catastrophe, and since the days of its crumbling, a lot has happened, not just with the people on the inside like Sam Bankman-Fried, but even the people who were loosely connected to it, like brand ambassadors, for example. They've already put Tom Brady, for instance, in the crosshairs. Tom Brady was a big FTX shill, as were quite a few other celebrities, but one of them I'd like to make special note of is Shaq. According to numerous sources, Shaq is currently trying to be issued a lawsuit for his involvement with FTX, but is hiding from them in his own home. So it's just almost kind of comical to think about Shaq hiding from the FTX lawsuit, like real Looney Tunes style, like he's, you know, crouching behind his bar in his home or something while the guy's trying to deliver paperwork to him, but he can't find him, like a mission out of fucking Splinter Cell or something. It's a wild situation. A ton of A-list celebrities are being sued because of all of this, and now it extends to more than just the A-list Hollywood celebrities and sports stars. It's extending to the YouTubers as well, which brings us to today's topic. There is a handful of YouTubers who are getting slapped with a $1 billion lawsuit for their involvement in the promotion of FTX. 1 billion clams. 1 billion sweet, precious doubloons are at stake now for these YouTubers. And CoffeeZilla just posted a video going over all of it in great detail, so I'll put a link to that in the description. I just want to kind of give you the nitty-gritty of it and kind of get into what's going on and really what it means. Now, you might have had a little twinkle in your eye when you noticed a few of those names were familiar to you, and that's totally natural because these are huge channels on YouTube. They have millions of subscribers, and all of them are financial channels. Their content is always centered around big schmeckles. The topics are money, making money, advice, following trends, crypto, the whole kit and caboodle. And speaking of recognizing names on the list, I don't know if you caught it, but we actually have a cameo from a supervillain we may have seen in the past. BitBoy Crypto, Bin. Bin is named in this lawsuit. BitBoy Crypto is someone I've made 2 videos on now. The first was when he sued a YouTuber who was making jokes about him, and the second time was when he called a completely random woman a child molester because the woman was calling him out on promoting dog shit crypto. So, I'm not the biggest fan of BitBoy Crypto. So seeing his name in there kind of gave me little butterflies in my tummy. I had a little smile like, oh wow, how the tables have turned, because usually BitBoy Crypto is the one administering these lawsuits, which is a joke CoffeeZilla also made in his video, because it's just an easy dunk. BitBoy Crypto is very loosey-goosey with frivolous lawsuits, and now he's being named in a big lawsuit. It's poetic to a certain extent. But I'm going to have to go to bat for him, because BitBoy Crypto, as pointed out by CoffeeZilla, was actually one of the very few financial channels who started calling out FTX before they even collapsed. I know, I couldn't believe it when I heard that either. I didn't think I was even in reality anymore. I thought I got trapped in a Naruto genjutsu. The odds of BitBoy Crypto offering good advice are incalculably low. It's almost impossible. It's like almost as impossible as fucking Netflix's Big Mouth telling a good joke. BitBoy Crypto's entire career is built upon offering the worst crypto investment advice into these absolute dogshit moonshot coins that almost always lose his audience money. And yet, in this specific case, he fucking nailed it. He got it right. According to CoffeeZilla and his research, Bin had actually made a handful of videos letting people know that they need to get out of FTX immediately. That it's toxic, it's bad, and shit's not looking good, it's evil, this and that. And he was absolutely right. I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day, as they say. And Bin absolutely hit the nail on the head. He pinned the tail right on that donkey. He was telling people like a month before the collapse even happened that they need to pull out now. And still he gets named in the lawsuit here. As you can imagine, a lawsuit like this is a reputational stain for all of these YouTubers because people look to them for financial advice. And now their credibility has been fucking slammed. It's been slapped by this. Because they were shilling a fucking scam, basically, that lost a ton of people money. The big issue is they weren't just talking about FTX positively because they wanted to talk about FTX organically. a lot of them were being sponsored to talk about FTX and promote it. In fact, some of them even had a podcast that was sponsored by FTX. It's now been deleted, of course. They buried that as far into the soil as they could. But they were being paid to shill FTX, which of course gave FTX access to even more victims. It brought more people to the slaughterhouse here and completely butchered their finances when FTX inevitably crashed. So now let's start eating the meat to get to the bone. It's targeting financial YouTubers. I think you can probably imagine why. Financial YouTubers are looked at as experts in this kind of subject matter. Promoting FTX gives the perception to the audience that they've done their due diligence. They're working on the assumption that this financial YouTuber is trusted source when it comes to this kind of information, so this product, which fits right in that wheelhouse, must be something legit and safe because this financial YouTuber is talking about it and feels comfortable enough promoting it. It's probably legit. They're viewed as experts, thus when they're doing an FTX sponsorship, it makes it seem even more legit than if it was just some completely random goofball that has no knowledge whatsoever on anything like crypto. So that, to me, makes a lot of sense, but in CoffeeZilla's video, he talks to a real lawyer, Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle is an amazing channel on YouTube that I can't recommend enough, and Legal Eagle weighs in and says that he actually views this as kind of a meritless lawsuit. I'll do my best to break it down very quickly, but keep in mind I'm also a fucking idiot. So the first thing that the lawsuit needs to be successful is it needs to connect the endorser to FTX itself. But the people that were endorsing it, I mean, they're not employees of FTX, they're not agents, they're not directors or anything like that. And oh my god, I got something in my eye. Fucking Sam Bankman-Fried shot a dust particle right in my eye. And then the second main component is they need to have the endorsers be liable, kind of like privy to what was happening at the behind the scenes of FTX, which Legal Eagle argues is kind of factually odd because even if they're endorsing FTX, it doesn't mean they understand what's going on the inside of the company. They're not necessarily going to be given information that isn't available to the public. They're not going to automatically know more than what's publicly accessible to everybody else. So he fundamentally says that it's not the strongest case and he doesn't think it's going to go anywhere, but it's going to be expensive for the YouTubers named in the suit to fight it. But regardless of whether or not the lawsuit itself is successful, the community of these channels is not super happy about this whole situation because a lot of them fell hook, line, and sinker into FTX because of their recommendations. In CoffeeZilla's video, he interviews one of the people here, and CoffeeZilla doesn't pull punches. I always very much appreciate that about his interviews. So here he does absolutely lay it down to get to the bottom of very important questions such as, are you going to give back the money you made from the sponsorships? And all of those things. And all of it's answered in CoffeeZilla's video. But one thing that's interesting about the person being interviewed here is that he puts the onus on the viewers that fell for it, not so much him. In fact, he makes it very clear that he doesn't feel responsible. He just feels bad that some of the people that lost all of their money for being irresponsible in their own personal way. He doesn't feel responsible for it, which I found very interesting. I agree with CoffeeZilla that the viewers look at channels like his and other financial YouTubers as experts in this field. So when they're recommending something like FTX, they assume due diligence has been done and that this is a trustworthy organization that they can put money into. And in the case of FTX, that couldn't have been further from the truth. Thus, their credibility now is completely in the shitter. And a lot of people lost a lot of money from this trusting these YouTubers, which is a big problem. And that's a point CoffeeZilla likes to make at the end of the video that I think is a very strong point. So overall, these YouTubers are being sued for $1 billion. It doesn't, from the sound of it, from the expert like Legal Eagle, it doesn't sound like they're actually going to lose a collective $1 billion from all of this unless some kind of crazy shit comes out. But regardless, it highlights a huge issue where they would promote this product without ever really bothering to look that deep into it, which isn't a problem that's exclusive to just these financial YouTubers. That extends to the broader platform of YouTube as a whole. And in fact, it's happened to me before as well. On the official podcast, we actually had a sponsorship slot for Robinhood. And even though Robinhood isn't like an outright scam or anything, at least not that I know of, they have done some unforgivably shady shit. And I still feel awful about that whole situation, because they had like 5 slots on the podcast, and I thought it was a good service, but I was kind of naive to think that. I am no Robinhood fan anymore after the multitude of scummy moves they've made. So it is something that has happened in other verticals of the platform, but in this case, it is targeted directly at the financial YouTubers in the lawsuit, and it's a very interesting situation here that I'm going to keep my eye on to see how it all plays out. But anyway, I just want to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Here, let me see the spike.
You just don't know who's.
So chat said it's very slow.
He got off of Rosecrans onto Willowbrook, then turned around.
Yeah, he's not exactly drifting around anywhere.
U-turn, so the ideal speed for a pit maneuver. Now, of course, he's going to
Yeah, like the speed limit.
That was a goo.
This is by my house. I can hear the helicopter. Well, get out and do something. What the fuck?
Back on Alameda, and it doesn't look like they made contact.
Are you
with
serious?
Him. You thought for a second that they were going to pull up right behind him.
Protect your community.
That pit, but it does not look.
Bro, this is the slowest chase. Yeah, it's not very fast.
Boxed in here. Look at this. They're going to make it with.
This is such a common occurrence in LA now.
Boulevard, but for some reason, the driving has slowed down dramatically.
It's almost like a police escort at this point.
Okay, that's an access road. This will take you.
I am surprised they're not pit maneuvering his ass here.
Those exit, those kind of like. There's the spike.
That looks like it was not even close.
So well. He just switched vehicles, pulled a switcheroo under the overpass. But in any event,
oh, that was pretty close. Yeah, nice.
There's the spike, and that looks like it was this again. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he's using this time to think about things a little bit more clearly.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's using this time for. Man, what was I doing? Why did I do this to myself?
We'll see what happens.
Can't believe I've done this.
Those right tires are now done.
We're just gonna sit here and slowly watch him run out of gas. Awesome. Why even bother? Just hit this. Just pull over. Just be like, hey guys, I didn't see you there. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Maybe he's banking on like staying up super late driving around and everyone falls asleep in the police department, so the helicopter pilot's like, all right guys, I gotta go home. I'm ready to snooze. Same with the cops, and he's like, all right, I win. Just a war of attrition. And this is still going right now? How?
In any event, he is now zigzagging his way once again.
Zigzagging? Are we watching the same thing?
Residential neighborhood, and I
He's
hesitate to call
slowly pitter-pattering down the street.
He may very well be more familiar with these.
He's running on 2 tiddlywinks of tires.
Really, pursuit has been at times, and
it can't even fully make this. Oh god! Got a little second wind.
More than a joyride.
If somebody just threw a banana peel down here, Mario Kart style, it might be enough at this point. Hey man, at least he's being safe. Yeah, just pull over at this point. This car is, it's like going jogging speed. Like, just why even bother? 50cc. It's a 50cc chase.
I mean, while we're on the topic, something very similar happened to me many years ago. Seeing my own car pull out of my driveway.
Oh, I thought you were going to say his chase.
My car drive in the opposite direction, only to be found days later in pretty similar condition, unfortunately.
That sucks. Damn.
It was 87 Monte Carlo, but we won't talk about that.
Wait, I'm getting so much lore on the caster. I see why he's so attached to these police chases now. He's like Batman. The thing he feared most was his car being stolen, so he became a car chase commentator. That's LA living. Yeah, I guess so. Seth Rogen loves it, though. Remember he made that whole tweet about his car being broken into 15 times and how he's always excited when it happens or whatever?
Not what I would expect. I kind
what a
of
saint.
Based on the driving and the circling this pursuit, you see some of the neighboring jurisdictions here.
It's like the world's saddest Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. Like all the cars are just stopped and they're all just like waiting for him to slowly fucking dinkily drive by. Fucking wave on the way. Christ. Just stop. God damn. I think one speed bump will be the end of this story. Can we maybe try and like funnel him towards like a speed bump? Because there's no way this fucking thing makes it over it like the little engine that could. That's in-game. Now let's just set up like a little blockade. Push him down one of these side streets that likely has a speed bump and call it a day.
Almost every time that we've even been able to peek through that driver's side window, he's had that phone on, whether he's texting somebody, calling somebody, or like you said, maybe streaming ABC7 at this point. Who knows? But that is most likely what those watch commanders are doing.
I really like this commentator.
Back at the CHP station,
He probably is watching the stream.
Picture right now.
Oh, here we go. There could be a speed bump here. There could be a speed bump, which may as well be a landmine at this point. Because that car will be fucked on it.
To run on foot, and he's now going through a major red here.
It is. This is the 20th fucking intersection where all the cars are just stopped, knowing it's coming and just waiting.
He's been hesitant.
Like, come on, Bozo, can you fucking hurry this up?
Which would put him into Linwood.
Can you just drive by now?
But in any event,
this is gonna be a fucking 3-hour chase. This car is running off of dreams.
I guess we're now actually we're in combat.
It's transcended gas.
Southbound Long Beach Boulevard.
Oh my god, it's fucking cruising! Where did this come from?
Maybe more than a little bit of distance between himself and that primary.
Did he run over like a gas pump or something that gave him some juice? You just hope it ends in general. This car may never stop. It's like the train from Snowpiercer.
After we saw more sparks flying out of the right side.
Just pit maneuver him here. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's fucking nothing. God damn it. Oh, that was the slowest turn of all time. Just put him out of his own misery here. This car, like the car's gone through enough at this point. Please. What is this thing? A Kia? Have mercy on it.
And now his next major here is Rosecrans. He'll turn westbound onto Rosecrans.
This guy's leaning out clapping. That must have been a fucking fire angle there. This has actually turned into a sport in LA.
And just as we were saying, very well may be enjoying his last beer. You never know.
It seems like that might be the case. Oh no, wait, he's doing whippets. He 100% just did a fucking whippet, didn't he? That is my man, that is not a beer. This guy is doing whippets. What the fuck? That absolutely explains it. That's why he's shaking it. Yep, wow. Is this live? Yeah. Oh no, he just stopped to to get some more whippets in.
Look at this.
Oh, they're so excited.
Right? Because this has now been going on long enough. There's a glimpse of it.
He's a little local celebrity now.
Or social media post.
Whoa, Jesus.
Look at this. I mean,
what was that plan?
Unnecessary.
What the fuck?
The vehicle, almost as if she wanted to give him a high five. Okay, this is nothing compared to some of the things that we've seen in the past, but that's the type of behavior that could certainly get somebody hurt. It's really
yeah, what an idiot. This guy's literally doing whippets behind the wheel. I'm surprised he hasn't crashed.
Clear example of what we were just talking about.
What an absolute goddamn imbecile.
Maybe they know him is all too real, and now we're seeing more and more people pulled over.
The whole neighborhood has come out to film this. I also just can't believe they haven't bothered to just spike the tires again. He's going 15. And he's doing circles.
Same pattern for a while, and so I'm starting to wonder why we haven't even seen another spike strip.
That's what I just said, yeah.
Those left tires, and able to maintain
Can't someone just pull up next to him and slash the tires?
Probably.
What do you think they are? Police officer samurais? Slash his tires with what? Their katana on the way by? No, man. I mean, if you want to make it like an action movie, they could drive by and shoot the tires, but even that's not gonna
be effective.
Circles around.
They'll probably miss. It's not like an easy shot to hit, and it just puts all of these spectators in danger.
You know, is just enjoying these last few minutes of freedom, or maybe another hour. Who knows?
Gee, I hope it's not another hour, man. Like, here's just a really good opportunity. You can just pit him here. We've seen one car in the last like 4 minutes. Just please, the Kia will say thank you. This car is begging to just be stopped. Like just a little tiny bump, like just a little love tap.
Or at any point, do we see them change the tactic, if at all?
That's exactly.
Not. I mean, we've discussed why.
Is the narrator in the stream? That is what I'm saying. I just said that.
To the end. But that doesn't mean that they aren't
tactical
aware of
patience.
vehicle, because that is also something.
Oh God, Jeepers Creepers, Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah, right.
Why?
25 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and throw up our real-time speed tracker, dipping below 15 miles per hour, so really slowing down now. Back on Santa
Is this
Fe
still a
Avenue.
chase? No, it's watching a wounded animal slowly roll around.
We have been on Santa Fe numerous times over the last 30 minutes. Inside, I do see the reflection there. But other than that, he is going right through another red light here. So look at that. Well, 1, 2, 3.
Man, so many
people
spectators.
Pursuit, phones ready, and trying to catch a glimpse.
This is gonna have so many angles.
More smoke coming from that rear.
TikTok famous by Morning Easy. Yeah, maybe that's the play. It's all a clout play.
So he's got the red light.
Oh, they didn't stop this side.
Traveling at a snail's pace. He kind of peaked at 30 miles per hour there and is now crawling once again back up to this intersection. No braking,
Wait!
just slowing.
A vigilante's trying to block him.
In front of him and weaving just around that vehicle through the red light. Why that person is doing that? No idea. But you saw.
They're gonna turn around and arrest that guy. I'm telling you.
Shine that vehicle, hazard lights on.
I bet that guy was sitting there for a minute because he had plenty of time. Oh!
There's the drink. It looks like maybe a water bottle.
I don't know about that. I bet that guy though that tried to block him was sitting there for like 10 minutes. Like, alright, he's coming this way. I can do this. I can be the hero. I can do this. Yeah. And gets arrested for it, and also doesn't stop him. He was thinking, how bad could 12 miles per hour hurt? Exactly. He's like, my car's a piece of shit anyway. They'll probably give me a medal for stopping this menace. I'll do it. And then he half-assed it, so he just pulled out pretty quickly, and it completely didn't work. Oh my God. Whoa! Whoa! Are they finally going to pit him?
And somebody's given the go-ahead.
Whoa!
Him out of control, doing a 180. He is pushing the pedal to the metal and another collision with another officer.
Oh my God, he's going 12.
He's coming around that light pole.
He's going 12 and they did.
Spun around in a full 180.
Oh
collision
no.
with CHP.
Get the Jeep guy back out here. He was closer.
Right through those officers in the back there, and away he goes. Another pit.
Oh God, now it's going to be another 2 hours before they try that again.
Really frustrating for these CHP officers. This could not be more frustrating, quite frankly.
You just helped him with his U-turn, if anything. It was speedrun tech.
Watch Commander gives the go-ahead. If they
God, Jesus Christ. Oh wait, it's the same guy. Is he going to do it again? Oh, you can't on this street. This one's a little too busy.
He's coming back for more.
But he is lurking. He's angry. He's got a head of steam. He's mad. Make me look silly, huh? I was the #1 pit maneuver expert in the academy. I'll have you know, bub. Come here, Buster. Oh, he wants it so bad, too. He wants it so bad. Oh, here he comes. Oh, baby. You won't make a fool of me twice.
CHP SUV making contact, a full speed. Did a 360 enough to disable the vehicle. Continues to go.
Oh, I thought the cop's card like hit one of the barriers. He takes himself out. Oh, god damn it. Third time's the charm. Come on. Officer action out here, please. Good lord. All right, here we go. That's money. That's money. He's immune to pit maneuvers. Back to the drawing board. He's too good. You're just giving him a spin cycle. Oh, maybe the plan's to make him dizzy. So that way he like... Oh, surely this one. Oh, actually, yeah, that one did work. Okay. That's all she's got. Or maybe...
He's still able to run. Gassing it again. He's doing about 5 miles per hour with
hey, that's more than 0. Sometimes that's all you need.
10 miles per hour, coming to a slow crawl, and that is probably it.
Yeah, that'll probably be all she wrote.
This Kia is
give him one more pit maneuver on the way out.
Another possible pit.
A little tap on the ass for good luck.
Number 6.
Oh, he's going way. Look at that radius.
Ooh. Slow
no!
Under the overpass. That is Alameda.
No, it's been censored by the overpass.
Alameda and Rosecrans. There he is. Officers with their guns drawn. The vehicle placed
what a chase. What a chase.
Oh boy. Well, that couldn't end much better or much safer because the potential for...
I love this commentator. He's very clear he is enjoying it. It couldn't have ended any better. He takes it as entertainment.
6 pit maneuvers.
It is literally a sport.
This suspect coming up in just 8 minutes. Reporting live from Air 7 HD. I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Great work, Chris. Great work, per usual. Chris is like the John Madden of LA police chases. Excellent as always, Chris. I think what he needs next time, though, is like one of the NFL boards where they start like drawing on it, like, here's the potential play. What Andy Reid's most likely looking to do here is going to be a slant route. Like, he could do that for these police chases. Like, the suspect's going 25 miles per hour. He's got a couple of options here. If he wants to take the correct route, he's going to want to go down East Compton, where there's less speed bumps. You know, really get into it. I've just been told they're letting him off with a warning. Oh. 6 pit maneuvers and your car can keep going is the best Kia ad I've ever heard. That was a very impressive Kia ad, both for endurance and durability. That was impressive. It was eating pit maneuvers like cereal. It was getting pit maneuvered, but it turned it into like a beautiful ballerina's pirouette. I've got a piping hot meal fresh out of the Olive Garden microwave straight to your dinner table here. This news is fresh off the press. The CEO of Twitch has announced that they're stepping down. Emmett Shear has been with the company at the helm for 16 years, apparently, and today has decided to move on. So he's quit his position and passed the torch. This is really interesting because it happens so soon after YouTube just experienced something very similar with Susan stepping down. Back to back, these two major companies had their CEOs walking off into the sunset together. I'm not normally conspiratorial, but perhaps there is some kind of correlation between all of the UFOs we've been citing recently and now these CEOs stepping down. Maybe the Illuminati's making some plays for the shadow government. Things are getting very odd. But anyway, Emmett left us a blog post kind of detailing his 16-year adventure here at the helm of Twitch, and even made a Twitter post kind of going over it briefly as well. In October 2006, we started working on live video for the internet. That became Twitch. More than 16 years later, I'm now a father and ready to move to my next phase of life. I wrote a blog post, but the short version is, thank you so much to everyone who built this with me. I'd like to make note that this is probably the first time Emmett Shear has ever said a single word about Twitch on his Twitter account. I've said this a million times, but you would have no idea Emmett Shear is the CEO of a major company like Twitch if you didn't just look it up yourself. I bet you were even scratching your head when I said the name Emmett Shear. You're probably going, who the fuck is Emmett Shear? Is that like a NASCAR driver or something? Like, who's that? I bet most people were probably under the impression Twitch didn't even have a CEO. That position was filled by Amazon androids or something. Emmett Shear has been my poster child for the last couple of years for a CEO that is beyond out of touch with the company that he runs, and it really does convey the idea that he doesn't care about it. Again, he doesn't talk about it. He doesn't engage with it ever. He doesn't celebrate anything about Twitch. If you scroll through his Twitter, you'll never really find any mentions of anything going on Twitch. I imagine he probably doesn't even know 5 streamers that use the platform. Like, I've made this very clear. This is no secret. I've been very public that I'm not the biggest Emmett Shear fan. You're not going to see me heartbroken, curled up and crying over Emmett Shear no longer being Twitch's CEO. Right? I think he has been the most passive CEO of all time, and it's really felt like he is embarrassed of his position at this company. He doesn't talk about it ever. He is never at any of the functions. He doesn't know like half of the shit on his platform. I bet the reason he stepped down is because someone at the office might have accidentally like CC'd him on an email reminding him that he's the CEO of Twitch, and he's like, what? I'm the CEO of Twitch? Still? I thought I gave up this position 8 years ago. Hold on, let me rectify this. So then he just put in his 2 weeks notice. Like, he just has not, in a long time, been active in the platform he is the CEO of. So, I haven't been a big fan. Obviously, the changes that Twitch have been experiencing over the last couple of years have been overwhelmingly fucking terrible and misguided, showcasing just how out of touch a lot of the higher-ups at the company are. So, you know, Emmett Shear stepping down actually kind of had me pumping my fist a little bit. And I know I'm not alone with that sentiment either. I saw a lot of people celebrating like they had just won the fucking Super Bowl, hoping that maybe this is the turning point for Twitch where someone new will step in that's more in touch with the community and will try and correct the ship here and lead Twitch down a better path than the one that it's currently traveling over the last couple of years. But unfortunately, all of that excitement soon turned to excrement as I continued to read. They did announce who the new CEO will be. And unfortunately, it's more disappointing than Season 2 of Promised Neverland. I think this was a big fuck up, but they've chosen to give this position to the current Twitch president, Dan Clancy. I think this is a bigger blunder than when Jeffrey Toobin masturbated on that Zoom call and lost his job. Like, this is so silly. Dan Clancy is kind of just like the bearer of bad news for Twitch. By far his biggest claim to fame and the biggest stain he's already placed upon the company even before becoming CEO is this. He was the brave warrior that proudly posted this. A letter from Twitch president Dan Clancy on subscription revenue shares. This post still lives in infamy and still haunts the platform and scares a lot of creators because we're actually coming up on the period that these changes are supposed to roll out and take place. This was the post where Twitch announced that they are going to be getting rid of the 70-30 split with partnered streamers that are on those deals. So 70-30 will no longer exist. The shares will go down to 50-50 across the board, and they will never go back to 70-30 ever. So it'll be 50-50 across all of Twitch for everyone, no matter what, making it the lowest shares on any streaming platform across the entire internet. Now, in order to make up for this, they doubled down on ads. Something everyone really loves, Twitch ads. The unskippable fucking 30-second ads that play when you click on a stream. Yeah, people love those, so you can imagine how great that news went over. Like, yeah, we're taking away 20%, but we're giving you more ads. So, they are going hog wild with their ad program, incentivizing creators to run more ads to make up for this difference now in income, and just pushing ads even further down the throats of everyone on the platform. This was by far probably one of the most controversial decisions Twitch has ever made, and I still, to this day, have not seen a single person come out in support of it, because Twitch is an Amazon-backed company. Amazon, of all companies, can probably afford to keep Twitch running. Without problem, I would imagine, especially considering subscription revenue is not the main driver of revenue for the platform in general. It was just extremely greedy to have that be the target, the first thing they target when trying to be more monetizable. Instead of focusing on other aspects of monetization, they immediately went right for the throats of creators by taking away something that had been established on the platform for like a decade now with that like 70-30 split shit. So this was a big deal. It is still a big deal because it's supposed to roll out within the next couple of months. and Dan Clancy was the one who announced it publicly. I don't know if he was the one that suggested the idea. I don't know how involved he was with the decision-making process with this idea, though as Twitch president, and from everything I've read, it seems like he's very hands-on with these kind of decisions and these policies. So I would wager a guess that he was very on board with this. Now, even aside from just this decision, people have talked about him over the last 8 or so months, kind of speaking to his character. A popular streamer named Jake and Bake actually got to meet him and had this to say.
It'll be a long time. I'm gonna be honest, dude, the president of Twitch, I'm sure personally, I have no problem personally with him. But honestly, I don't feel confident as a streamer on the platform with someone who is that out of touch. Yeah. What the streamers need and want. Oh no! I walked away feeling like depressed. Seriously, sad.
And it wasn't just Jake, a couple other people came forward as well, most notably DJ Wheat, who held a previous high position at Twitch. DJ Wheat said, Dan once told the company he relates with creators because he was involved in drama and theater clubs in high school. He's a good human, but I never felt like he was able to relate to creators and the struggles they face through every step of their career. Wow, gamers, he's just like us. He did drama and theater in high school. Woohoo! Yippee! That's my boy! It's crazy. Like, he didn't even bother to try and pretend to be, like, a gamer or anything, or, like, ever played games. At least according to this story and a couple other things I read. He focuses on, like, drama and theater as being, like, his relatability quirks. Amazing. Yeah. It doesn't seem great. In fact, I would argue this is a recipe for disaster. Dan is almost 20 years older than Emmett Shear. He's 59, and he doesn't have a Twitter account or much social media at all. Not that I necessarily think that in and of itself is a bad thing. I usually applaud people who don't have a Twitter account, because going on Twitter is like willingly sticking a cactus into your eye. But in a case like this where Dan is the CEO of Twitch, I feel like having a social media presence is extremely important, because where else are you going to be able to see the community's feedback on new features or changes? I don't think there's very many users on Twitch that are going to the support line in order to leave reviews or give you insight on how they feel about certain things. Most people are going to talk about all of this on Twitter or other social media platforms. So if you're completely absent from there, how are you going to see it? And I feel like being able to see these responses is integral to running the company in a healthy way and delivering features people want or making changes people want to see. At least that's just my perspective on it. Maybe I'm way off the mark and they have other means for Dan to get this kind of information from the community that I'm just not really thinking about. So either way though, I'm not super optimistic with Dan Clancy as the new Twitch CEO. I would, however, love to be proven wrong and Dan Clancy comes in here like an absolute rock star and knocks it out of the park. It's probably worth mentioning I have actually met him before. In fact, Matt and I have both met him. When we went up to Texas for a week to do like some wacky content, he was at one of the functions we were attending and introduced himself. And I don't really have a whole lot to say about it. Like, he was nice and seemed passionate about Twitch. The only thing that he really like asked me was if I play games. And I was like, yeah, I play games. And he was just like, that's cool. That was really kind of like the extent of our interaction. It was just really small talk things about like, yeah, Twitch is a place for gaming. You play games. Awesome. So I can kind of just vaguely speak to his character of like, he seemed very passionate about the platform, but I don't know anything else really about him. He seemed nice, I guess, but just being nice doesn't make you a good leader of the platform. So hopefully like maybe he has good intentions and has good ideas on ways to make Twitch better, because it needs some drastic improvement with the directions it's been heading. So I guess we'll see how all of that goes, but just wanted to talk about all of this because it's big news. That's about it. See ya. I usually have great memory, especially with names and faces, and I can even remember a lot of like really worthless moments from my life that have no real significance, like the first time I peed on my own clothes, or the time my dad was sitting and watching TV and I was really into WWE at the time, so I shouted 619 like Rey Mysterio and I came and I kicked him in the face. Like, all of that I remember. But sometimes I'll forget to do things that I think are pretty important, like moist metering huge things that came out. There's 4 huge things that came out that I just didn't moist meter, and I don't have a real excuse for it. I know the teacher can discipline me by taking a ruler to my bottom, but it's just one of those things where I watched it or I played it and then just didn't moist meter it because I wasn't thinking about it. So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to play a little catch up here for things that I didn't release a moist meter for, and I know the absence of a moist meter on these big titles probably left people feeling cold and alone out in the rain without any guidance. So I know it's a little late, but better than never. Let's go ahead and start with the Dead Space remake. I streamed the whole game. I loved it. It's a fucking amazing remake. Now, it's not a remake in the same sense of something like Resident Evil 2 or Resident Evil 3 or most likely Resident Evil 4 remake. It's not like they rebuilt and reimagined this game in a different way. They took everything that was already outstanding about Dead Space, which is an absolute classic. That game is still iconic. And they just added to it. They didn't make anything worse. They just made everything better. Visuals. They added more lore, more characters. And this time around, Isaac actually talks, which is so much better than the silent protagonist. Because every time, this is just a little pet peeve, every time they do a little silent protagonist shit, it always feels like I'm playing someone who's been lobotomized and everyone has to patronize me. Like they're babying me. Like in the original Dead Space, for example, there'll be a conversation that Isaac's not taking part in because he didn't talk. And they'll be like, Isaac, did you repair the toilet in the women's restroom? And Isaac doesn't say anything, but then they just kind of fill in the blanks for you like, oh, I'm sure you did fix the toilet, Isaac, such a good boy, such a big boy. Like, without you ever contributing to anything, it just always feels like you're more of an active spectator as opposed to a real character in the story. I'm just not a fan of the whole silent protagonist angle. I never really like the excuse of you can project yourself onto the character, because that doesn't really work either if you're not actually partaking in the story or making decisions like that. So I am very happy that they actually added dialogue for him, and I think they've done a good job with it. They, of course, did change the way Isaac looks, but I don't think that is a detriment to the game at all. I think it's completely fine. I think they've done a great job with everything. This is just like the best way of experiencing Dead Space if you haven't played it, or even if you have, this is a great way of getting back into the rodeo and having a great time in the Dead Space world. It was just a ton of fucking fun. Everything to love about Dead Space is still intact in the Dead Space remake, with some absolutely beautiful, tasty frosting on top of that already amazing cake. I think it's just an outstanding remake. Plugging it into the moist meter, I'd easily give this like a 95%. It's probably like one of my favorite remakes, because not only is it an amazing game, but they just did everything right. Visually, it is a huge upgrade, and I will never understand the complaints from people that probably never even played the original saying that it doesn't look that much better. It is night and day. Go back and look at original Dead Space compared to the remake. It's not even fucking close. It's in a completely different ballpark. It is a beautiful game. It is a big improvement on an already amazing game. So I just think Dead Space Remake is fantastic. Moving on to the next big thing that came out that I didn't moist meter, Puss in Boots 2 Last Wish. I did see this movie. I saw it about a week after it came out, and I loved it. I think the movie is extremely good. The hype that surrounds the film is absolutely accurate. It lives up to the hype. And I'd even say some people undersell how much fun it is to watch. The action in here is very inspired by like the way Into the Spider-Verse does it. It's fucking great. And the main villain that I'm sure all of you have seen now, the wolf with the 2 little tiny handheld scythes, dual wielding these little scythes. I don't know what the actual fucking weapon's called. I'm sorry, Forged in Fire fans, but it's that blade, like that giant like hooked blade that looks like almost a question mark that he's holding. Like those weapons are really cool, but that character is super badass. The fights between him and Puss in Boots are really impressive. This isn't like some kind of boring Looney Tunes fight where there's only like a little bit happening. They go hog wild. Like there was times I was like, wow, I feel like I'm watching a top 10 anime shonen moment. It's like they really put a big emphasis on the action. And they do a great job with it. It's flashy, it's fun, and it also has a really good story. It's nothing that's going to be groundbreaking, but it's also not afraid to be dark. It tackles mortality, overcoming the fear of death. Like, how do people deal knowing that they're going to die? Do you hide away, not take any risks? Or do you go out there and try and live to the absolute fullest? There's really nothing that I disliked about this movie. I had a great time watching it. I guess the only thing that I was kind of disappointed by is the absence of some counting crows. When I'm thinking anything in the Shrek universe, I'm thinking accidentally in love, you know? Like, where's the counting crows at, you know? I feel like there could have been a great montage of Puss in Boots fucking beating ass, eating ass, while you got Counting Crows blaring in the background. But you know, you can't have everything, I suppose. It was a great movie, though. I really did enjoy it, and I do think it lives up to the hype. And I'm really excited for the future of it. And I'm glad that it's done so well in the box office, because having more animated films like this is a great thing. Puss in Boots: Last Wish absolutely gets a 90% on the moist meter. I was debating whether it'd be a 95% or not, but I don't know if it's better than something like Redline or Into the Spider-Verse, but it's very close, so it teeters on a 90 to 95%. I'll give it like that little range there. It's a really good movie. And now, speaking of good movies, time to wipe our ass with that whole thing, because we're moving on to a bad movie. It's M. Night Shyamalan's new film, Knock at the Cabin. It's not a bad movie, I'm kind of exaggerating. It's a very cool concept executed in the goofiest way possible, which unfortunately seems very par for the course for modern M. Night Shyamalan films. So Knock at the Cabin, I'm sure you've seen the previews for. There's this family that goes to a cabin, and then 4 people show up saying that they're going to have to make a choice to sacrifice one of the family members in order to prevent the apocalypse. That's the whole idea of the film, so it tackles, is this family going to sacrifice someone to save the world? Is the world really even about to, fucking explode into this giant doomsday, this Armageddon? Or are these 4 people that are there just insane? Cultists, fanatics, weirdos, goofballs. At the end of the day, they're a random family. Why would their sacrifice for some reason prevent the entire world from just getting fucking blasted? So it's a cool idea, but it is just not a good movie. I'm going to get into spoilers for this one because it's the only way I can really even criticize it, since all of it has to deal with the way that this concept is executed. So just fair warning, I'm going to get into spoilers for this film. But honestly, I'm kind of doing you a favor because it's just not that great in general. So the family that visits this cabin is a couple and their daughter, and the couple is 2 men. So they're a gay couple, and they believe that once they were visited by these 4 strangers that they were targeted because of homophobia or something like that. And I thought this was going to play into the film because at one point one of the strangers did lie about their name, and the stranger was actually a homophobe that attacked one of the men at a bar. But that never mattered. He proved that he lied about his identity to the other 3 strangers, and that guy did have a connection directly with the couple in a very negative way. So I thought this was going to play on the idea like, oh, maybe this really is just kind of one big scam and these are just some like actual fucking awful weirdos. But it doesn't. The trailers also put a big focus on the little girl, and I'll tell you right now, she does nothing in this film and she maybe has 10 total lines. She has no role to play in this movie at all. Really, nobody does. This movie tries to throw things at you like one of the plagues that they're talking about that's going to ruin the earth after they've refused to make the sacrifice a couple times is a sickness. And the sickness is a virus that starts spreading. They turn on the news, they see the virus is spreading. But then one of the men is like, no, this is actually a big lie. This virus has been spreading well before we even got to this cabin. They're trying to pretend like what's happening right here is the result of us not killing each other. And it's like, oh, okay, so maybe it is a big lie. And I thought it was going to play like with the psychological aspect of, is it true or is it not? But it doesn't. They kind of like sprinkle these red herrings in there, but not in a really effective way, because at the very end of the day, nothing that happens in that cabin matters because everything plays out exactly as Dave Bautista says. Dave Bautista is the fucking prophet, and everything he said was 100% accurate. So the twist in this film is that there's no twist. Everything just follows this like on rails fucking Disney ride of exactly what they were saying is 100% the truth and exactly what's happening. So ultimately, everything that's going on in the cabin is kind of fucking worthless until the very end, where one of them does make a sacrifice to prevent the apocalypse because planes are falling out of the sky now. It was just really underwhelming. Oh, and also, even just thinking about the movie just made me fucking sneeze. But also, another thing is the movie is rated R. They're saying fucking shit and there's blood. Kind of. Every time that something happens where someone dies because the 4 strangers, in order to release the plague after the decision has been made to not sacrifice one of the family members, they kill one of them. And they do that by bashing their skull in. But even though it's R, they don't actually show that. So they'll show them like getting down on their knees saying a choice was made, humanity's been judged, and right before they hit them with it, they'll pan the camera up so you can't see it, you can only hear it, or they'll just get out of the cabin entirely and you can only hear it. So even though it's R, it doesn't even show you the disturbing stuff. You just hear it, which is highly underwhelming as well, and it takes a lot of this, like, the intensity out of these moments, because then you're no longer even bearing witness to the fucking craziness of it. Like, everything about the film is just super underwhelming. Like, had they actually came in with more of playing around psychologically of if it's fake or if it's real, I think they could have had something very fun here and pretty interesting, because the concept, I think, is interesting. But it just falls so flat. It really does. Plugging Knock at the cabin into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 50%. Like, I think Dave Bautista does a great job, as well as all the other actors, but they can't carry just weak material. So it's just not overall a good movie. Now, the last property that I didn't moist meter is one that people have not stopped pestering me about. This was probably one of the biggest films to release of the last decade, and I didn't moist meter it, which is kind of shameful, but I'm doing it now. It's 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady is a story about 4 80-year-old women that go to the Super Bowl because they love Tom Brady. And, man, I gotta tell you, the only reason we saw this is because it was so silly looking. Like, why would this even exist as a film? So we kind of saw it as a joke, Andrew, Aaron, and I. But I gotta be honest, it's not a bad movie at all. It was actually a good movie. And what made it very special is the theater was fucking packed, and we were the youngest people there by about 50 years. Every single person in that theater was also probably around 80 years old, and a lot of them had Tom Brady jerseys on. It was absolutely adorable. The film itself is also competently made. Like, yeah, a lot of the jokes are geared towards geriatric people. Like, a lot of the jokes are, you know, the old women screaming or the old women doing some silly dances, but since they're, you know, up there in age, they can't really do the big dance moves, so it's usually them doing some of this. Like, it's actually just adorable, but there are some good jokes in there that aren't, like, bad. For some reason, there's big cameos, like Guy Fieri's in there. Like, it's just not a bad movie at all. It was, like, a really positive film. Right now, we're in an age of movies where they all want to go really dark and grim, where everything's kind of doom and gloom for a little while, taking, like, really, you know, somber spins and everything. This movie was 100% just positivity from start to finish, which was really kind of refreshing. And the theater that we were in loved it. They were giggling and clapping at times, like when Tom Brady made a good pass and the women were appreciating it. This movie is also produced by Tom Brady, so this man literally made this movie to just pat his own ego, which is fucking beautiful. He acts in it too, and I tell you, he smolders. Every scene Tom Brady's in, he's just giving like this direct stare down. And since he got his like buccal fat removed, he's got like these, you know, his cheeks are really in, and he's like, Lou, just remember what I did when I played the Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl and led one of the most historic comebacks in NFL history. Lou, you guys can do it. Like, that's the extent of Tom Brady's acting, and he does that like 1,000 times. It's so silly, but in a good way. Like, yeah, it's kind of hard to watch where you're like, oof, Jesus, Tom. Like, you know, you're not winning any Oscars here, but god damn it, he's trying, and that's appreciated. It's just a movie where I have no complaints because it'd be silly to complain about it. We knew exactly what we were going to get going into it, but it was even better than we thought in that regard, where it really was just an enjoyable comedy flick. I also appreciated the goofiness of it because it's somewhat inspired by a true story, because some old women did go to the Super Bowl, and they kind of took that idea and went a little hog wild with it. So the women do drugs at a party and shit like that. And then at one point, the old women even win the Super Bowl for the Patriots. This follows the Super Bowl against the Falcons, where they were down by a ton going into the very final stretch. Well, in this movie, in that final stretch, the 4 old women break into the offensive coordinator's booth and start running plays for them. And then they give an inspirational speech to Tom Brady, who's listening on his helmet, and he's shaking his head and then saying thank you. And then they go out and win the game. It's so uplifting. 80 for Brady, I'm giving an easy 80% to. This shit kind of goes hard. So yeah, anyway, these were like the big things that I played and saw recently that I didn't moist meter when I really should have. So this is just me catching up with all of it, and that's about it. So yeah.
We're only 9 days into 2023, and I feel like we've already reached a point where scams have become more common than the cold. I just can't believe that there are still people that are falling for crypto scams in particular. It has to be the same people just doing it over and over again and not learning their lesson. Like that bit from every cartoon ever where someone steps on a rake and it hits them in the face, they turn around and step on another rake and it hits them in the face. That's people with crypto scams and losing money. Just going back and forth, ping-ponging around, getting spit roasted by every shady crypto company ever until they're completely out of money and then blame it on something else besides themselves to avoid taking any level of accountability and responsibility for their reckless actions. The reason I'm talking about this isn't because of what you think it is. Of course, Logan Paul and Crypto0 is the biggest scam right now that's been exposed and has been being talked about by everyone, including me. But there have been a handful of other high-profile scams that have all come out, but they've all fallen into the cracks, into the shadows, because Crypto0's been kind of like this bullet sponge, taking all the heat for the others so that way they can die a quiet death without anyone discussing it or making a hoopla. But hoopla is my middle name. So I'm going to come in here and make a scene out of it. I'm going to shine a light on it because there's one in particular that I'd like to talk about today that I haven't really seen anyone go over. And this is once again an influencer-led crypto scam, but it goes bigger than just one project. This was multiple, and the creator came out and said that he gambled away all of the funds. He has a gambling addiction and all of the investors' money went to him gambling it. They say honesty is the best policy, and in this case I'm glad he came forward with that information. But man, you absolutely need to be held accountable for this shit. This was a high-profile, blatant scam where you mishandled every investor's money and everyone lost all of it. That's a crime. That's just like an actual financial crime. So we'll go over it from the top, but I gotta tell you, it really is incredible just how frequent these scams are now. It's worse than RuneScape right now. RuneScape has less scams than the real world at the moment. It's wild. Now, usually I like to think this goes without saying, but I'm going to make a special exception here and just say it anyway. Please don't go and harass this guy for all of this. He does need to be held accountable, but the right way by the right organizations, and the people that were actually affected, the victims, are the ones that should be coming forward to hold him accountable. Not just like a giant mob with pitchforks after him on Twitter or Twitch or whatever. I don't usually even bother giving this warning because I think there's a level of trust between us. You know, we're like family, only closer. Like, we're related by something far stronger than blood. Content. So, please don't harass this person. Just wanted to make that clear. Their name is DNP3. Now, I'm not familiar with DNP3, and I wasn't until this whole situation. From everything I can see, this is a streamer / content creator whose entire brand was giveaways. He has over 600,000 followers on Twitter, 250k on Twitch, and over 100k on YouTube, so these are pretty big numbers, but it seems like they're heavily inflated because all he seems to do is giveaways, which is basically a real-world cheat code where you just, you know, hey, like, follow, retweet in order for a chance to win $100. Make sure to follow the stream and you might win $500, this and that. It's like a really fast growth strategy, but it doesn't have any real viewer retention or audience. People just treat you like a little money block in Mario where they can just keep jumping up and hitting coins out of it because you're frequently doing giveaways, but they're not really a fan of you. It's just people that are treating you like a giveaway fleshlight that they can fuck from time to time. So he used these giveaways to get these big numbers, which in turn conveys the idea that this person is more popular than they are and more trustworthy because bigger number, better person kind of mentality. So they use this to then platform these crypto coins, NFTs, these projects, and a lot of people bought into it, trusting that surely this guy's so well off he wouldn't be scamming us, which is a tale as old as time. People falling for that old idea. It's like my father always said, just because someone seems well off doesn't mean they won't suck a fart out of your butt. You can't be getting bewitched by this perceived popularity and think that they're automatically a trustworthy person. Now that I've kind of set the stage on who DP3 is, let's see his statement on what he's done. It's a twit longer. It says, "I'm sorry. There's no easy way to deliver this news, and this is by far one of the toughest messages I've ever had to deliver in my life. Over the last year, I got incredibly addicted to gambling. Every dollar I could find, I would put into stake in hopes of winning big. More people have lost money on stake than they have in the fucking stock market, it seems. Even when the big wins did happen, it wasn't enough. Eventually I lost everything in addition to my own life savings. I also irresponsibly used investor funds to try and get my money back,
from the casino, which was wrong for so many reasons. To all my friends, family, and everyone who believed in me, I'm so deeply sorry. There aren't words to describe the level of shame and guilt I feel, and I can no longer live in this dark world, and this is my attempt to break free. I am now completely broke, both financially and spiritually. My sense of trust in myself is compromised. I'm working with a help group to start the path to recovery. I'll create a separate tweet which will have next steps for each of the projects I was involved in, including Clue, Xenia, Gridcraft, and Goobers. That sounds like a Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe kind of book title right there. Gridcraft and Goobers. Like, good lord. They're two separate projects. I can get into that in a little bit, but one's an NFT and the other's just another crypto cash grab. I'm sorry that I betrayed your trust. I'm sorry that I did not live up to my values of integrity. I'm sorry that I let you all down. I'm sorry. The projects that he's listed here aren't small by any means. We're talking millions and millions of dollars that he gambled away. Now, I want to just go ahead and take a look at what I think is the biggest one, at least based on what I've seen, and that's ClueCoin. So I took a bit of a dive onto their website, and let's see what we got. And it is the most generic shitcoin imaginable, just unapologetic and shameless. This is probably copy and pasted from 1,000 other shitcoins websites. Together we can change the world. Yeah, I'm sure by purchasing these imaginary schmoobles, it'll all of a sudden change the world. It's just once again a cash grab, and there's DNP3 right there as the founder and CEO. Now, if you want to look at the graph, it's tragic, and it's as you'd expect. An absolutely colossal failure. Everyone's money lost. And DNP3 gambled all of it, most of it, I suppose. To me, even if he didn't gamble these funds, you were going to lose them anyway. It's a goddamn shitcoin. The inevitable fate of putting money into a shitcoin is that all of it vanishes as if it never existed in the first place. So I feel like no matter what, if you put money into any of these projects, it was going to go poof right down the shitter at some point anyway. It just so happened that the person behind it is even shadier than I would have ever expected, and he's just openly taking the mask off and letting you all know that he took your money and gambled it, and he's saying it right to your face. We can also trace back where the addiction started, it seems. Go back to the genesis. Oh man, I used to watch all your streams and I really didn't notice your addiction. I thought it was just fun for you. Really sad to read these words. I hope you can find some clarity, dude. Stay in peace with yourself and your family. DNP3 responds saying, started with a sponsored stream and unleashed an addiction I never knew I had. That's very interesting. So it seems the patient zero to this disease happened to be a crypto casino itself that sponsored one of his streams and threw him deep into the rabbit hole of gambling addiction. It's crazy. These crypto casinos have claimed more souls than Shang Tsung. They really get their fangs in you, it seems. Because this is not the first story, far from it, from these new crypto casinos that are sprouting up everywhere. Gambling addiction is really popping off these days. It seems like as there's more access to this kind of shit, more people are getting hooked on it. Addiction in any of its forms is bad, but gambling addiction is a super serious and scary one. Now, having that kind of real addiction doesn't excuse anything DNP3 did here. Far from it. It's still very much his fault, his responsibility, but it is sad that he's been struggling with a gambling addiction. But it's even sadder for all the victims that he stole money from to gamble, the millions that he used to gamble. That's what's more sad than the addiction itself, is the people that were affected by it because of him. What really rubbed me the wrong way about his twit longer is he says all of these things and they're sad and it seems like he's trying to farm a little sympathy, but at no point does he offer any kind of action to help people that have been affected by his reckless gambling. He doesn't have any plan to get their money back. He doesn't have any idea on what to do to help the victims be made whole again. And I think that's one of the most important components that he needs to address. Okay, so you fucked up, you've gambled all of their money away. Well, now what? How are you going to help all of the people that you've betrayed? So yeah, that's kind of where the story's at right now. This is a rather new development. It's only a few days old, so the story's still being written here. We'll see how everything keeps playing out. But yeah, just another awful scam situation. I'm hoping the investors get their money back somehow. I don't know how, but hoping that they get their funds returned in a giant refund or something. But anyway, just wanted to bring this up. That's about it. See ya. Pardon my sweaty grease. I just got back after playing pickup basketball. I was an unstoppable force of nature on the court, a three-point machine, and also my drives were second to none. I was a wheelin' and dealin', squirtin' and squealin' animal out there.
But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I just wanted to explain why it looks like I just took a bath in a vat of cooking oil. What I want to talk about today is E3, and even more than that, gaming conferences in general. E3 used to be the biggest name in gaming that everyone would look forward to every year. It was a huge convention that'd be held where they'd show the latest and greatest from the industry, trailers, they'd even have playable demos and everything out, all these booths set up where you get to meet people in the industry, and just a really big celebration of things, and some unforgettable moments have happened at E3, some huge announcements, and of course, who could forget the iconic time that Ubisoft brought out Mr. Coffee, who used to do this. So E3 is something that used to be beloved, but now is kind of just this fossil. Most gaming studios just hold their own conferences now where they play their trailers. You have like the State of Play for Sony, Nintendo Direct, where they talk to you like you're actually lobotomized, but they always get out all the information they want to. So it's kind of just obsolete to have E3 in the modern landscape. And even still, there is Jeff Keighley who hosts something very similar. He hosts multiple productions that are kind of similar to E3, like the Summer Games Fest, where he gets a big bunch of developers together to, you know, do world premiere trailers and stuff. And he kind of dances on the grave of E3. He has stepped in as like the savior of these kind of gaming conferences. He streams them all and he crushes it. But E3 itself just can't find its footing anymore. Most people just don't care. It was supposed to be coming back around this year for the first time since 2019, but a few hours ago they announced they're going to be canceling it yet again. And the reason for its cancellation isn't surprising, but it is pretty sad to read. They're canceling it because they said there's just not enough interest in it. And that's super true, but man, reading that just, it feels bad. Because this used to be a titan. E3, I mean, even non-gamers had heard what E3 was and probably even watched it still. It used to be so big. And obviously it went away for a while because of COVID. They couldn't have these big convention spaces to be holding E3, so that was the reason why it was gone for a couple of years. But, you know, since then, they just don't have the interest. And since there's not interest there, it makes it pretty unreasonable to try and do it anyway. That just feels even more pathetic if they were to do it and no one really cared or showed up or watched it. So I do understand it, and I just kind of wanted to talk about it a little bit because where did it all go wrong for gaming conferences? It's a question that nobody is asking because we all know the answer to it. The reason gaming conferences have kind of died out is because there's just no reason for them to exist anymore. Everyone has unlimited access to information at all times, at every hour of every day. And it's actually probably just more beneficial to just drop the trailer yourself or do it at like your main developer conferences that they all now do, like, you know, Sony with the State of Play again, for example. There's just no reason to wait for E3 to do the grand reveals because you don't really stand to gain too much from it. Back in the day you did because that was the event that everyone would watch. You couldn't really just stealth drop your trailer on, you know, E-Bomb's World or anything. You know, no one would fucking see it. So you'd wait for E3 to roll around to get people hyped, get people interested, and reveal your projects. But now, you just don't need to. It's unnecessary. It's redundant. In the emails, they said that the 2023 version simply did not garner the sustained interest necessary to execute it in a way that would showcase the size, strength, and impact of our industry, but they remain committed to the advocacy work, but it doesn't mention that they're going to undertake the show again in the future. So they don't make a mention like, all right, this year was a bit of a stinker that kind of flopped, but next year, 2024, E3's coming back with a vengeance. They didn't say anything about attempting it in the future, so maybe this really is the end of them trying E3. Who really knows? But again, E3 has kind of become like YouTube Rewind. No one really cared about it and just kind of fizzled out. In fact, YouTube Rewind went out real sad as like the most disliked video on the entire platform, and then they canceled it then. But it was something that was already kind of like on its way out in terms of public interest anyway. They continue in the email saying that it was a difficult decision because of all the effort that them and their partners put toward making the event happen, but they had to do what was right for the industry and what was right for E3. So they said, we appreciate and understand that interested companies wouldn't have playable demos ready and that resourcing challenges made being at E3 this summer an obstacle that they couldn't overcome. And for those that did commit to E3, we're sorry we can't put on any showcase you deserve and that you've come to expect from ReedPop's event expertise. So again, just shedding more light on it. They didn't have the interest, and as well as a couple other obstacles, it just didn't seem worth it for them, and I think they made the right decision canceling it.
I probably would have still watched it regardless just because of the nostalgia. It has been a long time since it's come back around, and I would have liked to see, you know, if they brought out the big guns. You know, they announced fucking GTA 7, right? Like, they go crazy. Maybe they finally show something from the new Elder Scrolls. But apparently that was not going to be the case. They also didn't have playable demos at the convention center ready or anything, so it looked like it probably would have just been a weak event if they did try. It probably was the right call not to. And I think the obvious big reason why this was never really going to work out well this year for them is because when E3 was announced, Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation all said, nope, we're not going. So taking the wind out of their sails immediately, and then Ubisoft apparently also said they wouldn't be going either. So they already just didn't have huge players in the industry going, so the lineup wasn't going to be strong regardless, which is just, you know, that's rough. You can't really make that work. Like I said, it really is pretty sad that no one gives a fuck about E3 anymore, because I remember how cherished the event used to be and the prestige that it used to have. So it is, you know, just a little upsetting to see where it's ended up, but it's for the best. It really is. The times have changed a lot. It just doesn't offer anything special anymore. There's no real reason for them to keep trying. Jeff Keighley's kind of put the stranglehold on big gaming conferences outside of the developers. So it's just a tough space to compete in now. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I know a lot of people watching this probably also used to love watching E3. So I wanted to give you the latest from, you know, the fallen behemoth here. And that's really about it. So yeah. I have sworn multiple times that I would stop talking about EDP 445, but just like most people's New Year's resolutions about going to the gym, I'm going to have to break it. Every few months for the last couple of years, like clockwork, he will try and come back to the internet after his historic fall from grace after being caught in the now infamous cupcake sting operation that outed him as a predator. He'll come back with an almost cartoonish development. He has been on this non-stop wild and wacky roller coaster of crazy, goofy shit that he tries. He's this gift that just keeps on giving with the amount of unbelievable shit he tries. Like an everlasting gobstopper of goofs. I've compared him to the box ghost from Danny Phantom, and I think that is just the most apt comparison. He's just this silly villain that keeps popping up every now and then just for people to laugh him off the face of the internet, but he'll always come back as a cameo in later episodes. And that's why we're talking about him again today, because it's that time of the year where EDP tries to make a claim that he's innocent. And this time, he's saying, actually, it was all acting. He was only pretending to be a pedophile. He was method acting as a child molester, as part of a movie production. I know that sounds unbelievable. That sounds like I just made that shit up in a game of Mad Libs, but I'm being serious. That is the angle he's trying. He posted an entire breakdown of his defense that this was all a setup, that it was supposed to just be improv acting, but they published it as a real thing and it cost him his whole career. Now, before diving into the fanfic that EDP tries to craft here like he's working on a fucking Tumblr blog, I do want to make it clear that even though the Cupcake Doomsday sting operation was the apocalypse that brought down the world of EDP, it's far from the only instance of him talking inappropriately and sexually with minors. This was just the only one where they actually caught him in video. You know, this was no longer just blurry photos of Sasquatch or rumors. They finally had him on video, flirting with, and then even going to a physical location to meet someone he believed to be a child. This followed sexually charged conversations as well as inappropriate pictures, including a picture of his poopy in a toilet, an actual shit pic. I make sure to mention that anytime EDP's name comes up because god damn it, that shit is crazy. And following all that, he went to the physical location to meet someone he believed to be a kid, and said the reason he was there was actually because his belly was empty, his tummy was growling for a cupcake, which is why it became known as the Cupcake Incident. But this is just focusing on that video and not any of the other numerous claims and evidence about the way he talked to children and all of that. So let's take it from the top here in the timeline of events. He lays out all the lore, and it dates all the way back to 2019. So he's laying out the goddamn Silmarillion here, preceding the Lord of the Rings events that take place later on. So In 2019, he flew out to Philadelphia for the world premiere of Maybe Next Year, which he was featured in. I suppose this was his acting debut, and that's crucial knowledge here because fast forward to 2021, he received an email from Chet Goldstein, who was the person conducting the investigation on EDP at the time, and he's claiming that in 2021, Chet Goldstein reached out to him, letting him know how impressed he was with EDP's performance in that documentary, saying that he was impressed with his work from Maybe Next Year and wanted to give him a shot for a different part in a film that Chet Goldstein was working on at the time. So he drops a receipt here of an email that basically just echoes that, saying, hey, you know, your work was fucking amazing, can't believe you didn't win an Oscar, would love to have you as part of this next production if you're willing to try out for it, get back to me. EDP responds, ecstatic to take this role. This was really going to blow up his acting career. He confirms an address with him, that it's a Rite Aid location they're meeting at. Chet Goldstein says that, their cameraman will meet them at the Rite Aid parking lot, and it's going to be a random scene that they're going to act out for 30 to 40 minutes to see if he's fit for filming. He says, the scene we may ask you to act out may seem a bit odd and I may crack some jokes and be rude in certain parts of the shoot that may seem offensive to you, but keep in mind, we have a protocol of situations we may throw at you to see how you respond and act in helping us determine if you're fit for the part. If selected for the part for the film we're shooting in Bakersville in October, we'll reach out in 7 to 14 business days from our meeting. Please message me back to confirm this date. So this is his bombshell, shocking revelation plot twist moment where you see Chet Goldstein actually was just wanting me to act, improv to make sure I was, up to snuff here with the role that I'd be required to play for his production. I was under the impression this was all part of the acting, which even upon hearing this excuse is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. No, you remember that incident from 2 years ago. Keep in mind, he's just now posting this 2 years later. I'm guessing this idea came to him in a dream recently to try this garbage. But why wait 2 years if this is all legitimate? But regardless, all of that pedophile shit, no, that's just because I was a very good actor. I actually fooled all of you. It was acting, but I'm really upset because, I was misled. I was instructed to improv. I had no idea this was going to be the result. But I know what you're thinking, Charles, he posted receipts, he posted emails right there. There's proof, there's evidence to support these outrageous claims. Sometimes reality can be stranger than fiction. And to that I say, I do not like those green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. These are fucking poorly photoshopped emails that he posts. He couldn't even Photoshop or crop it correctly. Look at Chet Goldstein's name. You can still see some of the black flakes at the top where Chet Goldstein was pasted on top of whatever this email originally was, and none of it's even centered in the first place. It doesn't even convincingly look like real emails. It is awful. It is terribly done. And to go even a step further, I can literally hear EDP's voice in the Chet Goldstein text here. He caps locked respond and act, as if that's supposed to drive the point home, no, look, it's real. This is super real because respond and act. That's a key word. I'm going to have to capitalize that one so that way people know that this is key. It's blatantly fake. These aren't real emails. But you know what? I'm always willing to play ball and suspend disbelief. Let's assume that this is real somehow. And the odds of this being even remotely real are beyond minuscule, incalculably low odds, but let's assume they are. It still doesn't explain away all of his other repeated behavior with the way he talks to minors or anything like that. And it doesn't even explain away the video itself. There's nothing in there that even gets corroborated with these emails he releases. Nothing checks out, even still, with the video itself and the claims he's making. He did an interview with an AI, I guess. I don't really know, but he's doing this interview with some kind of AI interviewer using some kind of fucking voice modulator. And the way he explains it is even more silly.
He had his business card attached to the email.
Okay, and that was shortly after the movie, maybe next year or so. You put kind of 2 and 2 together and everything aligned to this actually being an opportunity for you.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so Chet emails you and tells you to meet him at the apartment complex? I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding.
Well, again, you know, the original meetup spot was at the Rite Aid.
In what fucking solar system would someone be so stupid as to get a random email from someone claiming to be a movie producer who just reached out to you with a cold call saying, hey, your fucking performance in this documentary was superb, spectacular stuff. Come meet me at a Rite Aid where I'm going to have you play a child predator. Would you think that that's a good opportunity? So let's assume he didn't know he was going to be acting as a pedophile. The second that they start spitballing this improv at him, like, okay, so all of these chat logs with this child, you're a pedophile. Why would he play along with it? What opportunity did you think this was? How would portraying a child molester be like this golden goose for you? You are already a successful YouTuber with millions of subscribers, but this was your ticket to the big time? You know, this role you thought you were playing, like the role of method acting a fucking pedophile? That makes no sense. That is inexplicably ridiculous.
You know what I mean? And then the camera guy, Javier, he actually walked me over to the apartment complex. So in the fucking email, it was just, you know, boom, right here at the Rite Aid. And then camera guy is the one who walked me over to the apartment complex. This is the first time I ever seen this fucking apartment complex. You know what I mean?
This does absolutely nothing to help proclaim his innocence here. If it was at the Rite Aid or the apartment complex, it doesn't fucking change anything. The clips he's showing, the Rite Aid only comes in the frame when EDP is leaving after they're talking about calling the cops and everything. That is when he is actually, like, making his grand getaway from this situation. He starts by going up to the apartment complex and then leaves going out by the Rite Aid.
Do you have any indication on what you're walking into, what type of scene you're going to be acting out?
He didn't tell me shit, basically. You know what I mean? He basically just said, hey, we got some chat logs here. We're going to improv this bitch. Go along with it. I'm just like, all right, cool. So... And then again, you know what I mean? It's like, how the fuck was I supposed to know this was a goddamn, you know, how the fuck was I supposed to know that this was a goddamn setup? Like, it's like, you know, you have fucking business cards, you have the official wavelength bullshit, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers is emailing you and shit. It's like, anybody in their right fucking mind would have thought that this was legit.
I speak for every single living, breathing human being on this planet in saying that nobody in their right mind would have thought this is legit. At all. I will suspend disbelief yet again here to just toy around with this idea. Why the fuck would you even improv this kind of scene? Did you want the role of a pedophile? Did you want that to be your acting legacy? The follow-up to your magnum opus performance in maybe next year you wanted to be the child predator? What sense does that fucking make? This is the dumbest defense ever. And he doesn't even do anything to, like, somehow explain away everything he says and does in the video itself. None of this explains any of it. And this fucking email screenshots are fake emails to begin with. The whole thing is so stupid. But it is laughable that he is actually trying this with a straight face. Obviously, this is yet again another desperate attempt to prove that he's never been a child predator, even though there is overwhelming amounts of evidence, even outside of this big video that came from it. There is still so much evidence against him, and really the only reason he never faced jail time is because the investigation was done by YouTubers and not done in collaboration with law enforcement, so he was able to squeak away based on that, which is something that has happened a lot, unfortunately. So it's crazy he's not even in jail, honestly. And he still keeps trying to come back to the internet. Even after all of this time and all of this shit, he still keeps doing ridiculously goofy shit like what you just saw there, with trying to say he's not a pedophile, he was only acting. Wild stuff. I just wanted to give a little update here and share that. That's about it. See ya.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Shazam movie, Shazam! Fury of the Gods. I mean, it's not great. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not very good. I don't know what to tell you. It really feels like DC's serving up Naruto filler for movies at the moment. This whole film felt so utterly worthless. I can't even like fully explain it without getting into spoilers, so I'm not going to, because I try and avoid spoilers to the best of my ability. But it feels like the stakes are super duper low, and it goes into the most cliche superhero film I may have ever seen. This feels like Marvel's first attempt at superhero films back in like early 2000s, but somehow this came out this year. Everything we've learned from superhero films over the last fucking 2 decades is thrown out the window for this one, and it falls back on the most generic shit ever. The villains are beyond bland and forgettable. They literally come out of nowhere and it's like, we're mad, we're gods, and you've made us mad because of this wizard that did this, and we're mad, so we're gonna destroy your world now. Maybe. But they're also just not powerful at all. They're not intimidating or strong. They had to have a little doodad, a little plot device gizmo that's able to instantly sap their power when they get shot by it. They literally have plot convenience darts that they can fire out of a staff. And when it hits them, it steals their power back and they just become normal kids again. Because if it was to be like an actual toe-to-toe fight, they'd lose, and it wouldn't even be close. One of the villain's powers is she can whisper in your ear and make you do things, but she can't even do that half the time. She only demonstrates this working twice. The other, like, 3 times she uses it, a child overcomes it every time. A literal kid. It's supposed to showcase the kid being strong, but really it just showcases that god being weak as fuck, where she can't even, like, mind control a child. So, and that's all she does. She doesn't even demonstrate like super strength or anything. All she can do is whisper, tell you little secrets, and like inception you. And that's it. And then like the main villain, she can control elements. But all she uses that for is to make a box hit Shazam at one point. Or throw a amalgamation of concrete and traffic cones at Shazam once. And then put up a barrier twice. It's like, it's all so unbelievably underwhelming. They're just not good villains at all. Like, from a writing perspective, a motive perspective, power perspective, they're not cool. There's a dragon in the movie, and even the dragon's not cool. The dragon's so fucking weak. They hype up the dragon like it's the eater of worlds and all that, but we don't see it do anything at all that demonstrates it being anything more than just this flying nuisance like a mosquito. But anyway, I'm focusing on that a little too much. This is, at its core, a movie for children. In fact, the entire auditorium was filled with families and their kids that would cheer anytime anything at all happened with, like, jingling keys. Like, I know Shazam, the first one, is very much a family film, but this one is, like, 10x the childishness of that. From its jokes to its like actual plot and things that happen, this is very, very clearly geared towards a young audience. So that was a little disappointing. But even like the shit that happens in this film is so goofily non-important that even the main characters, for the most part, don't take it even remotely seriously for even a second. It just never feels like there's any real peril. And I absolutely fucking hate that since this has gone so far back in time into superhero movies, it has this big clusterfuck of bad CGI monsters that get spawned in. Literally like some Power Rangers shit. Just like these monsters that get spawned in, they're super shitty. They don't do anything. They like kind of move around a little bit. And I think they kill like 2 civilians. Kill, I'm using loosely. They throw them like 2 feet in the air and it's presumed that that civilian got hurt. It's just not very good at anything. I think the actors do a great job with the material that they're forced to work with.
Like, the acting I actually thought was even, like, improved. In the first film, it didn't really feel like Shazam the adult was the kid. It was two separate characters. Here, they feel a lot more in line, which is clearly what they're going for, and they definitely did a better job of that. But he's not really the main character in this one. Freddy's really like the heart of this film and where most of the emotion comes from. And Freddy's actor does a great job, honestly. Like, Freddy's a pretty decent character. Probably the best character in the movie, honestly. Like, he does get a bit annoying, but that's also one of his main traits. Overall, it just feels like this movie served no purpose. It felt like they made it because they felt forced to. I would imagine initially Black Adam was supposed to play a role in this because fucking obviously it's Shazam and Black Adam, but The Rock wasn't really willing to play ball, so instead they had Black Adam be completely separate, which ended up tanking this film as well. So they had to fucking ham fist and cobble together this mess of a movie. And I'm calling it a mess, but it's not like it's fucking horrible or anything. It clearly knows that it's a movie for kids, and it leans into that. So I guess a lot of it's supposed to be something that you just give a pass to, but it's just not interesting at all. It really isn't. And I really hate a lot of the back and forth that happens, in particular in the middle act of this, where it's hard to talk about with spoilers, but there's a lot of back and forth with things getting taken and then getting taken back and then taken again and then taken back. It's just, I don't know. Not a lot of this movie worked for me. The movie was really at its best when it still had like elements of adventure, which were kind of in the beginning, where, for example, they went into a room that had a lot of doors leading to a lot of places. It was a cool little environment and a cool concept that wasn't really explored, but it was a cool idea, it was interesting. Then they go to a library with flying books and like this omniscient pen that can write down anything and answer any question you have. Those two things are cool, but you don't see a lot of that here. There's really just not a lot of magic in general, especially for something that involves a wizard and the powers being of magic origin and the villains having magic powers. It's crazy how not prominent the magic is in the film, which is a weird decision. But yeah, aside from a couple instances of a few scenes that I thought were done well, there just wasn't a whole lot I really liked about the movie. Plugging Shazam Fury of the Gods into the moist meter, I'm gonna have to give it a 40%. I really don't think it's horrible, and definitely I can see kids enjoying this movie. I heard kids enjoying this movie while at the theater. They were going fucking crazy anytime any kind of fucking fight or anything would happen, really. So I guess it might be a hit for a young audience, but I certainly wasn't in there pumping my fist at the film or anything. So that's really about it. As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. I know it's late, but I just need to whine and complain and rant about a movie I just saw really quickly. You know how much I love bad movies that are so bad that they're good. I think it's the most fun you can have is getting together with friends and watching absolutely atrocious movies or shows that you can laugh at and make fun of together. And there was a new banger, or so I thought, that was coming out called Pope's Exorcist. This is Russell Crowe as what I thought would be like a John Wick of exorcists, going out there and just slapping demons around, like actually kung fuing them and like overpowering them, fist fighting. Like that's the impression I got from the trailer. I thought it was gonna be like absolutely wild and nutty. And I just came back from the theater after seeing it.
and my god, there's just a lot that I need to talk about in terms of disappointment and bewilderment that this movie even got made in the first place. So I'm going to treat this like a little confessional here and own up to some sins. Seeing this was a sin. And I understand the Lord forgives all sins, but I feel like after he takes a peek at the Rotten Tomatoes 83% audience score, he's going to flood the earth again out of pure embarrassment for even making our species. This movie is so far from an 83%, it's laughable. It is not good by any means. I don't know why the audience score is so high. Like, it is guilty of more sins than any of the demons in the film. Well, even though there's only one main demon. It is the most generic horror schlock of all time. But its biggest crime is being boring. It borrows every single generic horror plot point, every generic horror movie cliche of, like, you know, sitting up from the bed like the Undertaker because the child's possessed and he has, like, a deep demony voice. Every single, like, horror movie trope is just ham-fisted into this. All of it dumped into this witch's cauldron and brewed into a disgusting stew. Like, it is not even done in a fun way. There's nothing creative or enjoyable about it. It's boring mostly, though there are some fun moments, like fun bad moments that I'll talk about. But overall, I am just blown away by how uninteresting the film was after seeing the trailer. The trailer got me hype. I knew this wasn't going to be a good movie. I don't feel like anyone with a working pair of eyes would watch the trailer for The Pope's Exorcist and be like, wow, that might be pretty damn good. Like, that was never a thought that crossed anyone's mind, I doubt. But I as well as many others, I imagine, were under the impression like, wow, this will be, like, entertainingly silly. But it really wasn't. It didn't even try to be scary, first of all. Like, that was the wildest thing to me. It really didn't even try to be a horror movie. Its scares mainly consisted of the standard lift people up using, you know, Jedi force powers and throw them around a room, or knock over a couple of crosses. Well, and I guess there is, of course, the cliche of, like, bone snapping, walking on all fours. But past that, it doesn't even really try to build tension. There's not even jump scares, which is like the easiest slam dunk for horror films where they could just throw in a bunch of jump scares and people are like, oh my god, it was horrifying. But it didn't even bother with that. It just does nothing. It's just so bland. It's just an empty calorie of a film. I did something I very rarely do. I took notes during this film because I was so dumbfounded by what I was watching. So I'm just going to go over it start to finish. There will be spoilers. There's a lot I want to talk about. So Russell Crowe hops back in the saddle here, dusting off the acting chops to tackle the lead role of a powerful exorcist named Gabriele Amorth. And the film opens with him performing an exorcist on a guy who's struggling with the devil coming over him. So he's bouncing around the bed all crazy like a toddler going through a sugar rush. And Gabriele is asking him questions like a little interrogation. You know, what's my name? What do you want? Who are you? You're Satan, aren't you? You're Satan. And then he's like, yeah, I'm Satan. I'll possess anyone. I know everything. And then Gabriele's master plan is he brings in a pig and he's like, I don't believe you. You're not Satan. If you were Satan, you could possess this pig. And he's like, yeah, I could possess that pig. I could fucking possess him. Watch me possess that pig. And Gabriele's like, do it. Possess that pig. So then he does, and then the guy is back to normal. And then once the Satan is inside the pig, they just blast the pig's head off with a shotgun. Which honestly set the bar pretty high immediately, because I was like, okay, that was fun, silly, bad. He just literally did, like, fucking middle school reverse psychology on Satan. What a fucking buffoon to fall for that one, the oldest trick in the book. It's then explained a few scenes later that this wasn't a real possession, this was mental illness, and Gabriele was just doing a bit of theater. But he really did just execute that pig right in front of that guy in order to convince him that the demon was no longer there. And because he executed that pig, he then had to go through like a religious legal proceeding where he stood trial with these other bishops that were like, this is unnecessary. You're performing exorcists. It's not, there's no such thing as this evil, you know, we don't need this kind of big exorcist position anymore. You're out of line, Gabriele. We don't really need you anymore. So Gabriele's like, you guys don't know what real evil is. Even if 98% of them are like mental illness and not real possession, there's still 2% that's just pure evil and you need me. So then he walks out, but not before making a goofy noise. So as he turns his back to him, and it turns out Gabriele was also like a lawyer at one point or something, I believe he mentioned. So this was actually like a Saul Goodman moment where he was just like defending himself in religious court. And it ultimately ends with them being like, yeah, we don't really need you. So Gabriele storms off, and then as he's about to exit the door, he goes, woo for no fucking reason. Because it was something he did earlier to a group of like nuns that walked by him. I guess that was like a catchphrase they tried, or like a calling card they tried to use for the very beginning of the film and then forgot about it because he never does it again after these two scenes. But there was a group of nuns that walked by him and he goes, like literally blowing raspberries at them, and they giggle and walk by. So then he does it again after that whole religious legal proceeding. And he drops it after that. But it started fun bad. It was like, oh, this is super silly, but it seems almost self-aware and I'm having fun. But then it totally loses all of that charm. The core part of the movie then unfolds where a family just went through a loss with their father and a woman's husband passing away, and the only thing they have left is this giant estate, this holy ground that they're getting like renovations done to. So there's a ton of workers, and they end up unearthing something unholy. Now, before getting to that, the family is as cookie cutter as it gets. The mom's, strong on her own. She's mentally sound, like she's doing everything she can for her children. They mean the world to her. The daughter is a rebellious teen who, I'm not exaggerating, first thing when she gets in the house is goes up to one of the workers, grabs a cigarette, asks for the light, gets a light with the cigarette, then sits on the balcony over the front porch, and the mom's like, put that cigarette out, what are you doing? And she's like, ugh! And then walks off, storms off, mad at her mom. So this was as cliche as it gets with a teenage girl and teenage angst. And then, of course, she's always listening to, like, loud music and hates her mom. Like, oh, Mom, you're being such a square. Get out of my room, Mom. I'm busy listening to music. So that's her whole character, which means nothing because after, like, 10 minutes, none of this shit matters. But that's her, and then they also have a son, a younger brother. He's like 12 or something, I don't really know, but he's traumatized because he watched their dad die. So it wasn't like some kind of normal passing or anything. It was some kind of car accident that wasn't fully explained, but he ended up getting impaled through the head, and the son sat there and watched it. So he was traumatized from it and refused to talk. Now, after all of this is established over the course of like a 5-minute speed run of getting across the most two-dimensional characters of all time, that child is exploring the house, and he goes into the basement and he sees like this glory hole, and he takes a peek through it, and there's like a door with symbols on it, and it ends up kind of possessing him. It sinks its fangs into him. This is how the demon gets in. He literally comes in through the fucking glory hole in the basement. So the child ends up immediately getting possessed within the first couple of minutes of being there. And then some of the workers go into the basement, and they also notice the glory hole. They're like, oh man, this is absolutely absurd. Is there no decency? Where's the class? So they're peeking through the glory hole, and one of them lights a flare and was going to put the flare through the glory hole, but it ends up turning into a flamethrower and cremating them, which scares off all the other workers. So then all the other workers leave, and then it's just the family left in the house with their child who is now possessed. Everything I've explained right now happens almost instantly. Like, all of this was so quick, there was no build up to any of it, no tension at all. It was done as quickly as possible to get to, like, I guess what they deemed to be the scary parts, with the child having, like, a demon voice and saying crude, creepy things. But anyway, after the possession, the Vatican gets word about this, and then they send Gabriele out there, like, Gabriele, I've got real scary stuff happening at this location. He's like, I'm on it, chief. Give me my badge and my gun, I'm going in. So Gabriele is then sent there like some kind of fucking religious assassin to take down a demon. And I really thought he was going to roll up in like some kind of Justice League jet, like or something right out of the X-Men where they have like crazy fucking jet. I thought he was going to fly in on some high-tech shit, but then he rolls up in a moped. So he just kind of scoots on in on his moped, shows up to the house in order to start attacking the demon. And the demon, which is possessing the boy, is a real wacko. Like, this guy's a goofball. So before Gabriele gets there, like right before he gets there, the mom notices something's wrong with the child. He's kind of bedridden and he looks pale. And then he starts talking in a not really deep voice, but you know that like goofy voice you'd make as a child growing up, like the like that kind of shit, where you like vocal fry yourself and then try and make it deeper. That's the voice, the very cliche horror movie demon voice. And the mom then hugs the child in order to, like, you know, calm him down. And while that's happening, she looks down and it turns out the child is squeezing her titty. And then she's like, oh, goodness gracious. And he's like, you didn't breastfeed me enough, mommy. I shit you not. That is what he says. And she's like, oh God. And she, like, covers herself up even more. And then he starts laughing about, like, squeezing her tit. And then he says, bring me the priest. So they brought in a priest that wasn't Gabriele first. His name was Thomas, and it was a bigger mismatch than when Krillin tried to fight Frieza. Thomas shows up and immediately gets fucking ragdolled by that demon. He gets thrown out of the room, and he's like, good heavens, this is a little much for me. We're gonna need the big guns. So he leaves, and then Gabriele shows up. So then it's the two of them, and they try to tag team the demon in order to, you know, solve this situation. So Gabriele gets in there, and he starts his interrogation, and the demon immediately showcases that he's more powerful than all the other ones Gabriele's seen because he knocks a cross off the wall. Like, I'm so tired of seeing that in horror movies where, like, this really powerful demon can only do, like, a couple of trivial things like blow over a vase or move a chair slightly or throw a bucket of dirt against a wall. It's like, who cares? It's not intimidating. That's fucking embarrassing. But Gabriele's like, oh, jeepers creepers. And then he's like, what's my name? And the demon gets it right. He's like, you're Gabriele Amorth. Then he gets blasted with memories from his past, sins that he hasn't fully forgiven himself for. So there's, like, a moment where he's in a war, and then there's, like, a lady, and then the demon pukes up a bird, and then Gabriele's like, oh, I'm out of here. So then he fucking waddles out of the room, goes up to the other priest, Thomas, and he's like, okay, that guy means business. So then he instructs Thomas to confess his sins to him so they can't be used against him when they go, talk to the demon again. So Thomas is like, all right, it's been 8 months since I went to confession. And he starts to confess his sins. And Gabriele's like, 8 months? Okay, this is going to take too long. He's like, okay, Lord, all of his sins are forgiven. He's very sorry, trust me. So he literally uses a cheat code to forgive his sins on behalf of God, which I thought was, like, almost disrespectful. It's like, what the fuck? Can you do that? Like, are you allowed to do that? Like, do you have the power to just say, like, all of his sins are forgiven without him actually confessing it? It's like, damn, that was weird. Like, he had no interest at all in hearing, like, the sins he was going to confess to. He's just like, yeah, whatever, you're fucking good. Literally just gives him the stamp of approval, and he's like, all right, time to go. And when they get into the room, unsurprisingly, the first thing the demon does is show Thomas his sins that he has clearly not been absolved of. It looks like Gabriele didn't have the authority to do that, so he immediately just gets blasted with his sins, and the demon calls him Panty Sniffer. He says that he fucks the daughters of members of his congregation. And then this makes Thomas very upset that he'd mentioned that. So Thomas goes over to him, the child that's possessed by the demon, and two hands strangles him and shakes him like Homer Simpson strangling Bart. It was so goofy. And Gabriele's like, please, Thomas, no, don't do it. That's what he wants. As the child's like, getting fucking strangled by Thomas. That was a good fucking silly scene. But after that, then the demon laughs and then he targets Gabriele. And he's like, you know what I want to do, Gabriele? I want to fuck you. I want to fuck you so hard that when you start coming, you're going to feel ashamed by the release. I'm not kidding. That was his statement. Like, when asked about his main goal, it was to fuck Gabriele. And not, like, in a literal sense, to fuck Gabriele, at least from the way he was speaking about it. Which was jarring to hear that. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. And then they start trying to get, like, the religious artifacts out on him, like, the power of Christ compels you type shit. And it's not working. The demon then turns off the lights, which for some reason makes them stop immediately. And I'm kind of just giving you, like, an overall plot summary of everything that happens here, but I want to stress, and I can't stress enough how there is at no point any attempt to even build tension or show you unnerving things or make anything scary. It's like AI generated a script of a horror film without figuring out how to execute on the scares that they're copying from all of the horror films before it. Like, it is so bland. But anyway, after the lights go out, Gabriele and Thomas split up. Gabriele then goes outside and notices that there's a seal of the Vatican on, like, a well. So he ties a rope to the top of the well and then his moped and drives it, and then, which, you know, takes the lid off the well. Thomas is still inside, posted up, making sure like the demon child's not up to any silly stuff, any fishy business. But then things start popping off. The mom has like a giant arm come over her while she's sleeping, and I don't even know how she's able to even like fucking find the time to go to sleep with the demon child always yelling and screaming and like throwing things around the room. Well, that's an exaggeration. Knocking things around the room lightly. But she's like in bed trying to sleep, and then a giant hand comes over her face and drags her into the mattress slowly. And then the daughter, who's in her rebellious stage, is trapped in a closet with like a bunch of like scratches going across the wood next to her. And Thomas is there, and he, you know, approaches the demon about it, like, "Stop it, demon." And then the demon bites his ear, like full-blown Mike Tyson bites a piece of his ear, and Thomas is like, "Oh my, you didn't just do that." Like, he didn't yell or scream or anything. He gets his ear bitten off, and he just looks more like inconvenienced than anything. He's like, "Ugh, there goes a piece of my ear, zoinks, god damn it." And then he just like walks back out. So Gabriele then realizes that there's a lot more at play here than they originally thought. There's a bigger mystery afoot now that he's opened this well, and he sees a bunch of like skeletons, and then he drops a piece of fire paper in there to see how deep the well goes, which of course causes it to erupt like a goddamn volcano again, just like what happened with the glory hole. And then Gabriele rushes back in, sees all the chaos. He pulls the mom out from the bed, and then he opens the closet door where the daughter was getting attacked by little scratches, and he's like, "This is not a good place to do that, so please stop. Cease that foolishness." And the demon stops, and then the girl leaves the closet. And then we have the most generic plot device when it comes to horror films ever. Gabriele reveals that all they need to do in order to save the day is learn the demon's name. This is something that has been used in every fucking horror movie that deals with demons or possession since the beginning of fucking time. It is so lazy and boring, but that's the major plot point. It's them then needing to find out what the demon's name is. So they start exploring. They also confront the demon again, who reveals what his real plot was: to possess Gabriele. He didn't want to just possess the family, he wanted Gabriele. So they're exploring the premises. They eventually find that glory hole, and they bust it open. They go inside the area. Turns out it's a catacombs where there's a bunch of these skeletons all over the place. And then while this is happening, the like super high tier bishop, like max level bishop that sent Gabriele here in the first place, then starts having a panic attack. He's like, "It's worse than we thought." He read like a letter or something from like a book of reports that they keep getting about the situation. He's like, "Oh my goodness." So he starts freaking out. He's like, "Ah!" And then he has like a little mini heart attack. He ends up in the hospital. And as they're exploring the catacombs, they're learning like, wow, this dates back like fucking 400 years ago. Like, this demon's been around for a long time, and the Vatican tried to seal it off and cover it up. And then while that's going on, the priest is laying, like the high bishop is laying in bed, surrounded by some of the priests that were part of like the religious legal proceeding. And then he pulls off his oxygen mask and just pukes up blood on one of them. So I guess he was starting to get like possessed too to some level, or he was really just stressed out about the situation. But they eventually find this almost ritualistic chamber. I can't remember exactly what it was for, but it has like a torture device in there. It also then has like what was a very strong priest back in the day on like a throne, and they read his diary, and in that diary they learn the demon's name. It's Asmodeus, and he can possess a lot of different people. He's like a fucking puppet master. And Aaron, I saw this with Aaron as well as Ridley, Eli, and Tiana. Aaron made a great point. If the whole thing is you only need the demon's name in order to win, that super strong priest must have been really lacking. Like, he must have been fucking, you know, overdosing on Xanax or something and really dropped the ball, because he literally had Asmodeus' name not only written down in the diary or written down in the book, but had a full fucking picture, hand-drawn painting with like a stylized Asmodeus name under there. So like the name was readily available, and was still unsuccessful in the exorcism and saving the day. So that guy must have fucking sucked. He must have been terrible at his job. So they learn the demon's name is Asmodeus. As they learn that, one of the other priests that was really mean to Gabriele walks through and sees that the Lord on the crucifix is bleeding a little bit, and he's like, "No!" And then he takes a sabbatical and leaves for some reason. So now they have the demon's name. They then confront the demon. They're trying to like win, but the demon, starts possessing the daughter. He still has the son. He's like writing things on his chest like God isn't here. God is not welcome. No God allowed. This is a demons only club. And he's like, strangling someone with Thomas with his tie. The demon girl that he's now possessed is like slapping the mom around. And then Gabriele, in order to stop the madness, is like, all right, fine, just possess me. So he does. Asmodeus then possesses Gabriele. His plan was to infiltrate the Vatican in order to cause mayhem and wreak havoc. And so he goes downstairs into the throne room and he grabs a giant scepter, and Thomas walks in like the fucking action movie hero. And then he sees the girl that he fucked from the congregation. She's got like her titties out and shit and starts fighting. They get into a fist fight. She's covered in blood. Gabriele is still trying to fight back against Asmodeus, but it's not winning. Thomas then has like this little coin or something that he pushes on the forehead of the girl, which blows her up, literally insta-gibs her like it's Team Fortress 2. And then Gabriele's in like a one-on-one battle with the demon. I also totally forgot a core component here because I'm getting lost in the sauce explaining it. But one of Gabriele's big sins that the demon keeps showing him is a long time ago, there was a lady who they thought was possessed. Gabriele went there and learned it wasn't a possession, it was a mental illness. She was just talking about like sexual abuse, trauma and stuff, and Gabriele's like, I'm not really equipped to handle that. And then she bit the head off of a bird in front of him, and he's like, yeah, this is just mental illness. And then she ends up killing herself right in front of him, and Gabriele feels immense regret for not helping her and working on the mental health side of exorcisms. So that's why he swore to like do that from that point forward, but he never forgave himself. So the demon's showing him that, and then after Thomas blows up that girl, they also, the sound effect they used for the blowing up was fucking fantastic. I'm actually pretty sure it came straight from Counter-Strike after you armed the bomb. It sounded outrageous. So after that, Gabriele is wrestling with that girl, shaking her around, and then Thomas throws him like a powerful religious artifact, and he fucking sticks it on her head, throws her into like this pit of water, and then starts reading the demon's name to it and vanquishing it to hell, and saves the day. Family's safe, demons back in hell, and then we have the ending of the film, which once again brought it back to a silly bad state, where the high bishop that puked blood, I guess, is totally fine now. Maybe that's just something he does when he's stressed out, I guess, but like he wasn't even possessed or anything. He's just like totally fucking fine. The other priest that took a sabbatical gets replaced, and then they bring in Thomas and Gabriele, and they're like, yeah, this was a serious situation, but it's 1 of 200. You've only solved 1 out of 200. There's still 199 more to go. Are you willing to take up the task? Like actual Marvel Avengers, Nick Fury recruiting them level shit. And Thomas is like, let's get to business. And Gabriele reaches back for a handshake and says, let's go to hell. And that's where it ends. Literally setting it up for sequels, like a fucking Men in Black style universe for this, where they're just going to different places and performing exorcisms. So that was the whole film in a nutshell. The reason I wanted to explain all of it is because explaining it makes it sound far more fun shitty than it is. Everything I explained in theory is fun bad, but in execution is fucking awful. I don't really know what the purpose of this movie was, because like I said, it doesn't even really try to be scary or unnerving. It's actually just kind of a genuine waste of time. There are entertaining moments, like I said, there are times where it is goofy, fun, bad, but that's not the overall experience with the film. Like, there were times where we laughed at the silliness, but most of the time it was just sitting there in silence, wasting time watching it. It just didn't do anything in general. Like, it just didn't do anything. It was just kind of a fucking mess of a film where it had like DNA of all of the horror films before it, but didn't even bother to execute it in any meaningful way. It didn't even try. Like, it literally feels like they didn't try at all. That just they had some kind of contractual obligation to fulfill, so they just fucking pooped this out as quickly as possible. It really seemed like it was very rushed. But yeah, I wanted to talk about it because I was very excited to see this movie. I've talked about it on stream a few times about how like I'm really confident that this will be a fun bad movie, and I was just wrong. It really wasn't fun bad at all. So yeah, I just kind of want to talk about it a little bit and rant. That's about it. So yeah. There's a certain beauty and a curse that comes with live streaming. If you make a mistake, there's no undo button. You can't just cut it out. If it's there on a live stream, it's there forever. And we've seen time and time again that one simple, single blunder, one little split-second mistake can cost people their entire online career, whether that's from something they say or something they do. In fact, we actually just saw this very phenomenon happen a month ago, where a big streamer named Atrioc was live and alt-tabbed, which for a literal fucking nanosecond flashed his deepfake porn on stream, and that cost him everything. Years upon years of work undone in an instant because he jump scared everyone with his deepfake porn, which revealed a lot of awful things about the whole situation and everything that was going on there. Point is, on live streams, there's no going back, and we've seen time and time again this lead to the downfall of an entire career. And we almost saw it again last night with Linus Tech Tips. Linus has built an empire online. He is an incredible creator who has done amazing work for so long now. And last night he almost wiped his ass with the entire fucking thing.
I mean, it's been kind of eye-opening. I've just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of, you know, old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor.
We've entered the danger zone here on stream. This is like Chernobyl just waiting to melt down because of something he's about to say. But to paint the picture, what he's talking about here is how not that long ago, things were more acceptable in content and media that aren't acceptable today. He's talking about how things have changed, and in particular, he's mentioning how, like, some shows would have casual gay humor, where back in the earlier 2000s, that was a very common thing. Calling something gay was used pretty much everywhere for everything. If someone got a cheeseburger that didn't have enough cheese on it, they'd say, "That's gay." If you were walking down the stairs and you missed a step and you started to tumble down the stairs, you'd be screaming, "This is gay!" Like, all the way down. If a buddy of yours asked to bring his girlfriend along to, like, the boys' night out, you'd say, "Stop being gay." That kind of shit. That's what he's talking about. And he's saying, you know, it hasn't been that long, and going back and watching shows that still have that humor in it was jarring to him.
Casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's jarring. Yeah, it's jarring now. And for
casual use of hard R.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like okay, it was an episode of American Dad. And it was just like, yeah, it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Buckle your seatbelt because this ride's getting real bumpy now. The train is getting off the tracks. We're going wacko mode here. So hard R, as I'm sure all of you probably understand, is a very serious slur. Like, that's, you know, that's not, you know, empty calories. That's no sack of potatoes. That's a big fucking slur. And he's saying that it was used casually back in the early 2000s, and even mentions a example with American Dad. Now, with my hand on a stack of Bibles, I'll just tell you, I'm not the biggest American Dad fan. I'll just be honest with you. I haven't watched a ton of it. I'm not the biggest spectator of the show, so maybe this episode he's talking about flew under the radar. I never heard of it, never watched it, but that took me by surprise. And I really love Luke's reaction, his co-host here, because you can see him like, hard R, excuse me, what kind of fantasy land are you living in, Linus, where hard R's were casual? Because I and Luke and probably everyone else in the world can't really recall a time where normal TV shows were dropping racist slurs casually like that.
Whoa.
Right, well, I mean, here's the thing, right? That was in 2003 or something, like 2002.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even, the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it, right? And it's funny because to me, that doesn't feel like that long ago.
As a big fan of Linus, when I heard that, I had to stand up from my chair, hands on my hip. I was like, all right, it's over. I felt like a coach who had just watched his team lose the championship ball game. Like, you take my hat off, put it over my chest and say a prayer for him, because I was like, God rest his soul, this is the end of Linus. And you can see Luke, like, he shakes his head, like, in disbelief, and then he's just looking down. And I already know, during this moment where Linus is, like, admitting to using hard R's casually, he's processing this as like, yep, back to the old grind. This is where it all ends, huh? This is the end of our run. He was just seeing all the walls around him starting to crumble, the Empire burning to a crisp, all because Linus is just freely loosey-goosey admitting to using the hard R casually often. But do not despair, because not all is as it seems here.
But to my kids...
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
What? No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
No.
I think
that's
so.
That's the N-word. What are you guys talking about? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
No, the one with the for mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
Oh. Okay, either
hard
way.
R means ending
I understand.
the N-word
I
with
understand.
a hard R.
I understand what you mean. No, I'm not talking about that.
You can feel life be breathed back into the room. Like, once Linus elaborates that he wasn't talking about the N-word, he was talking about the word used with mental disabilities, and collectively all at once the whole room comes back to life. This reminds me of a very famous quote from the late great Uncle Ben, God rest his soul, when he sat down Peter Parker in that car and he said, "With great power comes great responsibility." In this case, it's with great power comes great fucking blunders. This was an amazing disaster to watch unfold with, like, the wackiest plot twist of an ending. I have never once heard the hard R refer to anything other than the racist slur. So when he just started willy-nilly admitting to using it casually, I couldn't believe my goddamn ears, and I know every coworker was panicked texting each other saying like, hey, really enjoyed our time together, it's fucking over, tune into the stream. Like, I have no doubt that was probably the scariest moment of their careers, listening to Linus just for some reason admit to using the hard R often. And then, of course, the grand reveal where he wasn't actually talking about racist shit, he was referring to something different entirely, and then this is the aftermath of that.
Okay, cool. So I'm glad that we have cleared that up.
I'm freaking Neo over here, dude. We're dodging bullets. That was bad.
Okay, yes.
All right.
Right. I forgot about the part where I said, yeah, I just like used it. Yeah, no, actually.
We can breathe. Everything's okay.
Cool. So
right.
I hope everyone likes not having a job anymore on Monday, because apparently I'm a giant racist.
We didn't lose our money in the bank crash. Run.
In the audience run.
What a journey we went on for about 2 minutes there with this whole section. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because this was the closest I've seen to someone just committing career suicide with a smile on their face during it. Big misunderstanding here, I suppose. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. Over the last couple days, I just haven't been able to decide if it was a good idea to talk about this publicly or not. I have been more back and forth on this than a student driver learning how to parallel park. I just feel like this topic is one where even mentioning it makes it more of a problem. Kind of like the bye-bye man, where even just saying his name gives him power. But ultimately, this is a topic that I've covered on this channel many times over the last 3 or 4 years. I've been keeping my finger on the pulse of this entire AI deepfaking industry. So there's actually quite a bit I'd like to say on the subject. You already know where this is going. You can already see the train tracks and where the rails are heading. We're talking about the Atrioc situation, which I'm very confident the majority of you have seen by now. Atrioc is a very popular streamer, and earlier this week, he made a big blunder. He was streaming, and during his stream, there was a split second where he showed his tabs. And unlike the many other streamers that have come before him that have made this same mistake where they show something embarrassing, or they show, like, porn and get banned for 3 days for it, Atrioc's case is a little more unique, because the tab he showed was porn, but it was AI deepfaked porn of his streaming coworkers. The image only jump scared the stream for about a second, but the ramifications from this are going to last much longer. Of course, this happened publicly, so I suppose Atrioc felt the need to defend himself publicly, which led to a very tearful and very uncomfortable stream where he was apologizing and explaining everything while his wife was in the background during all of it. And he was going over the situation, explaining that one night at 2 a.m. he was on Pornhub, perusing the old tube there, and he clicked on one of the ads, which immediately blew my mind and probably everyone else's mind in the world, that anyone clicks on ads on any site, let alone porn sites. That's just asking for malware, virus, Trojan, or just having your whole fucking computer explode. But he said morbid curiosity got the best of him. He saw an ad for AI deepfake porn. He clicked on it and then paid for it. He paid for access to the deepfaked porn, and it was of some of his streaming colleagues, which of course is a very big problem. That's weird, creepy, and pretty disgusting stuff. I think everyone can agree with that. He did follow this up last night with a written apology, going more in depth on everything and talking about the action he's going to take to improve, as well as stepping away from his company off-brand. And I'm going to go ahead and let everyone know, in case you don't know, Atrioc and I have collaborated on projects over the last year a couple times. We've talked quite a bit. I do consider him a friend, so when all this happened, I was extremely disappointed. Now, since this happened a couple days ago, it's already ancient history on the internet. Everyone's already given their take and talked about this situation, so I don't really have anything to add to the whole Atrioc discussion that someone hasn't already said. It is very clearly a pretty gross and creepy thing to have done, especially because it's not just morbid curiosity that you just clicked on something and saw it. You clicked on it, you paid for it, knowing what you were about to see, and then got it. And then it also stayed open in the tabs. Like, all of that is very bad, alarming shit. I'm not really here to just keep focusing on the Atrioc situation itself or like dunking on the stream. I actually want to talk about AI deepfaked porn directly, because I've actually talked about this quite a bit over the last couple years. And now what Atrioc has done is he's opened the can of worms and shown a lot more people just how far along AI deepfaking technology has come in the porn industry. He was kind of like the lightning rod, the catalyst to open people's eyes to this kind of degeneracy that's existed for a few years now. This whole situation almost worked out like a hashtag ad, like a sponsored stream segment, because the traffic to that site exploded as a result of this whole story. Now, the site has been shut down, and rightfully so. I'll also briefly tackle the damaged Coomer brains that are somehow defending this as like a normal, not awful thing. They're saying, like, it's not even their real body, why do they care, this is fucking stupid, it's not illegal. It actually is illegal in a few states, but even just setting aside the legality of it, how could you possibly make a sane argument to justify taking people that don't do sexual content and putting them in sexual content anyway, without their permission, consent, or even knowledge that it exists, and then you're selling it to people to jerk off to? Like, can you not see how that's a huge violation? Building an entire career without ever touching sexual content and then still being sold as sexual content by somebody else and using other people's bodies on yours as if it is yours? How can you possibly not see how fucked up that is? The argument that I've heard time and time again is it's not their real body, why do they care? Well, it's because it is indistinguishable from being a real photo or real video because the technology is so fucking advanced. That would be like if someone took a picture or a video of you with a really tiny wiener and sent it around your entire university to make fun of you, or posted it underneath every single one of your tweets saying, this you, and it's your tiny wiener with like a banana in your butt. No one's going to know if it's real or fake because the technology is so good. Unless you pay very close attention to like hands and feet, but they're also smart with that. In a lot of the photos and videos, they don't show the hands or feet anymore because they know the technology hasn't mastered it. So you really have no way of knowing if it's true or false. And even if you try and debunk that, let's say you're getting harassed by a bully that's deep faking small wieners on all your pictures and underneath all of your tweets. Let's say you're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm tired of it. Here's my real dick and it's 9 inches of steel and glory. Well, now they can just say, you deep fake that, that's not your real penis. You will never be able to prove what's real and fake. Thus, it's totally irrelevant whether or not it's their actual bodies or not because it doesn't matter. They didn't consent to it, A, which is a huge issue that for some reason people are downplaying. They didn't consent to it or give permission to the site to deepfake porn of them. And B, no one's going to know if it's real or fake if someone just starts posting that places like, oh, here's an OnlyFans leak of this streamer, but you didn't know they had a secret OnlyFans. You wouldn't know. Thus, it's a terrible fucking thing all around. These streamers don't do sexual content. Thus, that's why the AI deepfake porn of them exists. If they did do sexual content, it would be redundant. You could just go to their OnlyFans or their Pornhub page. So it's targeting completely innocent women in this industry that don't do anything sexual and still making it sexual for the sake of squeezing some doubloons out of some desperate porn-addicted losers that are frothing at the mouth to get porn of their favorite streamer. That's not normal and that's not acceptable behavior. Again, these are streamers that didn't consent to it, give their permission, know it existed, and they are still being sold sexual content of them that they never produced or had any hand in is being sold to fucking creepy losers. It should be super easy for anyone to understand why people are rightfully upset about all of this whole situation. And let's extend this to a bigger scope. Let's talk about this from a business sense. Businesses have gone full Weenie Hut Jr. I lost a major partnership because I made a dirty song. Now imagine the career problems that can unfold from AI deepfake porn being made of these people. Having that somehow find its way to advertisers or brands they work with could create real issues, even though they've done nothing wrong. They've never made sexual content, they've never done any of the things in the videos or the photos, but it doesn't matter because it still is so indistinguishable from being authentic. It should be very obvious why this is a fucking big problem. Now, I do really want to mention that while every victim in this case was a woman because Atrioc had paid for the female streamer's content, it does exist for men as well, and it has for quite some time. It is obviously more prevalent in women because more people are going to look for AI deepfake porn of women on the internet than men, and you'd be stupid to try and argue the opposite. But it is worth noting that this isn't just a woman-specific issue. This does exist for men. There is a ton of deepfake porn of me, for example. And I want to touch on the actual AI deepfaking and everything regarding that itself. You may remember, if you've been around the channel for a few years, I actually told the story of the day I became alerted to this industry. It was just an innocent, ordinary, normal afternoon, and then someone sent me a message talking about a fake Charlie porn video that was floating around. So I clicked it, and it was a deep fake of me giving a dual hand job. So I was skiing with some wieners here, grabbing 2 penises in each hand. And this is when AI deepfaking was still pretty new, so it was primitive, a bit archaic, it wasn't convincing, it was floating around as like a very self-aware joke, and it made me giggle. And then another one popped up shortly thereafter of me giving myself a foot job, I think, and the physics of it were crazy. I mean, it looked like a PlayStation 1 malfunctioning cutscene. Like, there were quite a few AI deepfake pornos of me, and I thought nothing of it other than, wow, this is goofy. But I did at least want to keep my eye on it because I knew, as everyone does with technology, it only gets more and more sophisticated. So fast forward to 2023. We're at a point where AI deepfaking is so impressive that only a few days ago, a picture of 4 women in bra and panties went viral on Twitter with dudes drooling over them, and then it was revealed that that was all AI generated and none of those women existed, and people's minds were blown. It's no longer like this goofy thing where it looks like fucking terrible Photoshop. It's a very convincing tool. So obviously some bad actors are making porn out of people that don't do sexual content and selling it as authentic. They're not selling it as AI deepfaked porn most of the time. A lot of these companies are selling it as like leaks or look at what just dropped in this special Discord server of this person. And then they're selling AI deepfake porn of people that don't do that. So it's not even being marketed as a deepfake by most of the companies out there at the moment. And a lot of people are none the wiser because of just how convincing and how real it is. Obviously, all of it is being made without the people's permission or their consent for this kind of content to be made. But it doesn't matter. It's spawned an entire industry out of people exploiting it and using it for this financial gain and this really seedy, shitty, shady, weird community that has grown from it. And I don't have a spicy take on all of it where it's like, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, that's the price of being on the internet. because I don't think that should be the price of being on the internet. Having to just have porn of you always exist, even when you don't do porn. Just like fucking deep-faked revenge porn or whatever, like, that shouldn't be the cost of doing business online. It should be illegal, and in 3 states it is. Hopefully that grows as the technology does, where they start making it illegal pretty much everywhere to deepfake fucking porn of people. But yeah, it's a pretty awful situation, and it's a pretty complicated one. I do think a lot of the streamers are taking the right approach of getting the sites that are hosting these things and producing these things taken down. That is absolutely the correct play. 100%. It's not like what they're doing is okay, and I don't understand the fucking weirdos that are defending it. So yeah, just wanted to talk about the whole AI situation here with the deep fakes, and that's about it. So yeah. I bet you thought this story was over, but what if I told you that this is only the beginning of the pink sauce saga? I've made a couple videos about pink sauce, as did everyone else in the world, because it really captivated us. A truly fascinating disaster. Pink sauce was the recipe a TikTok chef was peddling on TikTok and then selling herself. Shipping all of these raw ingredients across state lines, and when they finally arrived to consumers, it was rotten, rancid, and probably the most detrimental thing you could put in your body next to cyanide. Getting a goddamn acid bomb in the mail probably would have been safer for your health than getting pink sauce delivered to you. But it caught on. It was such a big viral thing that it eventually got picked up by a major food brand that now has put it in Walmart. Isn't that just joyful? I have to imagine this would be like the start of I Am Legend if this is the original pink sauce formula. Like, it's all in Walmart, the formula's the same, people start consuming it, and then we all turn into these fucking zombie vampire things and the world goes to shit. Like, this is where the plague begins. Of course, I think there's a 0% chance that the food brand that purchased this, the food brand is called Dave's Gourmet Sauces, I cannot imagine they just let it ride as it stood originally. This has to be like the 2.0 version where you can actually eat it without instantly dying. So this is probably going to be safe to consume, but I still find that to be so wild that she got rewarded for basically creating poison that she was shipping to TikTok customers. Now, not only is the product itself just absolutely awful, but she herself is absolutely awful. I already made a video going over that unwatchably embarrassing interview she did where she's directly confronting a critic of hers who I wouldn't even consider a critic. It was more just a concerned consumer who bought it and then got a little questionable with the bottle and the way it was packaged, since there was no refrigeration for a lot of these raw ingredients, which had now turned completely spoiled. So she sent it to a lab for testing just to ensure that she could safely eat it. And she talked about, you know, what was going on. And then on this show, the two of them sat down to talk to each other, and the pink sauce lady was extremely combative and hostile and just unbelievably rude to her, when the lady herself was actually very generous with everything and pretty sweet about all of it. But it wasn't just that one interview. The pink sauce lady made numerous videos attacking anyone that had even the lightest bit of criticism for her product, even those that just rightfully pointed out some huge, glaring, obvious issues, such as the food label being completely wrong on every possible account. There's just a multitude of things that were a complete catastrophe about this thing, and yet she still found herself in a, I imagine, multi-million-dollar deal with this food brand and now has this piece of shit product on the shelves of Walmart. You see pink sauces at Walmart now? Yeah. I mean, this isn't surprising. We all knew this was coming. I told you guys this was happening. I don't know why so many people got caught off guard. She signed a deal with a huge foods producer. I forgot who it is. In order to put pink sauce in Walmart. This was like 6 months ago. I'm actually surprised it took this long. Does it have a real voice crack? Does it have a real nutrition label now? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure what they're selling is an actual consumable version of it that won't kill you. You know, how about I just look up the company that's producing it for her? Because it's not her. She's not making it. They just took her name. Dave's Gourmet Sauces. In August 17th, Dave's Gourmet Sauces acquired Pink Sauce in order to distribute it. So they're the ones that's taking it over. So they produce it, they put it in Walmart, and I imagine it's actually consumable. I don't imagine they're still selling a biological weapon like it used to be. How do trends even catch on like this? because it was so outrageous people couldn't help but laugh at it and then get curious and buy it. And then delusional companies like Dave's Gourmet Sauces see it and think of potential customers. Kind of like how Morbius, like the team, I already forgot who produced Morbius. I think it was Warner Bros. How Warner Bros. Got gaslit into putting Morbius back in theaters because of the memes, thinking that they'd make money on it, and then they just lost even more money again. Sony. It was Sony. Thanks. But yeah. I think that's still a great example. That's exactly what happened with pink sauce. Dave's Gourmet saw how much buzz pink sauce was generating. They're like, damn, this is going to go fucking huge in Walmart. And I hope it flops. I feel like it will. It's a stale, dank meme now. No one really gives a fuck. It's run its course. Now it can just wither away on the shelves of Walmart. And Dave's can feel real dumb. No, it's not the same pink sauce, so no one's going to get sick and die from it this time. Unless Dave is truly just an actual madman and he's like, you know what? Chef P, come on over here. I want you to make the exact same formula. I want all the rotten ingredients and we're putting it on the shelf. I don't see a world where he did that, but maybe. What if it's a delicious sauce now? Well, then it can still suck the dirtiest part of my ass. The lady behind it is such an asshole. I can't stand her. The way she treated like a really nice lady who was just being even remotely critical of her product is unforgivable. She does not deserve the success she found through this. Fucking poisoning people and then also being an arrogant douchebag about it. That doesn't deserve to be rewarded. So fuck Dave too for giving her that deal. That's a garbage take. People can change. Bro, this was a month ago. She went on a talk show with the lady who criticized her and just kept insulting her. And even had the gall to grab her hand and be like, I forgive you. She's just such an asshole. Yeah, I'm sure she had a total overhaul of her personality in a fucking month.
If something were to be recalled, you have to be
who's fabricating something on the internet.
But nothing was fabricated.
To be honest, you're not special. You're not special.
Yeah.
Okay? So
And then clapping for it, yikes.
I lose my mind and approach you directly when you're fabricating something on the internet. So
Was just getting lab results to make sure that the pink sauce was safe for consumption. That's what this is all about. In fact, that lady that she is attacking here is super wholesome. All she did was send it to a lab to try and get results to make sure that it was edible because the one she received was completely rotten and rancid. And this is her response to it. You're not special. Why would I reach out to you about this situation to make sure that you're like okay and safe and the food's safe for consumption? USDA labels, you're just a fucking liar. You fabricated everything. And she eventually grabs her hand, talking about forgiving her.
I meant, and also, and I'm gonna touch your hand when I say this.
Ugh.
When I said that you're not special, I meant that as you're not special as far as someone trying to hurt me. So I didn't take it as a direct insult because...
Yeah, she just doesn't deserve the success she found. She sucks. I already made a whole video about this interview with the pink sauce lady. I still think it's one of the hardest ones to sit through because of the pure delusion and just the holier-than-thou attitude about things. The woman, once again, was just testing the pink sauce to make sure that it was actually okay to eat, and the pink sauce lady takes it as a personal attack. Really, she should have been thanking her because she was doing the pink sauce lady's job for her to actually test the product that she's selling to make sure it can be consumed without causing some kind of like internal combustion of the human body. I'm already getting lost in that sauce again going over that interview because it still makes my blood boil. It is just so crazy, the arrogance of the pink sauce lady. But moving on, a lot of people ask me, will I be trying the pink sauce, for content? And the answer is no. I won't even be purchasing it as a joke. I just don't want to support it in any way whatsoever. I still think it is wrong that Dave's Gourmet Sauces even picked it up in the first place. It got popular because she made poison. Like, how the fuck could you, as a food producer, see that and be like, that's what we need. That's what we need under our umbrella. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
And if the person behind it was a little less of an asshole, maybe then I'd be a lot more like charitable with my understanding of this. Like, oh, maybe it was a great idea that she just didn't have the capability to follow through on with the vision, and it led to all of these problems. So now that she's got a brand backing her, maybe it'll be good, and you know, she's always been a great person. But that's not the case here. Everything she's ever shown from her personality is hostility and rudeness, and a condescending tone to everyone around her. So no, I don't really want to be buying pink sauce even for the joke of it. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because man, what a silly set of circumstances. That's about it. So yeah. It's 6 a.m. right now. I was unable to fall asleep. I was tossing and turning due to just overwhelming excitement. I felt like a little kid again on Christmas Eve, anxiously waiting for Santa Claus to come down the chimney with the presents. But my excitement wasn't in anticipation of presents. I had already received an incredible gift. I got to witness a world record live on stream. But not something lame that no one cares about, no one competes for, that underwhelming stuff you see so often in the Guinness Book of World Records, like introducing Biff, the man who stuck the most toothpicks to his eyeballs in 30 seconds. I'm talking about a real record in one of the most prestigious and competitive fields imaginable, AMOC runner speedrunning. That's right, a name that sends shivers down the spine of all gamers. This is the conclusion to my $10,000 speedrun challenge that I posted 2 weeks ago, and what a thrilling finale it was. It had a little bit of something for everyone. Drama, suspense, action, mystery, erotica. It had everything you could have ever wanted from life. So, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, 2 weeks ago I made a challenge where I wanted to see who could have the fastest speedrun time for a game that I know no one in the world besides me has played. It's called AMOC Runner. I thought it'd be fun to choose a game that's never really been played by anyone besides me to see who can beat it the fastest. I'm a huge fan of speedrunning and watching speedruns, so I wanted to see how wacky this could get in 2 weeks starting from absolute zero. And the results were beyond shocking. I plan on doing a full Summoning Salt inspired video going over the history of everything that happened within this 2-week competition because it's a lot and it's really, really interesting. But for this video, I want to talk about the winners. So, this was a $10,000 competition, and it's being split between first, second, and third place. First place is walking home with a crisp $6,000, 6,000 clams. Second place is taking home $2,500, and third place is taking home $1,500. Now, I'll of course show you the world record run as well as my reaction to it since I got to watch the second half of it live. But before diving into that as well as the other winners in the leaderboard, I would like to let you all know right up front that I do plan on doing this at least once a month. Once a month I'm going to be doing these $10,000 speedrun competitions on games that nobody has ever played or heard of in their entire fucking life. The most obscure little dingleberries that Steam has to offer, maybe the target for the next bounty. And a new addition I'm adding to the bounties is I'm also going to have another prize that you can win. It'll be $1,000 for whoever finds the most impactful glitch that's used in the speedrun at the end of the 2 weeks. That'll be voted on by the community and the top runners for what they deem to be the most important glitch that was found, and whoever found it will get $1,000 for its discovery. I thought this would be fun because it incentivized people to find cool glitches and find good tech, since that's like one of the most important parts of it. So even if you're not the most talented speedrunner, if you're the most talented glitch hunter, you can still walk away with some prize money from this. It'll be about $1,000. I had so much fun watching this, and I couldn't be more pleased with how it all turned out. We even had some returning faces to the competition, such as Jervalen, the absolute inhuman android madman that was able to complete my $20,000 Halo 2 challenge that a lot of people deemed impossible. And we even had Fraser come back, who competed in that same bounty that I put up. And then we also just had some of the best speedrunning talent in the business, like from all across the globe. We had Distortion 2, Cheese, Ouija, Simply, so many incredibly talented runners, all running AMOC for the last 2 weeks, putting in hundreds of hours. I'm not going to spoil who won yet,
but the winner put in 192 hours across the 2 weeks grinding this fucking thing, and he's far from alone. In fact, pretty much everyone in the top 10 has put in over 150 hours each. It's like a curse, the AMOC runner curse. I've seen it go all the way up to 205 with one runner in particular. So it's not uncommon here from this challenge. Like, the commitment was unrivaled. It's just a winner's mentality. And for a game like AMOC, you know, you gotta put it all on the line. It's gotta be nuts to butts or nothing. And god damn it, we got the nuts. Now let's get into the meat. At third place, taking home 1.5k, is a runner named Bob Toad. Bob Toad squeaked out a ferocious stinker of a run at 25 minutes 37 seconds. Now this run's not only big because it went into the top 3, but it's also big because it's 1 second faster than Distortion's run. Distortion 2 is one of the biggest names in speedrunning, and he got a 25:38 and was looking primed to secure a top 3 spot at the very least, until Bob Toad came in with the attitude and dropped this mean one on him. So a heartbreaker for Distortion getting pushed out towards the end here, but huge congrats to Bob Toad because what a performance. Now, moving on to second place, we have a runner named Zach777. Zach was constantly getting world records throughout this competition and seemed to be a front runner to take the whole thing at first place. And he was, until 2 hours before closing. Zach clocked in a 25:33. So 4 seconds better than Bob Toad, and this stood for quite some time, really, you know, given the circumstances and how frequently things were shifting. But this 25:33 looked almost unbeatable until 2 hours before closing. So Zach takes a second place, and in first place we have one of the wildest fucking runs from Ouija, a very popular Super Mario 64 speedrunner. He took his talents to AMOC runner and it paid off big time. It paid off exactly $6,000. Now, according to some people in chat, they did the math. He made about $31 per hour from this competition, so not a bad payday for the work. And his name's going to be cemented in the history books of AMOC running. So, AMOC runner world record is held by Ouija, who clocked a 25:32. Beating Zach by 1 second to steal first place at the very end. Now, I'm going to show you the beginning of the run, and then I'm going to show you when I came in to watch it, which is in the second half. I didn't get to see him start the run live, but god damn it, I got to see him finish it live and witness history. Now, for the sake of keeping this brief, I'm only going to show you the most important bits of the run. This is where runs are really made or broken. Right at the beginning, it's called cock skip or cock launch. It's a super precise, super stupid glitch that if you don't hit it on your first try, you're basically just going to have to reset at this point. And it's tough. It's not easy. I've tried running AMOC Runner myself, and it is the hardest fucking speedrun game of all time because there's just so much RNG to some of these glitches and tricks. But a professional like Ouija, as well as the other top runners, can do it very consistently, so he hits a perfect cock skip. That skips a lot of running. You can see how slow the running speed is. It's basically like running as a fucking brain-dead zombie. You don't move fast at all. So then the next big skip is right here. This is the next major moment. It's called cone skip. And this skips a very long crane puzzle that is beyond boring. So it's very important. And cone skip is a very cruel mistress sometimes. So you have to launch this cone in the perfect position. You have to time a map bringing. You have to bring out your map at the perfect time like this. Gives you a huge launch, and then you hit a checkpoint trigger right on the other side here.
That could be perfect, or it might be bad. It's perfect, pretty much.
You go through the house doing some chores, and then eventually you go back outside, and then you go into the hardest trick in the entire game, mansion launch, which sometimes just decides not to work for no fucking reason at all, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Sketch angle. Alright, you have one more shot. Just... I'm not throwing this time. I'm not throwing this time. I want $6,000.
Come on.
Anytime someone hits mansion skip in a run, the alarms are blaring, sirens are howling, because then the game is really on. That's when the pressure starts to mount. Because mansion skip is just so unforgiving. When you actually do get that launch, that's when it actually really begins. That's when the competition is at its most fierce. So, when he hit that, chat immediately erupted, letting me know that he was on a big run. So I came in and I got to see the rest of it. There's no other major tricks like this throughout the rest of the run, but there are a ton of places where mistakes can happen, especially with the amount of pressure after mansion skip. Alright, let's see if he pulls off world record here. We've got just over 2 hours left. And Ouija's in 4th place, so he's just out of prize money. There's no way he's going to do a Chinatown launch here, though. No shot. Chinatown launch is only going to be if someone's, like, behind. And it's going to be close. He's just going to play, like, tried and true method here. Nothing too crazy. Do I think people will still speedrun AMOC after the challenge? No. Unfortunately not. I tried running it for 2 days. This is the hardest speedrun I've ever tried. All of the tricks rely on such precision and also luck. And that is such a headache. Like, Distortion and Ouija in particular have done, like, fucking... Ouija did, like, a 35-hour non-stop stream just practicing the launches over and over and over and over again. And Distortion did, like, multiple 18-hour streams just practicing launches over and over and over and over again. And I'm sure the same can be said for Zach and Spicy, the other two in the top 5. It is brutal. It's so fucking brutal. It doesn't look impressive if you haven't played the game, but the driving in this is some of the most nonsensical when it comes to its physics. There is no driving quite like AMOC. So the driving is actually such a fucking hurdle, by the way.
To reload. Alright, so there's a different route I should do here. Oh my god, my hand's shaking so bad.
That's AMOC, baby. He's AMOCing.
Dude, I can't fucking walk in a straight line.
You can actually see his hand shaking in his character.
Stop. Get it together, fucker. Stop.
Let's go. Here we go. Now he's coming up to Graveyard, then boss fight. No way he goes for moist skip. That'd be outrageous. He's not gonna bother with that skip, I don't think. Unless he's like a real man. You'd have to be a fucking real boy to go for a moist skip in a run like this with only 2 hours left. What's moist skip? That's what I found during the stream that made me pick this game. On the ship, from the very beginning of the game, there's a clip you can make that I found that takes you to the coffin, but since this game uses a very strict checkpoint system, you can't actually finish the game at the beginning. You have to go through every other objective. So if you do every other objective, then moist skip, it works. But it's not super consistent. And what he's doing right here skips a little cutscene. But it's like a 3-second save. Yeah, but he doesn't need it right now. If he just does everything by the book and clean, he'll have it. So he doesn't need the moist skip. And it would be a big risk to take. He'd only do it if he fucks this boss fight up. If he blows ass on this boss fight, he'll probably do moist skip. Ooh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. And he just took a hit. That's rough. That's rough. He should still be okay, though. Yeah. Ooh, that is rough.
What the fuck?
That is actually, unironically, probably like a 1-second time loss because that car turned there. For no reason. Not even exaggerating, that probably just cost him a full fucking second just because of that. His best time includes moist skip. If he doesn't world record. He doesn't need world record, like I said, though. He just needs top 3. And I'm pretty sure he will top 3 because this will be a 25, 35. No, it'll be lower than that. It'll be like a 25. Oh wait, never mind. What do you mean his best included moist skip? Doesn't look like it. It's still like a 25, 32.
That's world record. There it is. Your new first place. You were right though, it did include Moist Skip. My fucking brain malfunctioned there at the end. With 2 hours left, he went from 4th to 1st place. That right there was a $6,000 run. Assuming no one beats it. There's still 2 hours, and with that, he pushed Distortion into 4th.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I have a lot of conflicting thoughts. That's kind of why I'm not like popping off super hard. But
Thanks to the resub, Slips, Neil, and the Bits Salty.
I don't have time. I gotta do more. I really have to do more.
That's a grinder right there. He got world record, but knows with 2 hours
Well,
left, anything's possible.
we got
Smart.
world record.
Right back into it.
I'm happy. And thanks for the subs and the support.
He's like, my job's not done here.
To make sure.
That run was a work of art, truly exquisite. Now, like I said, we're doing a Summoning Salt style video covering everything with the AMOC runner competition, all the runs, the history of, the finding of the glitches and everything like that. So obviously all of these runs will be covered more in depth and all of it will be more focused in that video. I just wanted to put this out there, let everyone know who won, as well as showcasing just the world record run's best moments and talking about the future of it going forward, because this is something I am going to make a regular occurrence at least once a month. So yeah, it was very exciting and looking forward to doing more. That's about it. So yeah. There's a clip that's gone viral on Twitter today that everyone has been tagging me in because it's in my field of expertise, slapping. There is an absolutely brutal clip that's making the rounds on Twitter, which is a slapping competition between 2 gentlemen. But these gentlemen don't have any manners. These slaps are like tectonic plate shifting level slaps. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like actual registered activity on the Richter scale during this slapping competition. The damage that was done to their faces is unlike anything I've seen before. So I wanted to show you a couple of the slaps as well as, of course, the viral clip. I don't want to show you all of it because I think this is something that you have to see to believe, so I'm going to put a link to the whole match in the description of the video. I can't undersell the power behind these meaty paws colliding with their cheeks. It is downright dangerous. Like, these are slaps that could kill a man. This isn't your grandma's old disciplinary slaps. These are big boys.
Este câștigător arbitru, domnul Sandu Lungu, le aduce la cunoștință regulile încă o dată pentru că le-a și spus este...
Să vedem cum încasează o palmă de 152 de kilograme. Wow! Pentru prima dată îl văd.
Let me introduce you to our protagonist. This guy shows up to the hootenanny already swollen and that side of his face is already clearly damaged. So this is not his first battle of the night. And he still shows up and puts on a historic display of heart and soul. This is a 23-minute schlobber knocker. This just goes the distance between these 2 furious warriors. It is absolutely nuts.
Alexandru este la fel de calm ca la și în meciurile trecute.
A râs.
Now let me introduce you to this absolute titan. This guy laughs off the first like 6 slaps, even though these aren't like pussy slaps by any means. Like, just listen to the sound of that slap. That sounds like a musket going off in that building. And he just shakes it off, laughs about it, and then gets ready for the next round. That is beyond scary. Now I'll admit, this is my first exposure to this organization. This is RXF. This is the first slapping tournament I've seen from them, but wow, what a showcase.
Încasat cea de-a doua lovitură primită de la Alexandru. Wow! Ia să vedem pe... Duce această lovitură foarte puternic, foarte determinat.
I'm speed running through some of the rounds here, but he's delivering meat. Both of them are. But one guy is still laughing about it, while the other is fighting for his life right now. This is a true anime story situation here, and you can see his face swelling in real time. It's also fitting that that guy has a skull tattoo on the back of his hand that he's slapping with. That's like Roy Mustang in Full Metal Alchemist. Like, this dude's alchemy is just destructive slapping blows.
Da. L-a amețit.
And it's with that slap that we have an even match. That guy is no longer laughing about it. He's not having fun anymore. This has just become a full-blown war.
Obrazul este full.
Nu s-a ferit, nu a făcut.
Nu s-a ferit, dar lovitura asta a fost destul de puternică.
I've skipped like 5 slaps from each of them here just to kind of give you a little halftime report. So you can see that his face is starting to bleed quite a bit more. The skin is literally being slapped off of his body. And his cheeks are inflating like a balloon, looking like a chipmunk hoarding acorns in its mouth.
Și Simiu s-a umflat și mai tare la față deja. La Mike Diamond cumva ridică acea centură ca să-i mai motiveze pe
It's just getting worse and worse. He slapped the concussion out of him. He overwrote his previous concussion with a new concussion with that shot. So they're both delivering some very devastating shots here. But the guy on the right looks like he's been hit in the face with a sledgehammer 45 times in a row now. They even wiped off some of the chalk because there was so much of a build-up there. And now that the chalk's wiped off, you can really see all the bruising and shit. It looks like he has legitimately slapped the beard off of that guy, where once there is a beard, there is now only a bruise. Like, just actually destroyed the hair follicles on his face with the slapping.
pe care îl are.
Wow! Wow! I-a dat
Prezintă
peste
dureri
cap,
la
i-a dat
cap
peste
și
ochi,
spune că a
i-a
ricoșat
dat
prea
peste
tare.
templă.
That right there is the clip that's gone viral on Twitter, and you can probably see why. That actually sounds like a cannon went off in that building. And then the guy's face is on full display, and holy shit, it looks like Ed, Edd n Eddy when they have jawbreakers in their mouth. His whole face has been distorted by these slaps. I saw someone say that he got slapped so hard he turned into Nintendo 64 graphics. I think it was Saving the Bees that said that. And it's super accurate. It really does look like he got slapped from 4K into like 360p. From high definition textures to low polygon. The amount of damage both of these gentlemen took is unreal. Obviously, it's all very dangerous, but my god, what fucking warriors going to battle in there. I'm not even going to show you the ending here. I don't want to spoil who won, so I'm going to blue ball you a bit. I recommend watching the full thing because, Jesus Christ, it does not end the way you think it ends. The guy who took all this damage deserves a Purple Heart for this effort. So, I just wanted to talk about this and show a little bit of it because it's unreal. That's about it. See ya. Yeah, I've set the t-shirt to dark mode, which means it's time to go full throttle into the danger zone. No more granny shifting. We're gonna talk about a controversial topic. Fansly advertisements on Twitch. This is actually a war that I've been drafted into and tossed into the front lines, so I've been catching fire and getting called out, labeled a hypocrite, and morally flexible when it comes to things my friends do that I call others out for. So I kind of want to talk about this entire subject here because I feel that it's just a load of dirty barnacles to call me hypocritical when it comes to Fansly advertisements. So allow me to show you to your table and deliver your entree of drama that you've ordered. So, the situation in a nutshell. A couple weeks ago, there was the Streamer Awards that happened on Twitch. I was unable to attend them in person, so I received permission from QT Cinderella to watch party them. This was a massive event that QT Cinderella put together. And one of the advertisers for it, one of the sponsors, was Fansly. So during the stream, a Fansly advertisement popped up, and this was my reaction to it.
A free trial of some of our hottest creators. On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly. Fansly has a whole algorithm dedicated to discovering new content and creators through the Fansly For You feature. Swipe and discover today.
A very tame giggle as if someone came up and playfully tickled me for a moment. And people were upset because I didn't start spitting and shitting, taking up arms about how disgusting it was that Fansly was being advertised on this broadcast here. Reason being is because prior I had made a video talking about a couple of things. One of them was Aiden Ross when he showed porn to his audience. My statement was that Aiden Ross went on Pornhub in front of his audience, which a lot of them are kids, on the younger side of things. So I said that was weird. That was a weird thing to do. So when I giggled during the Fansly segment, it was used as a smoking gun to call out and attack me for being a hypocrite. Because it's the same principle. Fansly was just shown on stream to an audience that undoubtedly had kids watching. How is that any different than Aiden Ross going on Pornhub, Charlie is a fucking hypocrite. He called it out for Aiden Ross, but doesn't do it when it's his friend QT Cinderella. When I first heard this argument, I thought it was just a bunch of fish paste. I thought it was being used satirically, because it didn't even compute that people would try to compare these two things. Going on an actual legitimate Pornhub out of nowhere in front of your audience and just having porn, real porn being played, versus an advertisement, which does lead to porn, but the advertisement itself has more clothes on than a lot of things that are already freely broadcast on Twitch that are easily accessible. I didn't think these two things deserved to be on the same playing field, but that's where I was wrong. I clearly failed the CAPTCHA here and was labeled a bot, because a lot of people do view these in the same category, in the same wheelhouse. A YouTuber named MewKitty made a whole video on it talking about Twitch streamers and their hypocrisy, a video that I make an appearance in towards the end, and it's exactly what I just talked about, where I said it was weird when Aiden Ross pulled up Pornhub, but I laughed when FaZe was a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. And not long after her video, Scott Schaefer made content covering the same topic, where, once again, the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 superstar Charles White comes into the frame once again with another banger cameo. And the argument is the same. Charlie called it out when Aiden Ross pulled up real porn, but didn't call it out when QT Cinderella advertised porn. And he did it because she's his friend, thus he is a hypocrite. And on stream I talked about this last night, and I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video MewKitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad. It's pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement. Which isn't her fault, and I even don't blame the audience, because right now, the human race is being plagued by brain rot, parasite, short-form content, which has ruined the attention span of people. So I don't necessarily find it shocking that they didn't watch all 10 minutes of what I was saying. But in that clip, I outright say both can be bad, but they are not the same to me. Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for QT Cinderella's FaZe sponsor. I'll go ahead and prove that it's there right now, real quick, before getting into why I think they're so different, but ultimately both are not a great thing to be advertising to an audience that is undoubtedly going to have children watching. Of course, advertising FaZe, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah. Now let's make like an egg and hard boil this subject real quick. So, the difference between Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub and QT Cinderella bringing up a FaZe sponsor is very clear right off rip. If all of you in the classroom right now have your thinking caps on, you'll notice a huge difference. I was able to play the entire FaZe ad as it aired, because they are all clothed. You are not getting immediate nudity or pornographic content. It is an advertisement for pornographic content going to the website, yes, but unlike Aiden Ross's moment with real Pornhub just being there, actual fucking full-blown porn, you got pussy, tits, everything all right there immediately, that is not what you got with the QT Cinderella FaZe sponsorship. Thus, immediately, those two are already different. Showing the porn to an unsuspecting audience out of fucking nowhere is a lot worse than advertising a service that has porn on it. And that's something Scott Schaefer does touch on in his video. His is more of a deeper look at the subject, and MewKitty's is more memeing with it. I always thought her content was supposed to be silly and over-the-top trolling, but she does seem genuinely upset at me, and I imagine it's because of my statements, and I also did say I'm not the biggest fan of the way she edits her content. I called it Zoomer editing, which sounds mean-spirited when I really didn't mean it to be. She edits her videos like very chaotic, on purpose, where it's a lot of sound effects, you know, like a fucking gong being hit pretty often, or like really loud blasting music pretty often, and that's just never been my cup of tea. But I never meant it as an insult on her honor, it's just not something that I'm personally a huge fan of, the same way that she doesn't like my content. I didn't mean it to be mean, and I apologize that it may have come across that way. I certainly didn't mean it to. But the whole point of me mentioning this right now is I do want to say that Scott Schaefer did also talk about the difference between playing porn versus advertising the FaZe. He did touch on that. Last night I made the comparison that the Fansly ad actually had more clothing on the people in it than what you would already find on Twitch right now in the hot tubs category, where it is bikinis and very, very revealing clothing. And that is a category that Twitch itself advertises. If you go to Twitch when you're not logged in, a lot of the recommended channels are hot tub streams, so Twitch itself does peddle content that is clearly sexually charged. My point with this statement was to draw the immediate comparison that this Fansly advertisement wasn't immediately exposing young viewers to sexually explicit material, and it's even more easily accessible for them on Twitch already by just going to the category right next to the fucking Just Chatting one. That was the whole point of that. That's something XQC didn't quite understand, calling me wrong, saying that there's not a bleached butthole right away or something on hot tubs category, thus checkmate. Hits me with the scholar's mate. That wasn't my point. My point was the ad itself didn't contain any explicit imagery or anything highly sexual, at least nothing that was worse than what is already currently being advertised on Twitch in that category. And when you go to Fansly, there is still not immediately ass and titties in your face right away. Thus, I didn't think by scanning the QR code people would immediately just be fucking blasted with porn all over the place like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro. So I viewed the advertisement very differently than a lot of people because even when you scan the QR code, you still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation and a lot of obstacles to go through, as opposed to Aiden Ross, which just pulled up porn as a jump scare during fucking stream, right? It to me, still is very different. I also was under the assumption that Fansly was only accessible to 18 plus after you verified your age. I don't use the platform. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. Thus, I thought it was even harder for children to have got porn out of that advertisement if they weren't of age. Not only would they have had to leave the platform to get it, they would then have to verify their age and make an account for it. I thought there was a lot of steps to it, making it very difficult for them. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. So, I made the comparison that the Fansly advertisement reminded me of all of the strip club billboards that are spaced around all of the major interstates. Anytime I go up north to Pennsylvania, there is hundreds of strip clubs being advertised, and on those advertisements, there are women in bikinis and very, very, revealing lingerie. And they tell you exactly where to go for the strip club. Well, when you're driving through, there's a good chance a lot of those cars are going to have kids in it and see those advertisements. So I compared Fansly to a strip club billboard because, in principle, if Fansly worked the way I thought it did, where you had to be 18 years or older to enter, it's kind of like a strip club advertisement because a kid could see that, but still couldn't access the content because the strip club would obviously turn them away. Ideally, assuming you're not going to some kind of fucking shady, corrupt strip club. And I thought Fansly was the same way. But apparently that's not the case, so that comparison doesn't work anymore. And I recognize that now. And I also made the comparison to the old GoDaddy commercials, which were highly sexualized content that was broadcast during like Super Bowl, during sporting events, where it was things like a girl with huge honkers, her straps like breaking off, and like she's in a courtroom and like judges going hubba hubba hubba, and then like she's trying to say something and the other strap's like wiggling, and then it's like right when it breaks off and about to reveal the giant milkers, it says go to GoDaddy.com to finish it. And I wasn't really making a big point out of that. I just wanted to point out that, man, it really does feel like the early 2000s again with a lot of the internet arguments we get into these days. It's shit we've had for years. History really does kind of repeat itself. Because I do still think that's a pretty fair comparison. That's fundamentally like the same thing. The argument back then was, think of the children. They were watching this sport, and then all of a sudden, sexual content advertisement. So that's all I was really saying with that one. But yeah, in closing, I feel like there is no real good faith argument to be made that I'm hypocritical because I called Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub weird and didn't immediately start calling out how weird it was for Fansly to be a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. I feel like the two aren't really comparable. Blasting porn, real porn, immediately to your audience out of nowhere, no warning, and right in their face, just on stream, is completely different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it. Granted, I've now learned that it's easier than I thought it was. I still think the two are drastically different. So I still just don't think it's hypocritical. As I've said, neither one of them is great. I don't think either one of them is an amazing thing to do, but they are just not the same, and it's really fucking silly to pretend that they are. They are very different. And yeah, that's about it, really. Just wanted to talk about it. See ya. The Sons of the Force speedrun is sub 9 minutes. Alright, I'll check it out. 7th. Oh, spicy. Maybe I'll get a run on the board. This seems easy. We already know that tech. Now all I need to learn is how to do the stick clip. Though it literally just seems like setting the stick down and walking. Okay. I'm just gonna go back to letting RNG take the wheel. I'm just gonna skip intro every time until I get mountain, instead of try and like manipulate it with laptop. Because I'm getting beach every single time with going through laptop. You have to Alt F4 your game when it spawns instead of pressing quit to make sure it re-rolls spawn. Would that matter? Because it still is like a... I mean, I could just do it. I could just do that. It's fine either way, just to be super certain. I don't see why that wouldn't re-roll, though. There. I got mountain. See? All's good now. Oh, I see why they wait on opening their back packets, so that way while they're in there, they're getting some run energy back, isn't it? That's smart. Oh my god, wait, how do I stop it? Ah, fuck, fuck! Oh, close. Almost went straight to hell. Forgot I had to hit escape, not just hit B again. And jump off. Seems easy enough. Not even a Cro-Magnon like me could fuck up a trick like this. Let me double check, make sure this is where I kill myself. Yeah, it looks like I just jumped straight down. Whoop! That looks perfect. First try. Alright, we take that. We take that. I don't know if that's like a really easy trick, but I got it first try. I'm just gonna assume that's the hardest trick in the entire game. I missed a few. Let me grab some. I think I took a bad line. Because he had like 5 or 6 sticks that he picked up along the way. That's fine, that's fine. We can make this mini work for now. Oof. Yucky. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Once I get a better line here, we'll be in good shape. Okay. Now I don't know how this glitch works. So he went up to the door and started doing this, and then he set the stick down. How do I set a stick down? I'm actually going to need quite a few sticks, it seems, because I can't get that back once I plant it. That's why they pick up so many. And you don't need your backpack, because it looks like it immediately goes to your next stick. Alright, it's all coming together. My neurons are firing now. Using 100% of my brain. There we are. Easy. Oh my god, my fire almost burnt me to death. Still has a chance to. Okay, this is gonna be tragic. Any water down here? So now that I'm through the door, done my little magic trick. Come off to the left to the other door in the corner. Slam and jam. You son of a bitch, let me through. I'm tickling it. Just let me place this down. I'm just gonna try and like rapid fire this. There we are. Son of a bitch. Oh man, zoinks. Come on, give me a good slide. Rough. Pinballed right off into the gutter. Unlucky. Time loss. A lot of sticks to make up for it, though. Maybe, maybe, maybe! Oh, tough. Tough, tough, tough. Hold on, reset. I want to get a clean one here. Straight down the half pipe. Yikes. It's alright. Oh my god, my book didn't come out. Let's get it. Extreme. Oh, this actually might do it. Yes, sir. Nope. Caught a bad angle. There we go. Second try. Nice. Looking real good. Then it's over here. Come on. You bastard. Come on. Let's go! Okay. Okay. Looking beautiful right now. Mm-hmm. I just realized something. I need to turn up the brightness or else I'm just going to be completely fucking lost. Looking good. Okay, I've entered heaven. I forgot the timer. I accidentally turned it off. I can't. Okay, we're still fine. Oh god, I can't. Perfect. And then it's... I think I'm supposed to jump down here. That's where I'm supposed to go. Let me double check though. Where do I jump down? I think it's right against this wall. I'm gonna play this very safe. Yep, I just fall right off right here, and then I continue straight. Then I get it with that 1-2 buckle my shoe. Yep. Yep. Looking real good. Through here. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come on. There it is. I'm actually cruising. Oh boy, I'm in full-blown stinko mode. Mm-hmm. Big slide. Oh, that's game time. That's game time right there. That was world record pace slide. I actually think everything else is going to be really straightforward. I think I'm just following this path. Let me double check real quick. I'm going to put this at 2 times speed. Okay, then he does a double stick up here. Thanks, Resub Duffy and Sam. And this is a double stick. For me, it's a triple stick. Come on. Legendary quadruple stick. The quintuple stick, of course. Nope, still not enough. Of course, the sextuple stick. Who could forget? There we are. I'm out of sticks, pretty much, so. That's fine, alright. 3 times as many sticks, 3 times the fun. Why doesn't crouch work? It's just faster if you don't. It was just a speed time saving thing, but I couldn't do it. I don't know how they get so much distance on their sticks. They got like that Go-Go Gadget Extendo blade, or Extendo stick. And I don't know how. Okay, there's gonna be a big one here. Huge slide inbound. Okay, I don't want to take any. Oh, perfect timing! Okay, now we just very slowly bring it around town. Okay. Wow, this madman. Holy shit, okay. I don't know if I have the willpower to do a big book slide here, but I'll try it. I'll give it a try. This is just going straight through. You know what? We've come this far. So it's coming down here, jumping over this, and then right here we hit a biblical book slide. Wish me luck. This is for my country. Okay, okay, sorry. I got a little scared. For my country. actual perfection. And then it's over there. Let's go. Huge. I don't know if that's like even risky, but I feel good about it. Bang. That didn't take me long. That took me like, what, a little less than an hour to learn. Let's try a real run. And that was probably like only a, what, maybe 30-minute run? Don't know what the story here is at all. Oh man. Jeepers. Warp drives. Amen. That's the power of warp drives. What the fuck is this? Behind you! I think that's Kelvin. Kelvin, behind you! Okay. Oh, boy. This run's getting disastrous here. Please, stop it. Oh my god, let me out. Let me out! Close the book! Close the book! I'm stuck in a book loop. I'm stuck in a book loop. I can't get the right angle. Damn, I nailed this last time too. What a shame. I don't want to go too far left because then I'm just gonna fall and die. Needs to be right here. It's so close too. He wants to. I can feel him. He's speaking to me. Alright, I'm just gonna go a little far left. Maybe it'll still be salvageable. Nope. Should have trusted myself. I knew it. What a waste. This is a good run I'm cooking right now. Come on, let's make it. Let's make it. Yes! Yes! No, no, no. I have yet to hit that. Oh boy. Oh boy! What the fuck? This fell apart. But then I brought— oh shit! Good reset. I caught some kind of crazy ramp at the end. Unlucky. How did I do this so cleanly in my practice when I was still learning? That must have been super lucky, because I can't hit this at all now. This is impossible. What? How? They're doing it just like this. But then, see, I'm too far. How do they go to the right more? I can do that all day and all night till the cows come home. I can go to the left more, but I will never make it on top of that again. How do they do it? I'm currently top 60 in the world at tic-tac-bow. Singapore, here I come. Well, we might have ourselves an Olympic athlete. Good grind, good shit. Okay, that'll work. That will definitely work. We take those. Yes, sir, we will take those. I'm getting automatic with that. Now it's just this. Let's go! I'm in! That's big, that's big. Not bad, not bad. Wait, no, stop, stop, stop. What is happening? Why is it still breaking? Let me in. Why is it still breaking? Why isn't it switching? Why isn't it switching? Thank you. Holy shit. I accidentally, yep, I just stopped the timer. Oh my fucking god. How did I even stop the timer? How did I hit it? All of the rocks have despawned. But they're still here, they're just invisible. Love that. All of the trees and rocks have despawned. Yet their collision is still there, which is kind of nuts. Very good slide, though. Okay, nice. That's not bad. That's probably my fastest so far. Even with that time loss of invisible rock. Wow, everything has despawned. It's not just the rocks and the trees, it is actually everything. This is going to be disastrous. What the fuck is this? I'm just gonna be running into invisible shit. I'm like Velma without her glasses on. And I can't see the sticks on the ground. Well, how can I fix this? How can I fix this? I really don't feel like resetting. There's got to be a way to fix this. Please, just give me some sticks. What the fuck is... Okay. Need some sticks. No, maybe it's actually just the rocks that are here, not the sticks. So I can't do this. How did this happen? What is happening? What? I have not fucked this up in so long, and now on my best run, it's not working for me, huh? Is that so? All of a sudden now, it just doesn't want to let me in. Thank you. Holy shit. There we are. Great time on that one, at least. I've got a decent run here. I'm not going to take any big book chances. So we'll just slow roll it. What did I hit? What did I hit again? What? Oh my god, it's because I bound crouch. That's why. Oh my god. It's because of crouch. Oh well. Just keep a manual time, I guess. Crouch is bound to the same key as my reset split. That should still be a sub 10 minute. Thanks to the resub Elvis. Someone said 11:30. Was it an 11:30?